Welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, your faithful servant, and I wish to introduce you to the factions, forces, and faces of the Warhammer 40k setting, the grim darkness of the far future, where there is no time for peace, there is only time for war. And today, I now enter a brief period where I take a rest, regroup, and start writing even more. But I do need a break. Alas, I have the urge to do some personal projects in writing, possibly even a novel. So we'll be attempting that in my period off. No, it can't be Warhammer. But hopefully some will think it of worth, if I manage that first draft. A dream for decades, and I have few of those left, so best get on with it, as they say. You never know what you can do until you try. Hence, as usual, I will be releasing some compilations of my own wee stories to tide me over. YouTube can be a harsh taskmaster, and videos need to be uploaded continuously. So, in this period, I put out collections to paint or sleep with. I hope you enjoy this compilation for what it is, and I thank you, gentle listener, for all of your support over the year and years. You truly have changed everything in my life. Thank you. I can only hope that I have made some kind of beneficial impact in yours. Now, to the stories. Story continued from Thaddeus and Tarquinus playlist. The Measuring. Tomorrow. I give my judgment tomorrow. But it is no mercy to have this delay. The knowledge of my decision hangs around my neck with all the weight of a battle barge. Thaddeus was not overstating or exaggerating when he dubbed our calling the loneliest road. For in all the galaxy, there are few with our power. We hold the Emperor's bull, his writ, his seal. We can requisition or commandeer anything from anyone at any time. We are inquisitors. Even planetary governors and high nobility sweat in our presence alone. Yet the weight of it all, the crushing, suffocating burden of knowledge, of history, of the basic understanding of what is actually out there, what we face, what we are forced to do, the blood on our hands. And tomorrow, it will not be on the order of my Thaddeus, my superior. It will be entirely on my say-so. It will all be on my hands. An exquisite torture arranged by an elder. They wish to test my limits, what they call a measuring. If I pass, the Farseer will train me in the psychic arts. Unheard of, I am told. But if I do not hit the passing mark, I am too powerful to be allowed to live. And make no mistake, he could do it, this Tan Irenaid of Craftworld Noon. He is easily, and by quite some margin, the most potent being on the ship. Perhaps not the most dangerous, perhaps, but certainly the most mighty. Even should he wish it, I doubt even Thaddeus and his entire entourage, my friends, could stop the Elder. Yet the being with the most chance of doing this is in my entourage. So strange to even form that sentence, let alone speak it out loud. My entourage. He is my first, a solitaire. Cursed to be beholden to Slaanesh at the end of his days. An Elder. He serves me for the time being. A high bar to match up to. No pressure, eh? But then, I have been trained for this all of my adult life, since my world and everything, everyone on it, was destroyed by the Neverborn, the demons. I stand to inherit the mantle of the Thaddeus, the wisdom. A tradition, a line of Inquisitors that stretches back to near the beginning of the Ordos, the great organizations 3. Ordo Hereticus, they hunt the traitor, the witch, the subversives. Order Xenos, who would have a fit if they knew who we were fraternizing with right now. For they hunt down the alien, the Xenos. And of course, my own order, the Ordo Malleus. We are the enemies of the demons, the unclean. A role that is now a crusade for me. Vengeance. I will destroy the powers of chaos wherever I find them. It is now my burning desire. The reason I spring out of bed every single morning, no matter the events of the day before. I bound from my covers. I shed my calmed mind in a single breath, and I become what I need to be. And I am lusty to get about it. I will confound and counter, then eventually bring to brook all of them, the dark gods and all who aid them. And thus, I have been tasked to put to the question, the last of my people. A soul ship that escaped the destruction of my world, the horror that was unleashed. They jumped erratically, then have been going for years, guided to unpopulated worlds where they could resupply, guided to a long march journey that takes them where the powers of evil wish them to be. Or such as a song sung by the Elder Farseer, and there are too many coincidences to ignore. It certainly looks like he is right. And then, of course, I found the proof. The terrible reality of the situation with which I was faced. These last few days, I've researched and read by night, burnt and bullied through boundaries and brains throughout the day. I have been indefatigable. But finally, I have come to my conclusion. Tomorrow will be hard. And I would have it no other way. I am steel. But I must soon be forged further. I will need be hammered into ceramite and then auramite. I must be the perfect weapon to prosecute the most terrible war. So I now welcome the hardships. I now welcome the test. It forces me faster on my road. These are the blows that will shape my burning soul, make me into the man I need to be. The Thaddeus. The scourge of the warped ones. The wisdom. We stand alone in my chambers, spacious for a vessel of this size, but then it is my ship. Hence, I gain the best quarters. Just the two of us, late in the night, Me and the Farseer, Tanir in aid, the Heart of Fire, of the Craftworld Anoon. He is an ally so old, he is considered above suspicion. He had better be, or I am utterly buggered. He stands tall, at his full height. He is nearer to Barbon's stature than my own. His hand is placed on my armour. He is communing with that which is inside. No, it's not me. I stand some distance away, making sure not to interrupt or distract him. His eyes are alight with psychic fire, as is so often the case when they touch the warp. Yet, he is able to perform this task with such ease. He looks at me now. His task is simple, but will take time. He is obviously flagging that we should banter while he performs this Erskine duty, and so I begin. If the others knew what we are doing, I'd be crispy fried in a minute. Others? Says the Eldar. Ordo Xenos, Ordo Hereticus, some of my own order even. We have maintained this pact for centuries, millennia, from almost the beginning of your Imperium. I was a child when I first heard of what had been bequeathed upon your line. I was insulted at the time. We gave your kind the greatest of all gifts possible from an Eldar craft world. We gave you our future. But then, without you, there would be none. Now I see that this is exactly as it should be. You gave us back our home, saved our lives, saved our souls. Without your predecessor, we would not exist at all. But we did not ever dream that your kind would be able to maintain such an agreement, such an alliance. Your kind see us all as the same, we Eldari. You see the predations of the Eldrith Anise, those of Cormorah. You see the dances of Segora, whose japes and jests many do not survive. Yet you see us all as one. So to your kind, we are inconstant, fickle, cruel, and untrustworthy. Horrors all. This ignores the nuances. And before I donned the Farseer's mask, I lost nuance as well. About your kind. You, Monkey. I saw you all as one. But now I know better. I would never treat with an Astartes or a Sororitas, for that would mean certain death for me or them. I would never treat even with an Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. But I treat with you, Ordo Malus, but also one of the traditions. We always thought that your tenuous line would be extinguished by the enemy or your own kind long centuries ago, or that one amongst you would arise that would spit in our faces, ignore the pact and the fruits you have gained thereof. Yet of all your kind, all even of the traditions, it is your line, the Thaddeus, who has been the most constant. Even in our dealings with each other, the Thaddeus and our craft world, your input has aided us more than just the once when the gift was given, but since, you have been ever constant, a shining light in a world of darkness. And as the Rana Dandra approaches, we know, I know, that yours will be a powerful force for good, a much-needed one. But our love of your line cannot distract us from the reality of Tarquinus. Yet I will assume that you have trained him to be able to match this measuring. I just hope the boy is everything you hope him to be. I doubt he will match up to you, old friend. Power or not, you are the greatest of your number, and you always will be, even if it is just to me. Will you protect him? Will you guide him when I am gone? Gone? You will never be fully gone, my friend. That is the price. Aye, but he may not listen to me then. What if I am drowned? What if he loses it? Will you promise me you will help him, if he will accept it? If he is everything you think he is, why would I even need to? He will be powerful, Thaddeus. He already is. But if he passes the measuring, if he is trained by a high farseer of my kind, by me, he will not require anything from anyone ever again. Power, ability, wisdom, he may well have it all, but he will not have the experience, may not have the wherewithal to make a way forward every time. Our alliances with the Thaddeus. I have been fortunate that the choices your predecessors have made have been universally good ones. But our alliance stands. I will be there for him, if that is what is required. I can only hope that the webway gate opens in both directions. Oh, have no worry concerning that. He's a plucky thing, headstrong sometimes, but I have never doubted his soul. He will be there for you when or if you require it. The gates will indeed open both ways, my friend. Strange that we use that word. So many do with you. I wonder, Thaddeus, if you have used this shield of yours for so long. Why? You could achieve all that you do through force of will and diktat. You have the bull, the seal of your emperor. Yet, you always seek to forge ties with others that go so much further than hierarchy and duty. Are you always to be the beaten understudy? Your master was not kind to you. We both know I witnessed it, and we both remember it all too well. He was a psyker. I am not. So you decided to apologize your way across the galaxy for all eternity. To live in his shadow forever? Oh no. We had it out many, many moons ago. To be expected. So why that act? What if it is not an act? Have you ever considered that, my friend? Of course. But you are a manipulator. You are aware of that, at the very least. That man, that Black Templar, he would follow you into hell. Oh, he has, frequently. He made an oath. He made an oath to me. His oath is not what keeps him at your side, nor what permits you to needle him so much. We've been through a lot. The little telekinetic, the twins, the sniper, even the Jukero, and so many others over the years. I still mourn the twins. They were entertaining. Their thoughts so erratic. Yet the duality like a choir. They too followed you into hell, and like so many, they have passed, burnt up in your endless, unwinnable war. And that is the difference between our races, if I can be so bold. You lot have been beaten down. Many races have. Humanity was before the rise of the Emperor. The difference between us is simple and stark. You stayed down. Did I hit a nerve, Thaddeus? You attempt to goad me so this discourse ends. Pitifully obvious. So, when each of your attendants, your entourage, have seen you feed their friends into the fires, have ordered executions, have entreated them to die for you, for a cause that is not their own, My cause is the same as every human's. We stand and fall together. My fight is their fight. I merely show them the way." "I understand. But do they?" "I doubt it. No matter what horrors you show them, Thaddeus, no matter how you throw up argumentative shimmer shields, you must know deep down, they do it for you. Not the Emperor, not the war, not freedom or even their own futures. They do it for you." "Yes, I know." "And you generate this loyalty in them in such a calculated way. Truly, you are as capricious and cruel as the enemy." "You hit me with words hard as ore might, Farseer." "Ah, it is Farseer now, not friend." "If you were not my friend, I would not be listening at all. Finish your lesson to me, for you are as able a spider as I. You see the future, you know its course, or at least millions of potentials that are likely. So you come for not only our pact, not just to squash the threat, nor to test the boy. You come to teach me a final lesson as well?" The Eldar nods, and a wry smile appears on his face. "Ah, two old warriors trade truths at last, old friend. So, let us be about it. You had best teach the boy how you do what you do, to create the glamours of the hearts of all around him. But again, I ask thee why? Why the pantomime? Why the friendship?" "I try to surround myself with emotionally intelligent people where I can. Well, for Imperial stormtroopers at any rate. You work with what you can find, eh? Tarquinus already knows the riddle of Ceramite, as my master once put it. But then, my master didn't really understand it. Not deep down. He'd pontificate, the flesh and soul are stronger. Look at what they can achieve. But it is as brittle in other ways. Where cold steel will succumb to the elements, so too do most souls. But those that do not, those that are forged over time, they are indestructible, prime movers, but only for a time. So I will use mine wisely. He would say, do not bother to build bridges that will inevitably fall into the river of time. Be efficient if you have the strength. But this, in my mind, was pure folly. Chain a man to a wall, he will dig it out, or pull it down. Chain a man's heart, and he will place himself in front of you, walk into the fires if need be. And he will do it with a stern resolve that shines his best self out into the universe. For he will be helping, be useful, be sacrificing himself for his friends, the ones he loves. I am hard enough to know how to capture them, hard enough to watch them die, but I am also strong enough to mourn them when they are gone, to respect them while they live. By forming a community, we are chained to each other. But of course, I always hold the key to my lock. They do not. And the difference between a man of honor and a man in love? 4 more days, or a grave, depending on the skill of the torturer. Most often, it will be the grave. A man will defend secrets, buy time, hold back key information, out of duty. But stronger by far is the loyalty of chosen family, of true friendship. Lover, squad, team, friends, it is all the same. It is tribe. A servant will do as instructed, but no more. A true ally will act on your behalf before you are even aware of the need. and most importantly, I do make true friendship with my entourage. It's not a pantomime. No, I will never hesitate to sacrifice what many would call a pawn. No, I will not put any of their lives above mine or the mission, ever. But I do love them, you know. I chose my entourage carefully. I make sure I can use them, can understand them, can befriend them. And if needs be, I make sure I have just enough distance to sacrifice them for the war. Ah, but the boy breaks these rules you have set down for yourself. You never had a lasting lover, did you, Thaddeus? I have loved. Of course you have. But you have never sown your seed, have you? You have never known the bliss until now. Your point? I see it when you look at him, see it when you explain, see it when you both laugh. This boy, he is not just your protégé. He is not just your successor, is he? Admit it. To yourself, if not to me. You will need to do this, Thaddeus. For otherwise your vision will not be in keeping with your role. Balance. Equilibrium. The wisdom. You see, this is how I know he will be better than me. Because he can already do it. He can forge the bonds he will need, no matter how that they will always, inevitably, be one-sided, from them to him. He has won over Ursula, Devrin, Louis, even Barbon. And that was no small feat, I can assure you. You forget his most impressive conquest, yourself. The boy wraps you around his fingers, I believe is your saying. You must be prepared to lose him, as any of your other many, many trainees. The time approaches. You know it better than even I. I do not have time to search for another. I will never meet his kind again. He must be the wisdom. He must. Then finally, old friend, you have found your Achilles' heel. Pray it never arises. Indeed, I do. Every day, every night, I pray for guidance from he who sits on the throne of terror. Every day I ask him, I implore him. Your faith is so confusing to me. You know he is a man. Was always a man. Your own words. Aye, it is confusing, I grant you. Illogical, one might say. But then, logic is hardly a measuring rod an Eldar can claim. Don't make me name the mistake your kind created. But before you demur, in mock affront, cut to the quick. What lesson am I to be taught this time? Is it really worth giving me so many more morsels when my chewing days are almost over? If I told you that, there would be no point in being here at all. You aren't concerned about him, our quarry, are you? Quite the opposite, Thaddeus. Quite the opposite. I am here for a myriad of reasons. Not all of them for me or thee. Sometimes one must stand in the right position to see the tapestry unfold. So you can control it? So I can guide it. Being pugnacious about this will avail you naught. We both know it is required. The Ranadandra approaches, if we are not already in its full throes. We must remove this particular piece from the board, this threat from the past. or he will be a mighty player of the future. Perhaps your race will end in this battle of your prophecy, but do not confuse yourself with the galaxy. You simply aren't that important. None of us are. But on this, we can all agree. This threat must be removed immediately. We've hunted him for so long. We must be careful. So very, very careful. He could vanish again in an instant. Your allies are in position. Nearly. We need to gather more forces, but we are nearly there. Let us hope the boy's performance improves. What do you mean? He's doing really well. Not well enough. The Farseer then ends his commune with my power armor in the corner and turns to me with a smile on his lips. As always, it is stable. We build things to last. The surrounding armor, though, honestly, Thaddeus, we can remove the lattice and embed it into another new set. Surely there must be something better by now. Honestly, I can't keep explaining this. Older is better. Trust me, I had to wear what Tarquinus is wearing now, and my armor is so much better than his. Even before your assistance. We fell from grace. You were robbed of it. Yet I always hoped you Monkey would rise again, to be what you used to be. This is, well, as we are old friends, I have to say it's quite pathetic. Let's just call it a classic and leave it there, shall we? It still works. It will for millennia, Thaddeus. Then why aren't things going as usual? That is simple. They know everything you know. Things are quieter because it is your time, Thaddeus. It is your time. Well, consider my debt paid in full. I bow. At that, the Eldar bowed back and glared out of my apartment. A door opened on the opposite side, and out came a huge man whose face I knew as well, nay, better than my own. It is intact, Barbon, old chum. I'll never condone this fraternization with the enemy, you know that. But I am relieved at the news, on your behalf, of course. Of course. So, you know what is at stake, what to do, just in case. Stop clucking. I've known as long as you have. Or is your mind so addled with decrepitude that you are forgetting things now, Thaddeus? No, Barbon, no. We both know. I cannot forget anything. It can be a heavy weight. As it was always meant to be. Arguably, it is your greatest strength. I break my morning fast with protein and recaf. I will need to be sharp today, in every meaning of the word. I had eaten alone, but then Louis waddled in. He grabs my arm and walks me by the hand, and it is definitely Louis walking me, no matter what others might be seeing. He leads me through the ship to his area. It would force a tech priest into a coma. So much built, so many projects, so deeply alien. From one side, you could not understand what was on display. but when I walked around some, from the right angle, they were beautiful and strange, but their use was obvious. And then he continued me round, and there they were, all of them. Thaddeus, Barbon, Devlin, Ursula, Louis. "Well, it's time," says Thaddeus. "You gained the rank, but we were pressed to be off. So we missed out one very important element." I look on dumbfounded, and Barbon takes a half step forward. "The bequeathing of the trappings, the arming of the weapon of the Emperor himself. Holy is his name. Don't worry, the weapon's you, and this is the Prezi segment of the proceedings." I beam at him, Louis still holding my hand, then walked me up further, up some stairs, to another segment. He had prepared an area that illuminated each gift in mirrors and refracted structures of light. Comically, the structures were like the base, but they were all me, using the object gifted. A sort of condescending yet utterly miraculous guide. I actually snorted and giggled, and Louis just beamed up at me with that mad, lip-curled back, insanely intense grin of his. He then let me go, and the others followed. Behind him was Thaddeus. I could barely believe my eyes as I approached the first gift. A weapon that few can use by law. A holy weapon. It could maglock. It had targeting I could link to my eye. It had a smooth grip, perfectly indented to accept my hand. It seemed to hug my power-armored covered fingers and palms when I took it up. It shone as if touched by the sun. It was polished so skillfully, but with artistry as well. Different strokes and buffs to extenuate the lines, the rounds. The entire thing gleamed. And only one hand in the galaxy could do this. Someone who knew these weapons as an extension of their own being. The hand of an Astartes. Barbon. He had gifted me with a master-crafted bolter. Holy bolter. Gifted by one who had been the Emperor's own champion. Bolt-filled mags, made with his very own hand. I could not look at him. I could not. I was hardening, but I was not a completely forged article. Not yet. But from him, of all people, I would never have dreamed. I had to move on. And there the next moment hit me, the next experience, never to be forgotten. For there was a box with lights, a small thing. I would never have identified it myself, but of course, the holographic image above it, well, it said it all. This was an incredibly rare thing, for it was a self-replenishing stim pack, designed to be used within the exact armor mark I wore. Expensive beyond conception. What had he done to get this? I really did not want to know. I will console myself that perhaps he has many from a stash somewhere, because this amazing gift, would increase the healing capabilities of the suit. It would perhaps mean the difference between life and death, that little extra zip when required to get me out of hot water. After all the kickings, noogies, haymakers, headbutts, bat beatings, jabs, hooks, elbows, knees, and shoeings I'd received, Devlin, the soppy sod, had given me the gift of healing. From Ursula. A gift beyond thoughtful, a challenge, a thing of beauty and terror both, Some might see it as a simple deck of cards, inanimate and threatening. But this it is not. It is a set of the Emperor's tarot, crafted exquisitely, nearly as much so as its giver. Through it, I can touch the very essence of the master of mankind, and implore him to guide my hand through its use, its rare use. These are not toys. They are a weapon of prophecy. And every prediction is a many-edged sword. Only a psyker can power it, can make it more than just cards. Even in the hands of Thaddeus, it would be nothing more than pictures. But in the hands of a psyker, like Ursula and I, it is said that the Emperor himself leads humanity to salvation through these cards that I now own. A gift from one damned soul to another. Thank you, Ursula. The next was clearly from Louis, as I could not understand it at first either. Then again, I looked at the holographic images above it, and my mouth fell open. For there, I saw what it did. When a noise marine nearly lopped my head off, when Thaddeus had to break reality so I could live, he used such an object, such a device. And the image confirmed it, of course. With this ring, for a few times only in all of my existence, or its, I could master time itself. I could stop it. Louis had made this. This is what he had drawn me to, really. This was a gift beyond reckoning. Thaddeus, of course, was the last. Barbon now stood next to him, with a long object covered in a black satin covering hanging down from it. He stepped forward and beckoned me to dip my head. I did, and he removed the sigil I had worn since meeting him, my mentor, my master, my friend, the Thaddeus. He then took out another, far more heavy, more ornate, and more powerful thing, my true sigil of inquisitorial power, my very own refraction field, generated from the inquisitorial sigil. He turned to Barbon, who carefully transferred the covered object from his hands to those of Thaddeus. The old man's eyes glistened as he took the next step to me and then whipped off the satin covering with dramatic flair. And he boomed, "Behold, temperance, the blade of the wisdom. 1 I could never wield. 99 have held this sword as a duty. Only a score were able to explore its true depths, its potential, its potence. It is a Sinistrum-class weapon, a focus, a reservoir, and a defense against the Dark Ones. It is temperance. Some say it was forged by the Emperor himself in gratitude to one of his most able aides, whose name is now lost to the sands of time. Its proximity alone burns the unclean, the purity of its maker folded into its every fibre, and it is a force weapon beyond compare. And now, Inquisitor Tarquinus, it is yours. It requires only a pious wielder who can channel the power of the warp along its blade, and through it, you will scour the unclean from the galaxy." And then he passed it to me. I could feel its weight, far less than you would imagine. I looked down the blade. It was perfect in every detail. I could spend a lifetime just admiring it, but my reverie was broken by the chipper words of Thaddeus. "Now that you are properly tooled up, Let's go meet that elder, shall we? It's showtime. I do not take all of my trappings to this meeting. I will gather them when I require them. It is a habit, a micro-ritual in our group. From Barbon and Devrin to Ursula and even I, we use the prep time to center. I've seen it many times, of course. The really trash-tier banter, as all are really concentrating on themselves, their weapons, the need to change tack, to transform from detectives and humans to weapons of war. Thaddeus and I walk the decks in silence. He knows I am trying to remember all the details of the last few days, the facts that I will need to present perfectly and succinctly. My case will need to be made to the best of my ability. We reach his door, and I am ready. It is indeed, as Thaddeus put it, showtime. The door swings open with that metallic grinding noise, even before we reach for the comms to proclaim our arrival. He knows. Of course he knows. And there he sits, with only 2 chairs. One for him, one for Thaddeus. But he has no liquor in his hand this time. He just pins me with those crystallizing eyes. Thaddeus does as expected. I walks to the chair and sits across from him, facing me also. But I am not intimidated. This is all just part of the play, the dance, the trial. I will allow the elder his moment. And he begins. So, we have watched you perform your investigation. We have watched you clumsily burn out the minds of many over the time. We have watched you talk and talk. Now, what is the result of your labours? What does the would-be Inquisitor see? Like it or not, I am an Inquisitor. And I have my conclusion, my judgment. Let's have it then. Don't scrimp. As they say, show your working, old chap. Show your working. The elder has thrown more than a few shafts at me in this preamble. I rise above. It is his job to make this measuring as challenging as possible. So I retain my center, simply to spite him. With each interview, I have been not just surface scanning the candidates. I have been traversing the very depths of their souls. I have asked questions designed to elicit strong reactions, have pushed the human to get at the thing inside. At first, I was not certain. I could discern no taint, not directly. But this was not the entirety of the situation. For there is such a small kernel of control in each of them that they are utterly oblivious to the threat. I almost missed it in many of them, but by the end of the second round of questioning, I discerned a background presence, an echo in the warp, hiding in their minds. And it was the same echo, the same presence in all of them. As soon as the rigours of the day were spent, I took to the books, and my hunch has now become my only response, for I believe that I have found the truth of the matter. The presence is weak, because it is spread over the entirety of these people. A minuscule slither of corruption hides within them all, like the tentacles of a larger form. The being hides parts of itself across them all. My judgment is that this is a Rakshasa, and it is very real and very dangerous. Thaddeus now looks to the farseer. He pins me still with his eyes, but finally, for the first time since I've walked into the room, throughout my entire report. He now blinks languidly, closing his eyes while looking at me, opening them as he turns to Thaddeus, who then nods to him and returns his vision to me. And what is your decided course of action? How will you deal with this situation? If I am correct, then to destroy it will be a challenge, and a costly one. For it is tethered to the physical plane by those it possesses. Hence, for us to destroy it, or banish it at the very least, we must remove its tethers. All of them. Considerations? If I am correct, if this is indeed a Rakshasa, then there is no alternative. We must destroy every single tether. And if I am right, the Elder now speaks. You are. I wait for anything further. When he does not build on his statement, I push on. Then we must be wary, for as the amount of its tethers reduces, like water being accumulated from small cups into another, those who remain will only grow in taint, hence they will grow in power. As their numbers are reduced, those who remain will be more and more of a challenge, until finally it will have no choice but to manifest fully in the few, or even the one, who is the last to be dealt with. And then, we will be facing a being of immense power. The Farseer now interjects again. So, just so we are clear, say it. Tell us the fate of the refugees from your world. I demand you to say it out loud. I incline my head to him, but not low. Of course. My judgment is this. In the name of the Holy Emperor, with the power invested in me as his Holy Inquisitor, wittingly or not, I find them all guilty of corruption. And their lives are all forfeit. Every last one of them must die. Thaddeus looks at me with an expression I have never seen. It is not pity. It is not respect. It is something else. I cannot define it. But I am now uncomfortable under his gaze, even more so than the triumphant look from the Elder. He seems to be relishing this. Thaddeus speaks. I do not know if it is to break the tension, to distract me from the ire of the Xenos, or perhaps to protect me from myself. Despite that we have common cause, I do not like this crystallizing thing in front of me. Especially not now. When? Tonight. We take them while they are at their most groggy, least able to react to our next steps. But know this, as their numbers shrink, we may well be put through the hardest fight of our lives. To which the Elder snorts derisively, and Thaddeus just gives me a cold stare. The Elder speaks again. Then tonight, we shall see what we shall see. The last trial awaits you, boy. Indeed, we shall see. Inquisitor Tarquinus, prepare thy panoply of war. We shall purge this taint together. The time comes. I am prepared. We all are. Decked out for a war, we gather. Deverin's squad are holding outside the pens, controlling key passageways and junctions. Thaddeus and his entourage, me with the two elder. The solitaire a good span away from we two, but present. We stand on the bridge, watching the chronometer tick down, but all eyes are on the screens as the process begins. I had to at least attempt to reduce or mitigate collateral damage. I am not wrong. I pray I am not. Thus, I go for the easy out from the start. Minimal contact, maximum effect. I order the flooding of the pens with toxins. Nothing they would notice. Not huge gouts of rolling smog. Not a funny smell that robs them of their breath and causes panic. A sublime and subtle concoction. It takes less than an hour to arrange. There is no night nor day aboard a ship, so you'll have to forgive me my previous descriptions. It's just easier to think of shifts as periods of light and darkness. It's how we humans work. Bred into us, when we arose on a solitary orb, instincts now past their use, but hardwired in nonetheless. Evolution, as some call it, is not fast, it seems. Hence, I wait until they are asleep. The least drama the better. And if I am wrong, then they will go into their final sleep. And, to be frank, outside of my body being willed to rest, I never will again. Sleep, that is. Yet as the gases are leaked into the holding pens, I hold my breath in anticipation. One half of me wants to be wrong, broken with guilt thereafter, but wrong. The other half of me is infected with ego. I do not want to be wrong. Also, the thought of being executed by the farseer does add a certain frisson of consequence to the situation. I cannot deny. But I clear my mind of all such concerns as I watch the screens like a hawk. And there it is. Almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, but some, the old, the weak, the most malnourished, the young, their chests stop moving. They stop breathing. And that is exactly when all hell breaks loose, both figuratively and actually, as the survivors start to wake and explode into activity. Almost as one, they drag themselves to their feet. In unison, they start to scream and bellow. They are furious. But they are not dying. 20% do not rise, but those that do are now livid, berserk. They fling themselves at the cage walls like an avalanche, acting in concert. Some subconscious mastermind grips them, as each of the pens shows exactly the same visions, at exactly the same time. Even when some are crushed against those cages, blood pooling at the base of the pens, they do not stop. They break containment in all 6 pens, becoming more ferocious as their numbers dwindle. Relief and disbelief strike me as 2 swords shoved into my breast. I am right, and they are possessed by evil. This is the real deal, and I am ostensibly in charge. For a second, I am transfixed, rooted to the spot, watching the screens. The auto-sentry guns swing into life and bark out. With each volley, 2 or more of the remaining refugees is caused to dance, as shots tear through them, dead before they drop, though that is now becoming a slower process as well. The sentry guns run dry, as the half remaining now shrug off their fire, their skins toughen to warplate, their injuries healing in instants. Arms, legs, limbs regrowing in seconds. They bludgeon their bare hands on the reinforced doors, all across each holding zone, and to the shock of nearly all, they batter them down. Blood-slicked doors are punched in or torn off their hinges, and they are loose. The images assault my senses. I am only snapped from my torpor by a hand being pressed on my shoulder from behind. The hand is gauntleted. It is Thaddeus. "Your orders, Inquisitor." His hand slid off me as I swiveled to look at the group. "We always knew this might happen, so let's get this done. As each of them falls, the power of the demon will be constrained within fewer vessels, but that means each one will be far more powerful than before, as you have seen. So be damned careful, as each victory is a stepping stone to ultimate defeat. We go about this hard and fast. There are no innocents in this room or on this ship. There can be no room for hesitation, or you and all of us, our cause, will be lost. We do what must be done in the Emperor's name. Thaddeus, Barbon, Ursula, and Devlin, you will advance towards holding pens 1 through 3. I shall take my entourage and the Farseer to deal with pens 4 through 6. Louis will stay behind and use shielding to protect the fundamental systems of this ship. Devlin, order your squad to pull back and hold outside of the bridge and set up the heaviest fire they can. Thaddeus, you and yours, cut off any heading back this way. I shall try to head towards its center. As their numbers come down, they will cluster around a central point to maximize their defense. There, I shall strike. Hopefully you will keep up and be able to assist. Questions? None raised a hand or made any move. So I finished. Let's get this done. Go! And thus we broke up. The bridge doors opened and Thaddeus just gave me a solemn nod, then took the usual gang to the right. We headed to the left. We jogged for a while, then the solitaire swiveled on his toes and span around to snap something at the Eldar. It was not hidden. It was not in Eldari. He spoke in Gothic. I trust there will be no accidents. The heart of fire was also dressed for war, and as I looked at him, I could believe that they once owned the galaxy entire. His head helm was high, his stance flawless. He had a spear with him, which emitted a small whine. It looked delicate and durable at the same time, yet it was undeniably a thing of war. I could feel it in my mind, to match the moan that hit my ears. My witch sight showed it bloody and red, glowing like the center of a star. Runes across every inch, more likely scored in at the molecular level, if I was not putting the Eldar on too high a pedestal. And the Farseer bristled. The two did not speak, but their fingers erupted into action. The Farseer began, the solitaire responded. This went on until I could scarce make out the mudras and forms they deployed, and just as swiftly as it had broken out, the Eldar Thumb War ended. Both then went into their positions. The solitaire took point, bounding and tumbling as he zipped forwards, as if he were evading a wall of fire already. He was almost impossible to make out in his deathly field, a ball of swirling lights and shadows, dazzling and bemusing all at the same time. And this helped amazingly, for not only did he light the now darkening corridors, but he was an irresistible target, and he clearly knew it. The first to break cover just screamed at him as it erupted from a side hatch. Over 6'5", its arms were distended and had muscles where none should be. Its arms swiveled at the elbows in near any direction. A bunch of hands on short tentacles breaking from just below the forearm. Its face was contorted in a perpetual mad snarl, yet its features were unpleasantly still so human. It lashed its upper limb at my guardian, however. Its size did not match to his otherworldly speed. He rolled under the flailing sweep and brought up his blades. A spectral lambent green sparked across the long curved blades and sizzled as they cut the arms from the beast. Then, in the same fluid movement, he pirouetted and sliced the head from the shoulders. As he landed and glared at his handiwork, another beast turned the corner. As it moved towards us, it gained in speed before our very eyes. I aimed with my new pistol, and 3 bolts rang out. The first 2 were merely pinning placement shots, one right of him, one left. The last hit dead center, and its head punched backwards, and then instantly became a fountain of blood and viscera, as it then staggered and slid across the floor as the bolt round exploded within its skull. 2 down. We move on swiftly, following the sounds of screaming. They had gotten into the crew quarters, had moved down a level, so we hastened, and there he was. At all points just outside the arc of a sword's wing, but otherwise right behind me, watching my every move, my every decision. The Farseer. I take a fraction of a second to slip from the moment. I contact Ursula and wait. I have made errors before. I will make certain she is accepting of this contact. Luckily, she is. And she lets me slide into her mind like quicksilver. I see their party is busy, but fruitful. Devrin is shooting out opponents as they rush on. The autoguns could not pierce the skin of these horrors, but Devrin's weapon is much heavier. Perfectly placed in their weakest points, and, if I know Devrin, he has some of the most lethal bullets in the galaxy. He punches one off its feet with a perfect hit to the solar plexus, finishing it with a headshot as it falls. Barbon shuffles forward, never raising his feet too far from the ground, never committing a maneuver that will see him unable to alter his stance or redirect in a single instant. The blade he is using now is a power sword. Its energies also crackle as he decapitates one, then ducks and twists and lops the legs from another. Then there is a sickening crunch as Ursula twists its head near off, finishing it so Barbon can move on. Thaddeus himself is no slouch either. His shields flare, forming an egg of white energy over him for a second, as a massive claw comes swinging down from a side alley. He steps into the blow, protected by his shields, and brings up his own blade. The thing is cut neatly in 2. Now Thaddeus is actually scary strong for his wizened appearance, and the warplate, his power armor, augments that further. But that grok sticker of his is no laughing matter either. I may wield temperance, but that is a master-crafted weapon in his hands of near commensurate worth, it seems. They move in concert as much as our foes. Hard-fought experience, hard gained to boot. Nobody wants a repeat of the event with the Noise Marines, the twins. So they are tight, as coordinated as I have ever seen them. Good. At least they are taking this as seriously on their side. I skip the entirety of my attention back to my own body as they move forward again, as we match their progress. But this is getting worse, as predicted. For each time one of them is felled, the lights flicker, then come back less bright than before, and I am now sweating profusely from my brow, my hair slicked to my head. With each one we destroy, it is only getting hotter in here. Almost imperceptibly, but its accumulated effect will sap us of all strength and vitality, make every swing of sword or bolter a more tasking exertion, making every breath more laboured. My solitaire ally makes good speed, but waits for me to catch up by stopping like a statue. Then, when I am close enough, he sets off again. The next 3 are a surprise. One jumps out at the solitaire, who bounds over him easily, but 2 more come from flanking alleys. Mine is fast, but yelps and crawls backwards when I merely raise and ignite temperance. Its attack halted. I cut it to ribbons. Behind me, the Farseer clocks one coming straight towards us from his quarter. He takes 2 incredibly swift paces, then launches his spear at the foe. It wails as it flies and bursts into lava and flame, illuminating the corridors in a burnished, flickering gold light. For an instant, everything looks touched by gold. But his spear burns through the monster and flies gracefully but forcefully back to his outstretched hand. 3 more down. We continue on. I extend a trail of my mind towards Ursula. She attaches. I see Barbon dive into a group of 6 of them. I want to look away, but it is Barbon, and outnumbered in close. As each of them dies one by one, they get faster, but so does he. Devrin has a line of 3 corpses in front of him, taken down right before his field of view down a corridor. Each headshot ends the advance, yet now each headshot becomes 2 or 3 to bring them down. But he is holding. Thaddeus now has his melter gun in 2 hands, and he's using her to telling effect. Burnt and smashed corpses litter the corridor he covers. Ursula is supporting the others, hurling these creatures back, or at the very least, slowing them down before any get too close. But it's not going to be sustainable. I can feel her mental fatigue already. It is only matched by her physical exhaustion. I ask her to tell Thaddeus we should meet up, and I give coordinates. They can't all keep this up, as the heat is rising, as more of them are terminated. I know I use beast, terminated, callous words. Now is the time for action. I cannot weaken. They are, at this present moment, the enemy. I will mourn them later. For now, they must be stopped. Ursula sends Thaddeus's agreement, and we carve a path towards each other. Or that is how I remember it now, or when regaling new acquaintances I wish to impress. But it's not really the truth, for we had already been fighting for a half hour, and the rush around the corridors in this not inconsiderably sized vessel meant minutes or more between contacts. Sweating in the heat, listening for movement or ambush, the jump scare of their first shrill cry, or the pounding of feet towards us. The flickering lumens, dulling by the death. Every single one of them we killed, the lights got dimmer. Now all was half-light and tinged in red. Blood ran in nearly every corridor. The crew were not all fast enough to evacuate areas. Most were, but not all. Creeping and chasing, punctuated by mere fleeting seconds of unfathomable ferocity. But I had a dancer of Zagora, armed with power blades. I slew by sword any who got past my bolter shot. The Farseer slew anything coming from our rear in precise and efficient ways. Impressive, if we ever had the opportunity to witness them. But we got there. And there he stood, smirking, of course. "Oh, lad, you take us to the most incredible places. For me, it's the ambience. Unmissable. Matilda and I are positively painting the town," beamed Thaddeus, patting his custom melter. "I like to boldly go, you know that." "Indeed." The jocularity ended. "So, where are we in your estimation?" "It's endgame. I've done the maths. There is only a core left, and, as predicted, they are contracting to a central point, or they would have hit the bridge by now." I then turned to Devrin. "But we will need it secured. I need you there, Devrin, to make sure we hold it. Even one of these last beings will be a nightmare. So get back up there and take Ursula with you. Keep her safe. She is your last line of defense." Thaddeus eyes me. He knows I am being kind. The oppressive waves of energies, corruption, that are now coming from the center of this hive of scum would possibly override either of them, force them to flee. Something Devrin, or even Ursula, would not live down easily. He winks at me, so no one can see. "Okay, Thaddeus, you sure you don't want to take us through this?" "Want to? Of course. But will I? No chance. Stand on your own 2 feet, Inquisitor Tarquinus." I give him my naughtiest wink. Myself and my aide will take point, Babon and Thaddeus to follow, Farseer at the rear, observing capacity only, of course. All of them just curtly nodded, and then we moved, and we headed for the cargo base and armory. The way would have been lit badly, if it were not for the Harlequin. We followed this bouncing and somersaulting will-o'-the-wisp, and encounters were brief. I would crouch onto one knee and steady my pistol, and then I, Barbon, and Thaddeus would unleash death at them. We got another 4 that way, their numbers rapidly diminishing further. But we knew the next situations would be different. They had thrown the last berserkers at us, you see, to sacrifice them, so those who could control themselves would gain even greater power, the demon using us to cull its herd of the last it considered chaff. We advanced carefully. The corridors to the cargo bay widened and had gangways above, perfect for an ambush. So Barbon pushed forward, and I let him. He is a Astartes. He is built for war. But he was no more deadly than my own escort, not one whit. Barbon now took stock of the bodies of the last we slew at range, and instead reached for his chain sword. We burst into the cargo bay to a vision from one of Thaddeus's textbooks, a graphic one. The heat haze was now obvious. Everyone, even Barbon, sweated. But in the shimmering vapours rising, the reflection of other worlds and images were half ghosted across the mind's eye, a whisper of another way, another future. But amidst the madness of constantly swirling and reconstructing walls and gridded floors, there stood the last of them. Engorged with power, they were malformed and bursting, jets of blood spurting and then dripping from their bodies as their muscles writhed under their skin, which cracked and split. All but one. The petite redhead who stood right there, next to the abomination. She was seemingly untouched, unchanged. Thus, the blatant vessel of evil. Thaddeus just about managed to catch up with me as we both looked on.
That's predictable.
Yep.
Well, I mean, there's no smoke without fire, so it must have detected something in you.
The only way I can respond is to say, hold that thought. And with that, I throw a command at my warrior. Punch me a way through. And he leaps into action and blitzes forward. Like a streak of lightning, he zips towards the enemy and becomes a whirlwind of blades and death when he impacts upon them. 2 go down as he speeds past. Another larger one stops him and feels his wrath. The first score of strikes from the Harlequin does not even properly pierce the hide of the newly augmented horror, but the further 40 strikes in mere seconds shows result. The Harlequin steps back, and the thing just falls apart. He had cut so many times, he had broken it apart, slice by slice. Barbon engaged and slaughtered one opponent with precise but savage blade work, his chainsaw digging deep into the foe. But another came up too fast and body slammed him, then stood atop his chest and pummeled down with his fists. Thaddeus took off the assailant's head with his own blade, but not before Barbon had been struck a rain of blows. Then Thaddeus pulled out Meltilda again, standing over Barbon's body like a faithful hound defending its master. Bit of a turnaround there, but I don't have time to help. I must end this. I pelt towards the obvious centre of the event, the infestation, the girl. She of reeds and drums, the possessed, Santara. She smiles at me as I rush towards her, a look more sultry than any even Ursula has given me. In any other situation, I would have had a hard time trying to avoid the effects. She is striking. And she, or closer to say, the demon, knows it. But that entity has underestimated my resolve. I will not hesitate to strike, even she, the last woman in the universe who knows of my home. I see her eyes narrow as I do not change my pace or expression. And it happens. I am caught in the moment, acting on autopilot. There is no thought, just action. Actions that change my life. Who I am, how I look at myself, what I envisage as my ability. It begins as I feel the sword, its power, its potential. I open myself to it. I do not know why. I feel it all that I have to give, and light erupts from it as never before. I advance, and the blade in my hand has a will of its own. I see it arc in the air, but it does not strike into Santara. It passes only inches from her body. But I witnessed runes and glyphs crumble in its flight through the air surrounding her. I felt a tiny bit of resistance, like the cutting of an umbilical, subtle but present. Now her eyes widen, as if some part of the glamour has been dispelled, yet her face then contorts into a snarl again, as the entity regains control. She darts out with her fingers, aiming at my unprotected eyes. I twist my head a fraction. As she moves so fast, I cannot hope to avoid her sally. Yet, I adjust just enough for her fingers to slam into only my left eye, the metal one. She does a bunny hop backwards and grasps her now broken left hand, as I simply buffet her over with the pommel of my blade. Sprawling as she is, I now stand over her. The Farseer is at my side. He whispers in my mind, Now is the time. Strike! I whip my head around to take stock of the fray. My aide has the last one backed into a corner. Thaddeus has 3 more dead at his feet, as he remains above the only barely conscious Barbon, who is, to my utter surprise, getting to his feet. It is just this one being now. As my aide, the Solitaire, carves a mutated mountain of flesh in front of him into cuts of identical sizes, as he unleashes all of his pent-up fury, pain, suffering, and misery, and within another second, there is only Santara now. I look down on her, but my mind is blank. The blade, Temperance, drags more power from me, through me, from my body and the warp along its edge, and it begins to glow brighter and brighter. I reach out with my mind and state back to the Eldar. Farseer, summon your strongest fields, thy strongest shields. And at that, winds pick up around me, covering the room, building in strength at a staggering speed. Soon, all are placing their feet wide to avoid being blown over, and the light continues to grow. My mouth opens, and words erupt unbidden. I speak. The choices given to me are slay, or suffer the unclean to live. Yet now, I say no more, for I choose the third path. I choose the golden path. And with every word I intone, the light shining from the sword Temperance grew brighter and brighter, and expanded out from the blade, engulfing the entire bay. I am a servant of the Emperor, and in his name I proclaim, get ye hence! Crawl back to your realm of shadow and torture and death! I call upon the power of the master of mankind! I am his conduit! I am his cleansing flame! I am his hammer! As I stand there, feeling the power of eternity using my body, pulling yet more energy from me into the blade, the light now becomes so intense I am blinded, as are all around me. A scream resounds around the room as if torn from 1,000 throats, reverberating, ululating at a pitch impossible for a human to create. And then, it is over. The light simply ends as I let go of the blade and topple backwards. Blackness. I pass out. My mind returns to activity, and I feel a dainty hand caressing my face. My eyes open, and above me are the blank crystalline orbs of the Eldar Farseer. I am spent. I feel as though I've walked 1,000 miles, lifted a battle barge above my head. I am so tired. Used up. My eyes swim to try to gain focus. Never before have I experienced such force, such power being used, even in the presence of my first master, her, the sensei. The Eldar takes my chin in his hand, and his eyes widen as he intones. Glad you could join us. Now, it is time to finish the job. He forces me to look at the girl, Santara. She is asleep on the floor, but whimpering like a wounded animal. I do not want to. But I touch the warp again. But now it is like smoke in my hands. I will my connection to increase and feel pain erupt behind my good eye. I send my spirit into her mind. I am as careful as I can be, but I leave no stone unturned. And there it is. She is free of the taint. Holy Throne. With temperance, I have cleansed her. I push the Eldar off me and slowly rise, unsteady. I draw myself up, and I look him deep in the eye as Thaddeus edges closer. This is the moment. Everything hangs on the next few seconds, and we all know it. No. You heard me. She is now free of the taint. I will not harm her now, and nor will anyone else present. I, Inquisitor Tarquinus, I forbid it. This is how things are going to go down. I will now receive training from the Heart of Fire. Then, under his guidance, I shall clear her mind of all of this. An advanced technique. Alternatively, I have already failed the test right here with this situation, and you will crush my brain where I stand. The Eldar snorts derisively and waves a hand, and I am then introduced to a whole new level of pain. My nose bleeds. Then I fall forward onto my knees, holding my head. He is indeed crushing my brain, squeezing the life out of me. I cannot stop him. I am too weak. My nose is now a river of blood escaping my brain. Thaddeus is a statue. Baldermort takes a rough and unbalanced half-pace forward, but Thaddeus holds his arm. The Eldar leans into my face and whispers, "Is she worth dying for? Losing all of the power, the cause? Is she worth everything?" Through gritted teeth, his face swimming in front of me, as I endure agony as never before, I spit. "Of course not! She is a single woman, but she is a human. My role, my job, my reason is to defend my people from the unclean, the traitor, the never-born." "The Xenos," offers the Eldar. "As my old master once said, the death of a woman is a tragedy, but the deaths of those thousands and even millions of ancestors that could have come from her genes, a calamity for all of humanity. So, Eldar, I will not yield. Do what you must, but end the charade. Decide." And with that, the Eldar turned on his heel. My pain abruptly ends, but the mere memory of it makes me lose my last meal on the floor. I gasped and placed my hands on the deck to steady myself. The bleeding ceased. The retreating Eldar hurled over his shoulder, "Thaddeus, your charge has passed the measuring." And I swore he winked at the old codger. And Thaddeus gasped at air as well. Finally, it is over. But of course for me, it had just begun. Tomorrow I would begin my training with the chief farseer of Craft Anoon, and the exhaustion then claimed me, and I crumpled to the floor again. I woke in the apothecarium, and getting used to this particular scenario, yet I still felt so drained. I gained focus on the one thing of import in the room, the beaming face of Thaddeus. He has sat with me, for Throne only knows how long. And then the words come out. "You tit!
Why didn't we just do the burning light and cleansing flame thing with them all together? He says, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. I feign anger, of course. You arsehole! To dump that guilt on me, like I knew what was going to happen. You had no idea at all? None. Zero. His face drops. He looks at me intently. Did you contact with the divine? His eyes are wide and open, but glistening. And I see it. He is jealous. God forgive me. I see envy in his eyes. No. I channeled righteous wrath alone. One you helped instill in me, Ma. Thaddeus. He returns to normal and nods sagely. Well, let's hope there are plenty of light shows to come. We're going to need everyone, I'd wager. Things are going to get rough. Did you just say get rough? Oh, yes, much, much worse. And it's time we discussed why. Or more to put it, whom. The Gathering. I stand in a place that is not a place, a time that is not a time. I exist, I think, I feel, but I cannot sense, I cannot touch. I do not feel the winds in my hair, my face, despite it feeling as though I am right in the eye of a hurricane. I am not in my body any longer. I am in the elsewhere. I am in the beyond. I am in the warp. From where we are, it flows out from beneath. It is all around, yet our perception is moved to a place that permits us to see all of it at once. A complex thing to explain. Some things must be experienced. As I say so often about this subject, the immaterium, it defies words, but I shall try. I see the river of souls as one stream. It moves fast and frantically, but it does not all move in one direction. Some substreams amidst the waters run backwards. Some are swirls that are self-contained, their beginning also their end. Some of these patterns, these segments of time and existence that are locked, they flow inside the river, but they do not move. Others are static points that the river crashes around, but never penetrate nor create motion of their own. Like black holes in space, they sit there, consuming all around them, yet not growing or shrinking. The river is that which was, that which is, and that which is yet to come. I know this. I have seen this before. My first tutor taught me this much, opened my third eye to the possibilities, wonder and horror of the dark realms. Yet, this is different somehow. We stand in a position that is different to any I have ever been in before. Always, I observe the river as a part of it, inside it. Images and feelings, memories and hypotheticals, all dancing across my vision, my very soul, as there is no difference between them here. So much again, she taught me. This is a realm of thought and feeling, a mere reflection of the deeds performed in our own reality, a twisted mirror reflection of the universe my body inhabits. But I know that my mind and soul have always resided in this realm. I thought once that I was a normal human, a baseline, as some call them. To many that is a compliment, meaning that one is genetically pure. To others, it is an insult, that they are somehow wrong by simply being different. Alas, in this universe, one with laughing, slathering dark entities with the powers of gods, it is lamentably the truth. The strangers to be feared, be it of thought, form, or action. The unnatural is to be destroyed. For inside each of my kind, we psychers, we mutants, is a pathway to damnation writ into our very DNA. If a normal human were to fall to chaos, it would be a choice, a decision, usually a slow and steady cycle of degradation and degeneration that can take years to slide down. Yet, for my kind, it is merely the loss of control, a lack of concentration, for even an instant, and we are lost. For we can hear the siren song of terrible honeyed words being dropped into our ears, our very minds and souls. For we can see the things that wait in the dark behind the veil. We can feel their enmity, their hunger. We can see their twisted forms and unhinged mockery of reality. One who can touch the warp can perceive the other realm. Like me, they are called psychers. We are rare, but not as rare as we once were. For the universe itself has changed, and recently. And the walls between reality and eternity are now thinner than they have ever been, or so we are led to believe. And when I say we, I mean humanity. It is the 41st millennium. It is a time of fire and blood. Kill or be killed. For our race has undergone a psychic awakening, and now more of us are born as mutant psychers than ever before. And nobody is ready for it. Nobody. But, as my new tutor has clarified, it is not just humanity. It is not just we psychers. It is everywhere and everything that has been affected. I stand in the realm of the immaterium, looking down at it all at once. Yet I am not alone. I have been brought to this place to learn. I am the first of my kind, perhaps, the first to receive this singular honor. For I am being instructed by Tan Irinade of Craftworld Noon. I am being taught the arts of psycho-warfare by Farsi of the Eldari. It is said that no other race has even come close to the skill, power, and knowledge of the Eldar in this domain. They are the best, without doubt. Hence, I am to be one of the most skilled and powerful human psychers that has ever existed. Also, both Thaddeus and the Farsi have stated. I have learnt much from him already. The first thing he taught me was building on my lessons from my previous instructor, the ability to hide myself, to suppress my own spark, my light in the darkness. I learnt how to shroud my very soul. It will not work against the most powerful and cunning or perceptive of the denizens of this realm, but if we keep our distance from such beings, and where they abode, well, I should be much better protected than before. I should be near invisible to the base monstrosities who make their residence in this realm. Most of them. Each day I wake, and he is there, standing above my body, watching me. Disconcerting at first, I assure you, especially as I locked my doors and have wards and alarms set. He glided through it all like it was nothing, a minor display of power, an unsubtle declaration to my subconscious mind that he has authority. It works, of course. Damn him. Despite me knowing exactly what he is doing and why, when I open my eyes and he is there, I sort of imprint on him each morning. For the first few hours, I am compliant to his direction, without even thinking. I just react to his orders. This has been helpful in more than one situation. It has been a good few weeks now. I have learnt so much so swiftly. I am mentally exhausted after every single session, which of course is daily. He has bemoaned it many a time. Oh, the training should take decades. It should not be rushed. I am a child with the keys to the universe and the very weapons to destroy it. Yet, he continues, an oath is an oath, as they say. But he makes sure I am aware of how deeply privileged I am. He pushes me even harder than my first trainer. She was practically kind in comparison. Not that I knew it then, of course. But I am keeping up, I think. And here we are, somehow looking at the warp as if it were a river, above it, yet part of it, able to see it stretch back into antiquity, push forward into a future so distant, I cannot even conceive of what my race will be at that point. And so, he begins. From here, we can see the course of time as it is reflected in our minds. But this is a vision of the warp that is both useful, but also sad and pathetic. For we are merely framing things in our minds, so that we can understand that which is beyond understanding to your kind. I do not see a river, but I know that you do. For time occurs at all points in this realm. The birth of your first ancestor is as relevant now as the final breath of your last successor. Everything is one. And this is the cause of the issue. For once this realm was a paradise, a safe haven and source of wisdom and peace. But we changed it, all of us. We besmirched this holy place with wars and lust and destruction. We, all of us sentient beings, are to blame for this tragedy. And so, that which once gave us succor is now a place of pain and terror. Each act of tyranny, violence, and hate increases its darkness. But it is one, and we must be aware of it and respect the threat. It is the difference between how a human psyche and an Eldar interact with this realm that makes all the difference. Since the waking of the Dark Gods, the realm has been our enemy, as much as it was once our birthright. Your kind can never know the sorrow we feel towards this state of affairs. You have come to a dark house, and accepted it was always thus. It is to be feared, you know at least, but it is different for us. For once, we Eldari would exist here for ages uncounted before reincarnated back into a corporeal realm. That our souls are not ready, will never be accustomed to what has happened to our spiritual womb. So, we have had to alter the way we interact with the immaterium, and this is what we shall discuss today. The ways in which we have devised to interact with the void without it claiming us. The warp is now a thing of corruption. It is a sword with two edges, for to wield it is to invite it into your heart, and in no time at all it will end in wielding you instead, as it has done to every last practitioner of your race, bar perhaps only one, the Child Seer, your Emperor of Mankind. How is this done? How do we unsheath the sword without it cutting us? As a Marine will tell you about swords, it is all down to grip and stance. For we Eldari do not haplessly lunge out with spiritual hands and gather the mire into them unprotected. We do not act as potters without protection from its innate corrupting effects. To draw upon the power of the warp is to draw it into yourself, as all Monkey psychers do. The more you swallow at once, the deeper you drink of this poison. The faster will it rot and twist your very soul. So, if you must ever drink, do so sparingly, and only to the absolute minimum required for the effect you wish. It is why your psychers believe they are mighty, mightier even than we Eldari. They drink to the point of drowning and vomit up boisterous showy power, never admitting that this is a false act. Some say the humans shout their power, but no few words, that we Eldari are swiftly spoken, yet no entire lexicons of power. Yet this is not the entirety of the situation. It never was. It is because we know what we do. We know the cost, and thus we only use that which is required. It is a stark difference between the short-lived and the divine. If your kind had our longevity, if humanity were near immortal, then inexorably all of your kind, all of you psychers, would fall eventually. We cannot give even slithers of ourselves away so rashly, for by dint of our length of life alone, we have far greater opportunity to be left a shadow of ourselves as time marches forward. Thus, we make sure that we only use that which is required. But even then, we do not grasp the power of the warp directly. Would you put your hand into a forge to collect molten ores to work? Nay, not even your kind are that foolish. You would use receptacles and gloves at the very least. And so it is with the way we use the warp. We try never to harness its power directly. Where the body uses physical protection, so must we the mind, and like gloves formed by cloth or steel, we create shielding for our heart and soul. We call them the runes of power. These are structures, thoughts, feelings, memories, mantras and matrices that create symbols that contain the power of the warp. It is drawn into them and forms a proxy layer between our souls and it. We draw the power into them, not through them. For there is no cleaning the power of the sea of souls. Not now. Perhaps never. So think of these things as reservoirs of power. Like a collection of water that can be used, but that which you would never imbibe yourself. By the use of the correct runes, in the correct order, the powers of the warp can be actualized and deployed as you see fit, but it must always be with the care and attention of a fine smith. An artisan, no matter how skillful, will end his days swiftly if he were to lose his balance before a forge, to topple in and be ended. And thus it is with the fires you will use to forge the realization of your imagination. You, like the smith, must be ever wary of your charge, your materials. You must be more terrified of the tools you use than any who you display them to, any you unleash them upon. This is a lesson I would usually leave the initiate to ponder for a full cycle. For the information, the understanding, to not be known, but to be felt. To be incorporated into every action of every day. To become a part of the walk and their every breath, their every meal, their every dream or flight of fancy. Control. Without it, we are nothing more than animals, and without it, we are doomed to become base tools of the dark powers. You must not just know this lesson to your very core, you must exemplify it, for you are not Eldar. You have been robbed of that virtue. not just of talent, beauty of mind, body and soul, but of the decades and centuries we take to learn this most formidable of all building blocks. For the Eldar are forced to take a path, and this is more than any human job or vocation. This is an all-consuming role, hobby, goal, passion, an entire reason to live. Although these paths, these roles may change in time, it is usually when one has perfected their art, have nothing more to learn, and then move on to the next path that attracts their soul. It is a way of being, and the path defines every action, interaction, activity, or even dream. The Eldar are near omni-talented, so to constrain ourselves to but one thing, one path, is to experience a need for control so overwhelming that its depths are near impossible for a non-Eldar to even understand. But perhaps you can. But it means that any who progress to the path of the Warlock, the practitioner of the warp, especially in the arts of war, is not permitted until an Eldar has walked many a path before. Most often, it is the warrior lodges of our people, the aspect of Cain, that draw an Eldar to the path of the Warlock. But no matter their previous paths, they have this level of control ingrained into their very being. They are used to the control. You are not. So, this is why a human cannot be taught by an Eldar in these ways. For our structures and progression are designed for us. If we were to do things in the usual way, your tuition would not be concluded before you expired. Oh, I realize that some of your people get thrown into a false fountain of youth, a rejuvenated time and again. Even so, to be a Farseer, the senior step in the path to the Warlock, would be beyond even those macabre elongations of your longevity. So, we have never attempted this before, not purely because of our natural differences to humans, but because of the constraints of your pitifully short lives. And of course, one does not put a weapon of this power in the hand of a child. I trust that my candor will not irk you overly. Some things just are. I see no reason to sugarcoat them for you. So, you will be taught in this place, where time has no meaning, and I can prevail on your timid soul to blossom. But in this regard, for this matter, this first real step into the ways of the Warlock, you will meditate. When next we meet here, you will display that you have understood my warnings, have heeded me. Thus, you will sacrifice one thing to me, and you will give it to me now. The Eldar does not wish me to give of material goods, possessions, or cherished keepsakes. He wants me to sacrifice something I enjoy, to show I can do this. His gaze is piercing. Here he is like a pillar of fire, a being of pure rage and power, yet delicate and graceful, like sunbeams on a wintry lake, but with all of the potence and malevolence of a burning star. I search my soul. I have so little left. I have my calling. I have my rank. I have my power. I have my weaponry. But he does not want any of that. He wants that which I love the most. Damn him. I match his stare as I have found it. Meat, I state boldly. From this day forth, no flesh of animal will touch my lips, no blood of a living being will pass my tongue. He looks to sneer at me, but I feel the gossamer caress of his mind inside my own. He reads me. He knows how much I adore to eat meat, How I look forward to being near an agri-world in surfeit of groks. The dainties of all kinds I consumed while toasted at the captain's table on our way to that fated encounter where I met the solitaire. He then sniffs and nods curtly. It is enough. Perhaps only because he knows Thaddeus has gained so much for our trip, our holy quest. While all others rejoice at the repasts, I will dine on twigs and leaves. Ugh. It is not nothing. I must now be aware of the ingredient to every meal, the method of creation of every liquid or snack. A change in my entire existence. For this thing that gave me pleasure, one of few that remain, it is really the sacrifice of another stressless activity, now burdened with ritual. But he looks at me through thinned eyes, for he knows that this particular response, this sacrifice on his altar, was very well crafted indeed. It was my test for him as well, for there is also an obligation from teacher to pupil, that he must make an effort to learn about me also, so he can judge if I am passing or failing. And now, his honor is in question. For he has agreed to train me. It behooves him to be as swift as possible. That way, he can return to his rightful place as a leader of his people. But also, he must make sure that I do not reflect poorly on him. So, his need is as great as my own now, and he cannot merely walk away. He is trapped by the rigor of the measuring, for to leave would be to admit that he was wrong in his estimation of me. And the Farseer has also sworn to do battle with he who we hunt. He has a score to settle, from the sound of it, more than most who are now gathering. For this is why we meander around seemingly aimlessly now. We are waiting for the others to arrive. I digress. The elder Farseer knows that I propose to stop eating meat as not merely a test, but also as an olive branch of my own. For the Eldar do not eat flesh, cooked or no. So by doing this, I profess to become more like them, more like him. It is my signal to the Eldar that I understand that to learn from him means to permit my perception to stray into that of their kind. I must, at least for the time being, begin to think like an Eldar, or at least be capable of it. A pale and shallow imitation of their ability, perhaps, certainly from how they tout themselves. But I show my willingness to change, to bend, to be flexible. So I am showing respect to him, as a guide on my own unique path, so to put it. And that is why I accepted my offer. I had thought he would expect far more, but then I fully expect there to be more such tests, more such changes that will affect my life, more sacrifices. So I hold back those things which are dearest to me, my friendships, my harmless infatuations, my hopes and dreams. All of these things could have been requested, but I shall hold them tight. For I have given nearly all to my role. There is nothing more I have to give, except to make good on that which I have lost. To now make others, the enemy, reap the whirlwind that they have made. For there can be no doubt that there is a hand in my past, my present, perhaps my future. For me to be a talented psyker of such power, to be found as the Thaddeus passed by after a failed attempt to stop a rite. Coincidences that are far too coincidental. But back to the moment. Satisfied, the Farseer now guides us back to our bodies. I follow my silver cord. I am careful and steady. He waits for me at each moment, making sure I can follow. We return to our bodies, and I open my eyes and take in an expansive breath of air. I fill my lungs to bursting, holding on for a moment, before slowly releasing my breath. I twiddle my fingers and slowly move every muscle in my body. I do as I have been instructed over the days of tuition, for one must be fully reattached to one's form, must be aware of it and tethered. For sometimes those who quest amidst inner space can be shocked out of their bodies if they do not fully awake inside them, forever being only slightly attached. The body can even deteriorate then. The sinew is commanded by the soul and the mind. They must always be one if the path of the warlock is to be survived. And I find, as I rise from the ground, I subconsciously make the sign of the Aquila. I whispered a barely audible prayer. Words and movements from a different life when I was young. I believed so much then. When I was a child, I used to believe the Emperor himself watched over my dreams. I was so devout. I would dream that he was talking to me, that his golden light surrounded me, as I heard him whispering softly, and only to me. When did that stop? When did I lose my faith? Or we all say we believe in the Emperor, but most often these are just words. So many think that believing is the right thing, so they ape the effect. They positively beam with righteousness, but they are also all too willing to inform people of their pious devotion. And that is when you know it is a lie, when they have to shout about it. I bow deeply to the farseer that I make for my quarters. I have stashes of things that I need to dispose of. Food, stuffs. I am still young, and I get peckish something fierce some nights. But as I trudge there, I lose myself in my thoughts again, keeping only one mental eye open in case of Devlin or Louis. Thus do I head to my next destination. For I like to check in on my ward every day. It should be more, but I still find it hard, seeing her, being unable to help her. It will come, but the time is not being kind to her, for she remembers the touch of evil. She recalls the things she witnessed while in its thrall. I walk to where we are keeping Santara under lock and key, for I cannot say that she is free to move around the ship. I did try that, much to the obvious incredulity of Thaddeus, but he let me make my own mistakes. I left her alone for only a moment, and she dove on a knife. She had it swinging towards her neck as I re-entered the room. I paralyzed her with the power of my mind. I hated doing it, affecting her again, robbing her of her free will again. But I would not let her take that which had been saved, not by me, but by that which moved through me. He wanted her alive, or at least, this is what I tell myself. I could be deluded, I could be the only reason she is here, but I do not feel it is so. I took the blade from her, and she howled like a wounded animal, and crumpled into a ball when I let go of her mind. I could have wept. Her pleas for death were so heartfelt, so earnest. She said she could not take the weight, the crushing pressure of being the last of our people, the things she witnessed. It is driving her insane, and I cannot help her, not yet, not fully. So I sedated her then. But I did speak with her the next day. She has moments where she seems to keep it together, but I know this is an act, a veil she is putting up, waiting for any opportunity to end it all. so I had to tell her the truth. I softly spoke to her, but I had steel in my voice also. She is shattered. I must not only be her carer, but her father figure, for am I not the head man of our people? The last head man of our people. She needs my strength now, and I told her. She is not ready. For she does not love the Emperor. She would not go to him if she ended her life. I revealed that she would be consumed by those monsters she feared, that she would be merely a morsel for that which exists after death. She said in that case, she would live forever. I countered that this was a fool's errand, and likely to be the pathway to her ultimate demise. She nodded. She thought. Then she said she would live until she had learnt to forgive the Emperor, for he was the one who permitted it all to happen. I understood, of course. How could I not? It was hard, but I had to again state the truth, that it was not he who had failed us, but we who had failed him. We let evil arise on our world. We let it grow. We did nothing. I told Santara that he was always ready to forgive her. But firstly, she had to forgive herself, and then to allow him back into her heart. It all started and ended with her. I asked her to think on it, and she did. It gave her some centre, but it was always fleeting. She would talk with me, but no others. Not Devrin, not Barbon. The Xenos did not even try. I asked Ursula to attempt to form a bond with her, but strangely she refused. Ursula walked away muttering something along the lines of, "I wonder if you would spend so much time and care if he were a male, and an older one at that." Utterly bemusing. I had thought Ursula was being hard for no reason, yet considering her own plight, perhaps she would not be the best person to watch over Santara. Perhaps she was unwilling to form a friendship with one she considered broken, one Ursula would inevitably see die of madness or sadness. I tried not to take it personally. I considered it more a condemnation of my skills rather than a rejection of the girl, and that is how I choose to see it. I know there can be other nuances, but that is beneath either of us to even consider. We are in the service of the Emperor. Pettiness is beneath us all, but it did distract me. While mulling this all over, my feet took me to another place, somewhere in the ship that I never go. It has been passing strange, for since I received Temperance, the blade, since I first used it and pushed my power through it, I have felt different. A subtle change, but a fundamental one. I would not say I felt destined, but now I do not feel alone anymore. Oh, I adore Thaddeus. I always will. Thus is also true of Ursula and Devrin. But I have felt alone for a long time. My world was taken from me. Not just my family, my friends, not some, but everyone I ever knew, ever met, ever touched, ever smiled at. Everyone I knew is now dead. My future on that world is over. My youth and naivety stripped from me the instant that thing, the demon, took a hold of my form. Yet, here I am. I look up and see the door. I know the time. I did not think I would be welcome, but I now find I must do this. And I press my palm on the door chime, and it is opened swiftly, and there he is. In some moments, like now, I understand the fear when I am not prepared. I fully acknowledge that transhuman dread is no laughing matter. I do not experience it usually, but just every now and again it can almost arise. For there he is, a space marine, an Astartes, an angel of death. Yet I am always prepared to see him in his hulking armor. Somehow, now it is worse. For he is stripped to the waist. He is wearing loose-fitting trousers, baggy, soft. A gift, obviously, for Barbon would never purchase such an item. But he does wear it. His hair is slicked back, tied with a white diadem, a piece of cloth to the uninitiated. An incense is burning. He is about to begin. I do not know why or how, but today I do not feel as though I am an interloper. I am meant to be here, with him, in this place. I look up. I have to crane my head to make eye contact, and he is grimacing. "You are aware of the time, Inquisitor," says Barbon. "I am indeed, Barbon. I do not wish to delay you." "Then," says he, almost confused, "I ask that I be permitted to join you." The furrowed brow of Barbon deepens for a moment. Then he becomes calm. He bows his head to me as he steps backwards, sweeping his hand out as an invitation. I cross the threshold. I walk inside, and he closes the door behind me. He leads me before an icon of the Emperor. I do not wait. I know what to do. I kneel. And for the life of me, I can see it now. As Barbon takes out the holiest of his possessions and reads the blessing of the day, and his deep voice goes stentorian, I repeat each line as we give thanks. And then he sings. I cannot believe it. As I said, I can see it now. He is not just a thing of death. He is a magical thing, a holy thing, a creation of our God. He is an angel. And my mouth opens as I join him, and we both sing the praises of the God Emperor of mankind. When we are done, I see something miraculous. Barbon smiles down at me, and I feel lighter. I smile back, and he beams all the more. It is a private moment, a personal moment. We, of all those aboard, we have felt him, and we both know it. We are not better than the others, not at all, but we know something we can never explain to them. He, Barbon, was a champion of the Emperor. When I drew and used temperance, when I burned the possession out of Santara, when I purged the unclean, I lied to Thaddeus. I thought I had to. Because I did. I felt him. The presence of the Emperor. I felt the hand of God on my shoulder, aiming me in the right direction, guiding me down my path, suffusing me with his light. And then, as we both quietly walked to the door, we both returned to normal. He the towering Astartes, me the Inquisitor. We incline our heads to one another as I leave. And he says, almost in a whisper, "Will you return?" I turn to him and look deep in his eye. Every day that I am able. No smile, merely a nod of understanding. And I am back to reality. I needed that. To feel clean again. I do not despise the Xenos as some do, but I do not trust them. The Eldar are liars one and all. They can be allies, but only of convenience. Usually theirs. And to think like one of them, even to attempt such a thing. Ugh. I needed to feel one with my people again. And I now have this yearning. Since that day, that act, I wish to give him praise. For surely, without the Emperor, I would be dead. Santara would be a demon, our group charred and picked over, our race eventually slaves on fodder, chattel for thirsting gods. I know he exists. I know he was a man, but now I believe he is more than this. I have it back now. The one thing I lacked. Not power, confidence, skill, or patience. I will develop all of those in good time. I needed this. My faith. And it hath returned. I feel as light as a feather as I walk to my quarters. I sleep the sleep of the just that night. For my Lord watches over me. For yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, ever again, for he is with me, and I am his hammer. I meditate for most of the rest of the day. I eat sparingly, being careful to ask what has been made, what was used. Ursula looks at me with stinging eyes, as this is the first time I have ever questioned the contents of my supper. She tuts and bustles as she glares at me, listing off her secrets. And I have to avoid 2 dishes, plumping for the one I thought to be pure. Oh, I do love them. I've not exactly ingratiated myself to her today. I can only hope she notes the same questions will be asked with each repast. Or not. That is no longer my concern, really. I do not wish to offend her without due cause, but her offence, if it does exist, is not my issue to control. Another day passes, awoken by the eerily crystallizing eyes of the Eldar. Another eternity in the ether. Then on to the day. I join Barbon and feel washed clean again. But we are both somewhat shocked when he opens the hatch, and there he is. There is Thaddeus, standing in his power armor buffed to a shine. And he has a serious look on his face, no matter the jauntiness of his professed demeanour. "Glad I caught you both at the same time. 2 birds and all that," says Thaddeus. Barbon looks slightly put out, but he hides it well. It is the knowledge that Thaddeus knows of our little prayer meetings. Yet all is well. Thaddeus does not throw bombs. About this, he would not dare. Not even he would goad the Black Templar in his faith. For it was a faith he too shared. All of us do. Yet his, like Ursula's and Devlin's, was personal. A moment between them and their lord. Something sacred diminished by the sharing. "Okay, chaps, it's showtime," says Thaddeus. Barbon nods. I am still blissfully unaware of what he means, displaying this with a deep shrug and extending my hands outwards in a clear, "Well, fill me in then," kind of display. "Right. We've been through this. We're about to meet with the others. Well, most of them anyway, are allies to the hunt.
Oh, yes.
Other tradition members?
Right again.
Then why are you and Barbon looking like we're about to go to a wake? Barbon rolls his eyes and walks back to begin putting on his armour.
We've discussed this, Inquisitor Tarquinus. Do you need a moment to recall the details?
He says with a look that would only be more condemnatory if we were wearing spectacles looking down them at me. No, I recall. We will not know if these other Inquisitors have been turned. This is the deadliest moment, when we take stock of them, and they return the favour.
And if either side don't like what they see? What then, Tarquinus?
I fire a spray of bolt shots, attempt to shut down the minds of their heaviest hitters, while drawing temperance and charging them. Or I take cover, if they bring forces so resilient as to rebuff my powers. Am I close? Thaddeus beams at me, but the mirth is not reflected in his eyes.
Top of the class again. You know, I think keeping you about may have been a good decision. Ha ha. Don't make me regret it, says Thaddeus.
No. I shall not. I take it our guests will not be present?
Guest,
shoots back Thaddeus.
The Heart of Fire will not be involved, but I would bring your entourage just in case. Because if you get yourself killed while he is not around, well, he may end up chasing you into the warp to exact vengeance. Never toy with the loyalty of a harlequin. Ever. More to the point, if things go tits up, then we will need every advantage we can get. So, literally, every hand on deck. Also, to be fair, I haven't told you yet, but we are about to be working with some, people that you may not know about. One is Ordo Xenos, the other, well, have you ever heard of abhumans?
Oh, yes. We had some beastmen visit from the System 1 over sometimes, but we never got near them, really. They looked a bit, well, odd.
Well, this particular posse of pals is from a substrain of humanity known as Homo sapiens rotundus. But for the love of the Emperor, do not go round calling them that. They like to be called kin, so address them as such. And calling them abhumans may not be the best move either. In fact, around them, well, just keep your mouth shut until you know the lay of the land, eh?
So pretty much the same with the Eldar.
Shall we just call this a regular standing order, Thaddeus? To be honest, it's not the worst idea you've ever had.
Wait a minute. Homo rotundus?
Squats!
You are not going to suggest we work with Arnhard again?
Karl Hivor Arnhard had a lot on his plate at Beringer 5. I see it more of a slip than a character trait.
Thaddeus, rumbled Barbon.
Look, we're going to need more muscle, and after Beringer, he and his hold are hungry for some payback. Their hate of our quarry should more than eclipse any other concern.
Should. Should is the best you can do, said Barbon.
Barbon, old chum, this is one of those times when you say, yes, Thaddeus, and we move on. Understood?
Yes, Thaddeus. But if they so much as look at us funny, I am taking heads this time.
And I am relying on that, old friend. I am relying on it.
This does not sound good.
It's all water under the bridge. We've a bastard to hunt. And Karl Arnhard brings something we desperately need to the table.
Which is?
An army of very angry, very aggressive wee buggers who are absolutely above suspicion. They also have technical skills we do not.
I've got to admit, I had wondered why you have no priest of Mars in your comet.
I find them creepy. All that binaric screeching, floating about with metal bits where they shouldn't be. Weirdos.
Well, I guess that explains that then. Barbon snorted derisively.
Ha!
Next you'll be inviting Perseus, snapped Barbon.
Oh no,
We don't need that level of attention. Well, not yet anyway." At that, the Marine gawped at the old Inquisitor, then threw his hands over his head in consternation, and returned to putting on his power armor, which he did loudly, with much bashing around, as he did as the old man expected. Thaddeus looked at me and rolled his eyes comically, then threw his hand over my shoulder as we walked. "Now, you, my lad, are about to see something that has not happened in a very long time. A gathering. There will be 2 of our colleagues in this prong." "This prong?" "Boy, when I say this man is a bastard, I am not exaggerating. We will get this done, or we will all die trying. Do you understand?" said he. Then, becoming instantly chirpy, "Now, let's go check on Ursula." "Why, specifically?" "Well, I want to see if she has killed Devrin yet." "I am baffled. Help me out here." "Oh, of course. I forgot you weren't there when we discussed it. Busy with your training. How is that going, by the way?" "It's hard, but I am taking it as much as I can as fast as I can." "Indeed." "Of course, I know you are doing well." "How so?" "Because your Eldar tutor hasn't been whining or laughing at how bad you are at it. In fact, he's about as quiet as an underhiver when the Arbites come calling." "Which means I am doing well, then?" "You bet your ass you are. But don't slack off. I want that Eldar to remain quiet. He's so grating when he's gloating." "Ursula?" "Oh, yes. I asked her to prepare the banquet." "Banquet?" Inside, I think of all the foods I will not be able to consume. "Oh, yes. Team building happens in a million tiny ways. One of the most subtle and overlooked, yet most important, is to eat together. So that is what we are all going to be doing." "So why are we checking on Ursula? She's nearly as good a cook as Barbon." "Because I asked Devrin and his boys to help out. So if we find a trail of jungle fighters with their heads twisted off, we back away and we call it all off. Ursula has been rather testy of late." He eyes me up. "I hope there isn't any issues I have not been made aware of betwixt the 2 of you?" "Holy throne, no. Not from my end." "Joy. Oh, by the way, boy, hell hath no fury." "What does that even mean?" "Oh, you'll figure it out in time." And at that we walked on. In less than 2 standard hours, they will be here, and then we begin our quest. It turns out that we need not have feared. We both step into the main galley, and Thaddeus is beaming again. Nobody has noticed us, as they are so incredibly busy. I nod in appreciation as I look on. Ursula is walking the boards. The 8 Kachans all have white shirts on, which has to be the first time I've seen all of them covered at the same time, if I am honest. Their insistence to drag off their tops and stride around the place half in a buff. Oh, I have nothing to worry about in the cut department. My body is a weapon. I sharpen it to a razor's edge. Regular sparring with Barbon, weights and cardio, boxing with the boys, meaning Devlin's friends. I hold my own. It's just that they make the place look like a pleasure palace, wandering about stinking of sweat, gun oil, and all half naked. And it distracts Ursula a bit too much as well, most of the time. But seeing them all with bandanas covering their hair, not dancing to her tune, never that. They are Katajan jungle fighters, some of the hardest men who have ever lived, ever. But they are organized, disciplined, and directed. It is their duty to get the meal done as best they can, which means to them, this is as much a battlefield as any other, because such men are competitive. And if they are going to cook, well, it's going to be the best thing you have ever tasted, or it'll be simple chunks of grox over an open fire. Nothing in between. They clocked us all right, of course they did, but did not think us a threat, so ignored us. And Ursula is in her element indeed. No shouting, just firm statements that give no leeway for argument or negotiation. I never realized she had the presence for leading, but then, with Barbara and Thaddeus about, she doesn't exactly get much of a chance. Good to know. And so, Thaddeus and I just wink at one another and back out. I then jog to my own rooms and hastily start to don my power armor, and within half an hour I am heading out again, righteously tooled up, as Devlin would say. I have my enhanced power armor with psychic hood, with additional stim healing packs, my personal master-crafted bolter, the blade Temperance, with my icon, which is a refraction field, the 2 rings given to me by Louis, one for burning, one to be used only in dire need. I have my deck of tarot in my power-armoured bandana of everything-proof pouches, wherein is also my assortment of holy tinctures, waters, oils, and other icons, clips for the bolter, a drink and a nibble that I have discarded as it is dried meat. Ugh. Perhaps it should have been sorting myself out instead. Oh well, I made the right decision at the time. Second-guessing myself is wasted effort. And I catch my own reflection in the mirror as I reach the door to my room. And there he is. Not the Agri-World survivor, not the understudy. I see Inquisitor Tarquinus. I nod curtly to my visage. We are ready, and I turn my mind on in near every respect. From this point onwards, I am aware. My mind precedes me, my senses open to every scuff on the wall, every mote of dust. I am activated. I find Thaddeus on the bridge, of course. The vessels we scanned earlier are making their way from the Mandeville Point, 2 of them. One is a frigate-sized vessel, the other a more modest trader. But one does not have to have auspex to know that this is not the whole truth. I'd wager either of these ships packs a punch, because ours certainly does. Yet, when they are nearly upon us, a rent opens a little too close for comfort, as a huge vessel comes out of the tear into the warp. Alarms lit up, but Thaddeus calmed the instant we gained readings. Glyphs and ident chevrons I had never seen blazed across the screens. Thaddeus looked like the gyrinx that had gotten the cream when it was confirmed. Easily as big as some cruisers, well, the ones I witnessed at Macragge anyway. It is imposing to say the least. It slows as do the other 2 ships. The fingers of Thaddeus dance across a screen, sending out ancient ciphers, old codes, and each comes back to his satisfaction. Scans are performed anyway, especially when all 3 vessels send out small transports. The delegates that we are to meet. All of the scans come back clear. It is showtime. We head to the hangar with the others converging there too, but only entourage. Devlin's friends are not present. The Farseer is not present. Just us. Barbon, of course, is also tooled up, his armor polished to within an inch of its existence. Ursula is transformed. She now wears her most regal laces again, as she did when we took on the Eldar. Alluring. Beautiful. Devlin is in his best fatigues, but the flaps on his pistols and knife are open. He can draw and fire or unsheath and hurl faster than any but the enhanced or Xenos, so in this company he is quite slow, but to anyone else he is lightning death. Even Louis, the Jacquero. He now stands in what can only be described as something approximating power armor of his own, and clearly of his own devising. It seems that the tag he got in the leg when we picked up Devlin had spurred him to more technological brilliance. He has a simple clear dome over his head when he wants, annoying the living hell out of Barbon as he stands next to him, but opens and closes his dome headpiece incessantly, while looking up at Barbon with that mad toothy grin. The Astartes has rolled his eyes, of course, but otherwise is simply ignoring him. Alas, Louis is not giving up, but then it does cut the tension a little. And Thaddeus, he is there with his power armor on also, but over his shoulders he has a cape of fine blues and deep purples. I have never seen this item before. It completes his ensemble perfectly. He really does look the part today. He looks every inch the ancient warrior, ready to slay in the name of the Emperor. Of course, I stand slightly to one side, with my own escort next to me, a good 4 paces away from me, for obvious reasons, behind and slightly to the right. He has all the space he needs to perform his role. He is a dancer of Segara, a damned soul. Merely appearing with him could kick things off, but then there's little point in attempting to hide his existence. Better to start with all cards on the table, well, most. Thaddeus still has Divrin's squad on standby in an adjacent room, just in case. The 2 smaller transports come in at the same time, almost in unison, pushing through the atmospheric shielding and into the ship itself. And again, they land precisely in unison. The pilots somehow not wanting to be outdone by one another, perhaps. Who can tell? But this is the moment. I can see all tense. All of us. If anything is about to go down, it will start right now. Yet both ramps come down slowly, one from each ship. Not blasted down, as one would in a combat drop. And this is a good sign at the least. The first to touch down to the ground elicits the opening of the transport doors, and there stand 2 slab-shield Ogryn. Huge beasts, with what seem crude but sturdy shields that are about as large as a man. So much so that we cannot see anyone behind them. Barbon's left leg shuffles forward an inch. He is preparing to go into firing stance. Few would notice this. He is so swift, so silent. But I am aware. I can also see the many feet beneath the slab shields, but when nothing comes towards the party, they begin to walk down the ramp. And we can see the others around one figure none can make out. A tall woman with a hard face, white hair and power armor. She is a sister of battle, nothing surer. Next to her is yet another with a shield, almost as if we were covering the rear of the Inquisitor in their midst. He is wearing shining armor, carrying a power sword at his side, and in amongst them I can hear the cogs of a metallic set of limbs moving. This has to be one of the Martian priesthood. Yet when they all get to the bottom of the ramp, they take 3 more paces. Then the 2 Ogryn step sideways, and we can see them all clearly now. And there he is. Quite a diminutive and lithe chap, himself in power armor. Inquisitor Saulot. The Ogryn do not move, but the rest fan out to their sides. Yes, a sister of battle, a crusader with the shield, a tech marine of the Mechanicus, and some form of scribe. At the least, he wears the robes of the Administratum. The small face of Saulot brightens as he sees Thaddeus for the first time, who is wearing a huge toothy grin of his own. The Inquisitors may well appear more relaxed, but none of the rest of us are. I'll get into that in a second, for this is when the other ramp hits down and their doors open. And the difference in styles is instantly manifest, for there she is, Inquisitor Vermilia, right at the head, flanked by 2 space marines, one in the colours of the Raven Guard, one in those of the Blood Spears. Both helmed, as is Barbon, but the Blood Spear is a Primaris. He is much larger. Vermilia holds the reins of 3 huge cyber mastiffs that growl and pull on the leash as she walks them forward. They pull it taut, but there is no real pressure. The dogs show their teeth, but do not even dare to disobey their obvious master. Behind those 3 walk a plain man in a simple bodysuit, yet I find I cannot look at him for long. I cannot keep him in eye. always being aware of him, but I do not wish to meet his gaze. There is simply deeply wrong with him. Deeply. With him comes an even smaller man, with big, hairy, bootless feet, and a long rifle in his hands. Homo sapiens minimus. A ratling. And a rather wizened one, by the silver in his side chops, and the cloud-like puff of white hair on his head. Lastly, a young man. Perhaps my own age, perhaps younger. He looks almost timidly around, like the sort of person who always makes a beeline for pets or war plants in a party. He wears an icon or so, but not a full one. So, he is the understudy, Castero. For this is Inquisitor Vermilia. One of the most deadly women in the galaxy, is what Thaddeus told me. If anything, she is bringing the muscle. She is a psyker, as is Sowlet, yet her powers run to purging, is all Thaddeus would tell me. She stands at about the same distance or so, throwing back her head and laughing, as she now looks to Sowlet and my senior, Thaddeus. But all go quiet and do not move as the last transport comes in, heavy, lumpen, and bristling with ordnance. It is the strangest ship I have ever seen. Well, it is the exact opposite of the loveliness of the Eldar vessels. It just looks equally alien. All parties tense again under the sights of this ship, but it lands in the midst of the other two, and a different form of platform comes out. It is loud and crashing, like tortured folded metal unfurling, and it clangs as it makes contact with the deck. Two doors peel back, and there they are. If I were not so close, I would think I were further away. Because of the effect, the mind-scrambling vision before me. For two lines of warriors in power armor come down the gangplank, each far more square than a marine, yet they are shorter as well. Like you are watching marines through a corrupted mirror, squished or squat. But I have been warned to remove that word from my lexicon. Thaddeus has warned me of this one ultra-serious issue. Never refer to their height. Never ever use the S-word, even when they are not present. And I can see why now. The kin in their power armor now form a ceremonial line on either side. They stand to attention, showing their large melee weapons in ceremonial grandeur. And down walk two figures. One is another of the kin, their leader. The other walks one pace behind him and to the right. But he has a sheened metallic domed headpiece. It is impossible to see anything through it. And the Lord is covered in gilded runes I do not recognize. They have no power in them, but he carries what can only be a bolter and a power axe of some form. Girt for war, yet neither weapon is drawn. He walks to the head of his men, at about a distance to that of the other guests, and stamps his feet as he ends his movement forward. His friend stands next to him now. His golden face mask is a wonder, as he then takes it off. And in that moment, we all flick eyes at each other. Barbon is clearly measuring up not only the other Astartes, but the Ogrin and the micro-terminators of the kin. Ursula and I cannot help peeking at Vermilia, her understudy, and that other bland chap in her entourage. The tech priest glares at the kin and Louis with an intensity I have to put down to robotic mechanical precision. Yet the amount of adjusting of its eyescope gives off its attempt to categorize all present. The little square man now releases the catches and his golden helm is removed, and he looks like a rock with eyebrows, if truth be told. Well, to me anyway. His skin is leathery at the best, cracked like the walls of a citadel after bombardment. His only outwardly human trait seems to be the long, lustrous beard he touts. Well, along with eyes and nose and eyebrows, of course. He either had it wrapped up in his mask, or had it tucked into his armor. But now, the beard weighs down to where his pectorals should be. All nod. All look at each other. It is about to begin. And that is when warning klaxons scream out, and the lights turn instantly red across the entire bay. We are about to be under attack. A declaration of war. And so, there we are, standing on the shuttle bay. The four parties all take stock of each other, every nuance is noted, every stance scanned and categorized. Our own group, including myself, my solitaire, Thaddeus, my mentor, and his family, Barbon, the Templar Knight, Ursula, the telekinetic psyker, Louis, the Jacero Xenos inventor, and last but not least, Devrin, the Catachan jungle fighter and sniper. The other three groups are equally capable, equally formidable, in visage at least, but they are who they are, so I know this to be in fact or so. Inquisitor Saulet, with his Ogrin twins, a sister of battle, tech priest of Mars, an administratum official of some form, and his fanatical crusader guard. Inquisitor Vermilia, with her two marines, one primaris, one firstborn, as they call themselves. A figure in a skin-tight suit, whose presence unsettles all, a rattling and an understudy, a nervous chap called Castero, and, of course, Vermilia's three cyber masters. The last group is no less odd, but certainly less common in these parts. The kin of the leagues of Votan, an abhuman strain, they are only nominally allied with the Imperium. Strange indeed, but stranger still is their, well, everything. From their clothes, their ships, all the way up to their weaponry, armor, even their faces. So different, yet so much the same. Like a human was described to a blind artisan, who then forged one anew in rock. Shorter, dumpier, or more robust would probably be the more polite description. Yet their eyes are exactly the same. Identical glints and squinting or screwing up, as the light or dialogue dictates. It is one of the strangest things about the Eldar. Many believe that they are more similar to humanity than the kin. But this is superficial, of course. The difference is in the eyes. Theirs show no emotion, no need, no end, no passion. Yet when you can glimpse behind the curtain, you know this is a lie. The Eldar are the most passionate sentient people in the galaxy. Yet, of the few that I have ever met, this passion has never touched their eyes. I muse as I catalogue all of the details of the other groups. It has only been seconds since one of them spoke, yet, in this place, at this time, it feels like a pregnant pause so charged that you can hear the heartbeats of all of those in the room. And the moment is smashed, as the lumens turn red and the klaxon goes off. The initial ballet of each group is different, indicating their gestalt character. The power-armored squats close ranks around their lord, walking backwards up the plank, guns trained on all. The Ogrin close their shields and cover Saulet immediately, scowling at all around, while the Sister of Battle steps backwards and unslings her bolter. Vermilia's marines do not move a muscle. Her rattling ducks behind one of them, but comes up smoking a strange pipe. Barbon et al. Match this stoicism, and Ursula just languidly turns to look directly at the kin as a warning. Vermilia lets out a bell-like laugh and rolls her eyes at Thaddeus, who responds with a mild chortle and waves to her. He says, "Ops, report! Single vessel, escort-sized, but armed heavily. A Q-ship, my lord. It is launching missiles at our formation." At this, my mentor snaps a look over at the abhumans and barks, "Antrad, tell me you've got this!" Vermilia raises an eyebrow and then whispers into a vox bead. I get the feeling that if the squat's answer is no, then hers will be yes. Their leader, the Carl, looks up from a screen that he and his domed-headed friend were viewing. "We do. Do you want her sunk?" The two Ogryn give a strange, low, strangled grunt and then separate. Sowlet chirps out, "Can you cripple her?" Anhrad's monobrow lowers even further, and he has almost the play of a smile at the corner of his granite lips, as he slowly nods in the affirmative. Yet, he then looks to Thaddeus. "By all means, Carl, show us the power and surgical control of the kin." Oh, a challenge. If they destroy the ship, it will be a stain on his honor. Thaddeus, you canny old sod. The two lead kin then turn to continue, but Thaddeus strikes out jovially. "Oh, come on, my ally. You wouldn't want us to miss the show. Come on, show us all." Anrad looks to his dome-headed friend, who then simply shrugs. The Hearthguard mini-marine types step aside rigidly as both officers walk down the ramp to the center of the room. Vermilia advances, matching the smiling Thaddeus as they walk forward also. And Thaddeus gives a tiny whip of his fingers towards me behind his back, like he is beckoning a pet felinoid. And I follow him to the center of the bay. The Ogryn stay open, but Saulot just watches from his position. I doubt the Sister of Battle is taking his hints that he wants to advance, as she stands right behind him. She can easily whirl him into her arms if required, shielding him with her armor. Now that is protection. But why do Saulot's lot cluck so? Is it just his lack of stature? But all of these are lightning observations, not ruminations, I assure you. A full 50% of my attention is on a holographic display that is now being projected into the air before our very eyes. The other 50% is still watching all of the others, of course. I am not sloppy. Anyway, the safest Thaddeus and I can be is in close quarters with Vermilia. At range, I hear she would burn us all to a crisp. And I have temperance. My sword is better than your spells and 3 cyber woofs, so nah. Yet we can all see what is happening in the display above us. The kin hologram has long strings of runic script constantly running as a display, and there are numbers. Those I can understand at least. The images help as well, as 2 icons have rapidly decreasing numbers on them, yet no real shape in the chevron. They must be some form of ballistic weapon. Saulot's ship is slow, but it is maneuvering to put distance between it and the newcomer. Alas, it seems to also be angling its path to hide behind our ship. Joy. Is this level of gutlessness catching, or was the captain hired for his lack of fibre? I frown at their party while this happens. If Saulot sees it, he does not acknowledge it. Transversely, Vermilia's sleek cutter fires up its engines and begins to build up speed, curving out into the flank, preparing for a very different vector to attack the interloper, whilst a massive kin cruiser lumbers in front of us all. And chaff fire seems to be coming out of it. The number counters stop as missiles are destroyed. The ghostly vessel eats the distance between us, firing off more salvos of missiles, but the squat warship swats them all out of existence. Fire from the main body of the kin vessel then strikes the oncoming ship. The display then closes in on the ship, and red regions of a large schematic light up. Another intensely precise volley comes from the kin guns, and the main engines of the ship go red as well. Thaddeus speaks into a vox bead to the bridge, and the small flotilla of ships now breaks, getting out of the path of the now wrecked but not destroyed ship. Next to Saulot, the mechanical eye of the Mechanicus priest whirs and clicks. Arnhard glances over, but simply grimaces, then looks back at the display and says, "Weapons, shields, and engines disabled. What next?" Can you get a name of the ship?" At that, Arnhard turns back to his friend, who nods. He puts up runes, and Arnhard translates. "Imperial idents and signatures have her recorded as the Huntsman of the Soul." Thaddeus nods slowly as he looks to Saulot and then Vermilia. "That is Pantara's ship." I interject. "Pantara? Inquisitor Pantara of the Ordo Xenos?" "Yes. She was meant to meet us here 3 days ago." Saulot then projects. "We owe her a final knowing. She was not even of the traditions, but agreed to join the hunt. I shall go across. We must see if it is mundane or him." Vermilia locks eyes with Thaddeus, but he had snapped his own eyes to her already. They both narrowed, in agreement. "Alas, you are our resident expert on him. We've not received your final report, old friend. It cannot be you who goes, not initially." And that is when I see it, out of the corner of my eye, as I look past Thaddeus as he speaks. I hone in on him. Barbon almost imperceptibly nods to me, and then to Devrin. Holy throne. How can this ever work? We trust each other so little. For Barbon does not want Thaddeus left without the protection of not only he, but Louis and Ursula as well, the 3 most deadly of the entourage. I mean no disrespect. Devrin could wrestle a greenskin to the deck and shoot out a scion, but he was a veritable stroll in Happy Valley compared to what Barbon and Ursula could do. And Louis I never underestimated. Just didn't know the depths of his wrath. Not yet. But then, if what he did to the scions was anything to go by, whew, and that was without his shiny new power armor. Yet, if Devlin, the Solitaire, and I represented, then surely the others would need to back us up. Because at least 2 of the Inquisitors did not want to be out of each other's eyesight at present, and stripping away defenses to equalize was obviously the order of the day. So, here goes. Karl Arnhrad, do you have a method of boarding the ship? The leader of the kin nodded, as he simply intoned, Our crew call them the boarding bricks. They are unlovely, but they get the job done. 10 to a brick. 1 brick only for a ship that size. It's also in bad shape. Scans state this was not its only recent battle. Anything more, and the impact might break said ship. I speak to the collective. Well then, I suggest that I head up the action. I propose bringing Devrin and my aide. Arnhrad turns to me. Aye, but nobody is going over there without my lads being present. Half the space is taken by my Hearthguard. No negotiation. Thaddeus looked at me surprised for a second, but does not show it overtly. Right, that's a contingent from our lot. So, Vermilia, 1 from you, and Saulot, 1 from you. Then we all have representation. A mix of skills too, eh? Vermilia turns and politely and graciously salutes the Marine in all black. The Raven Guard. He snaps his boots together, then walks forward 2 paces to show he stands ready. Saulot nods to the large man in religious inscribed armor, who has the shield and power sword. Thaddeus speaks up. 1 moment, everyone. Let's not be hasty. Not with who may be involved.
Anrad, please double-check all of those power signals. Make sure nothing can go boom, eh? Ursula, I need a reading.
Ursula seems startled for a second at that, but she reaches into one of the pouches hanging at her belt, and out they come. She opens the velvet bag and draws them out with her mind. Her eyes flash a lambent green as she touches the warp. The cards, the Imperial Tarot, shuffle and cross in the air, then suddenly stop. One card draws out, then the whirlwind begins again. She does this twice more. Then the cards not chosen fly back into her pouch, and the first one turns. She looks at one after the other. Her lips whisper a prayer, a mantra of concentration, and then the viewed 3 cards fly back into her bag as she closes her eyes and gives a silent thanks to the Emperor for guidance. She then walks forward and whispers in Thaddeus's ear. He nods and then relates.
Grave danger, loss, but also gain, and death is not certain.
So pretty much as good as usual then, Thaddeus, says I. Familiar snorts with a controlled laugh at this. Saurat looks as mirthless as if someone had trailed grok dung into his bedchamber. Thaddeus just beams at me.
Do I need to remind you to be careful, Inquisitor Tarquinus?
He states at me directly.
Oh no.
Anyone who can worry the likes of you lot may just be worth that extra effort on the safety front.
Nicely put. Well then, toodaloo,
he says, smiling widely. Yet again, it does not touch his eyes, which are filled with barely concealed concern. I really must watch my arse on this one. Karl Arnrad now looks us up and down and barks over his shoulder.
Half done. You will lead a squad of Hearthguard. Make sure the guests do not touch anything they ought not.
The clear leader of the car's guards nods. His helm is up, his beard big and bushy. Honestly, whereas Karl Arnhard looks like his face is made of stone, this Halfdan's looks like many, many rocks have been broken on it. I wouldn't like to take bets on being able to find an inch of unscarred features on that pug mug. His toothy smile would also probably be less like a leer if his mouth did not resemble a broken, dilapidated henge. So many teeth missing. Yet, the markings on his armor are ornate and impressive. As with my mentor, I find utility more reassuring than propriety. Hence, yes, give me the man who has been through the wars. At least I can count on. The Inquisitors discuss the situation with the Carl as our boarding brick shuttles over, and they were not joking, nor inaccurate. It is a brick, all right. It is the exact opposite of the sleek Eldar transport at the other end of the hangar. It is lumpen, covered in heavy armor, ponderous and deliberate. And it is indeed a cuboid with a sharp point at one end. Huge turbine-like structures at the back. I find it difficult to believe it can fly, yet there is no need for shape in space. Also, Barbon has tried to explain to me. I get it, but I also don't. I think I have spent so much time learning about the mind, the soul, the enemy, their plots and ploys, my special abilities, their use, their control, that I am woefully remiss in my studies of science. Something more to add to the list? Well, if I survive this little sojourn. The boarding brick slowly pushes through our shields and then lowers to the deck. A huge ramp opens in the back, and the inside is so much smaller than the outside would lead you to believe. The structure is built to survive any impact. The armor must be meters thick. So, in we all traipse, almost falling over the Hearthguard, as after only a few paces they halt, for there is nowhere else to go. They turn and sit in the large seats, and it is a good thing these bricks are tricked out to take the heavy armor of the Hearthguard.
I may not be particularly well endowed in the buns department, but the thought of trying to fit into a seat for an unarmoured squat seems, well, ridiculous. Yet the straps are so well attached, the fixtures so malleable, adjustable, that we all lock ourselves in easily. And with an Astartes amongst us, that is no small feat. The Raven Guard salutes as he sits. He gives his name as Tarek. It is enough for the moment. For a standard human, the Crusader is tall, and merely states his name. It is Hieronymus. His shield he sits against his legs, so his head is all that can be seen. Not defensiveness, simply circumstance. Where else would he put it? Yet there is some discomfort, for next to me sits the Eldar. The solitaire glid into the brick only when all was sat. He is careful to be as far from me as possible, yet being in the chair next to mine makes this almost risible. But there will be no accidental contact. He seems to be more concerned than I, even after Thaddeus's warnings. I do wonder. What do I do if he is ever injured, needs my help? How can I help him if I cannot touch him? A concern for another day, as we set off. The moment the brick has passed the gravitic shielding that maintains the atmosphere, it sets off a few bursts of fire, and we are skimming through the void. It is clear that we are not in a rush on this one. The wee buggers, as Thaddeus calls them, are all laughing about this. In some form of hand cant, like that used by the Space Marines, they are obviously ripping into us. When one of them fills their cheeks and crosses their eyes, it is clearly a jape about our potential ability to endure a high-speed collision. But no matter what, none of them look at the Eldar. A cultural distance or antipathy. I shall have to note that for the future. My concern is brought back to the present with a bump, as we have made impact. Yet despite all the derision, we barely notice it. Some form of force fields or, well, science magic must have absorbed all of the blunt energy. But as the back door flashes and the kin jump out of their chairs, the Astartes is already up and at the door, the Crusader next to him. Devrin nudges me in the ribs and just shakes his head at them. He makes some form of panting display, like a canine pet. He is deriding their enthusiasm, it seems. I chortle at it. He does ape people so very well. But realistically, he was just looking at my face, lightening the mood. The lights turn green and the door slams down. The Marine is out first, ranging to the left. The Crusader comes out and steps to the right. The kin power armor plough down the middle. Devrin, the Solitaire, and I move behind them into the entry point. Devrin is, of course, wearing a void suit, as is the Crusader, Hieronymus. I have my power armor on, and even my helm is attached this time. A rarity indeed, yet a necessary one. As we step out, we see the method of our entry. It is literally a square of molten hot hull cut out, droplets of white hot metal dripping from every edge. They use some form of melters to bore a hole, and they're bashed into it. We can all see the other ships in the distance through this opening into the void. Fanning out, we look for an exit from this, the targeted area of the ship, the only area large enough to contain the boarding brick. And the door is found at the back of the room. Thankfully, it was sealed, or the entire ship could have decompressed. It is quite exciting watching the Hearthguard and the Marines sweep forward. Although utterly different shapes, in utterly different armor, of utterly different heights, I cannot but help draw a parallel between them. The Marine is far faster, and I mean far faster, but still, their movements are very similar. Where they point to their upheld weapons, how they turn down corridors, or even get around objects. In some quintessential way, they are so alike. Warriors in power armor. A fraternity I did not know existed until now. If they know it exists at all, of course. I am also, from my experience with Barbon and Devrin, never ever going to voice this observation. Squats and Space Marines. Ooh. I doubt either party would enjoy the simile. But when the doors open, it hits us. The lights flicker across the hatchways and corridors. Ugh. So reminiscent of our own ship. So much like the recent battle against the Neverborn. Yet, my initial interpretation, well, more emotional response, is utterly incorrect. For there are no thumping feet heralding berserker charges. There are no howls erupting from tattered souls echoing down corridors. There is just the creeping cold of silence. There is nothing. No movement, no presence. At least, that is what I thought. But not being an utter fool, I had not opened myself to the warp. I had not opened myself to the energies of this place either. As the doors opened and Akin Hearthguard marched forward, the Raven Guard Crusader and then Devlin before me, the Solitaire behind, I walked into the corridor, and it hit me like a bucket of bile. The presence. It was unmistakable. The spiritual miasma of corruption. Yet in many ways, it was hard to discern its source. The entire place reeked of nothing but pain and suffering, and we were soon to find out why. For there, in the middle of one of the corridors, the kin walked around it, the Marine over it. But they halted to give me time to really investigate it. A mess on the floor. A still bubbling and fizzing pool of seemingly living sludge. And the terrible truth dawned on me. This pool of thick, viscous brown liquid was. It was still sentient. It had no eyes to see, no body to move, no mouth to scream. Yet it had nerve endings all throughout the bubbling mire of sludge. And it was in agony. Even despite my control, my mantras, my shields, my guards, I could feel its pain. I barely held back the gorge rising in me, as I only barely held back the psychic whiplash of its eternal dirge. It was in agony. I stepped around it and stated firmly to the teams, "We deal with this when we have secured the ship. It is no threat at present." Hieronymus, the knight, frowned at me. Then his eyes widened in realization, as his eyes shifted to the clothes next to the pool of sludge. If he were not in a void suit, he would have spat, I have no doubt. He looked not horrified, but disgusted, insulted. And it was not at the sludge before us. We continued to the next doorways, the next airlock, and when we had passed the threshold, the doors closed behind us, and the room pressurized. We opened the other side, and that too had atmosphere, yet no greater lighting, for the lumens were still flickering at the best, utterly out at worst. Devrin and Hieronymus took off their void suits. I did not interrupt or scold. If this made them more effective, then so be it. But we did not have to wait long for either. The formation continued as was, yet the Eldar was always trailing at the back. We went through 2 more doors, 3 more corridors, before I looked around, and he was standing far behind, looking from where we had come. "Halfdan, hold up, give me a moment." I walk back to the Solitaire, and it whispers to me, "Can you hear it? Can you feel it?" I am trying not to at the moment. What does your soul tell you? I cannot be certain. There is much taint here, but not all of a chaotic nature I feel, yet in amongst the stench of pain, there is pleasure. I must go. I must be certain.
It comes from back that way.
Indeed. One of us should check the engine room at least.
Go, but be cautious. The solitaire bowed and then stalked into the shadows. I say to him as I pass,
Devlin, you're on backstop duty. Let's get going.
Halfdan moves forward again, his men behind him. And again, they stop up ahead. As I move up, I see another situation. A woman lying on the ground. Her eyes are wide in horror, mouth wide. She grasps at her own neck. Her lifeless skin is grey, a silent Richter scream etched on her face. No markings on her body, no cuts, no shots, no wounds. She died of fright? I am forced to step over another victim of I know not what. Not yet. We come out into a large obeyed room. The Hearthguard move out of the doorway into a perfect perimeter. The Raven Guard slides into the room and stands at the side of the doorway, bolter poised for action, sweeping left, right, up, down, covering every angle, everywhere. The kin warriors scan over the corpses with their personal lumens, but do not stop on them. They're concerned with the living, the moving, the threat, not the dead. Devlin covers the door and the corridor we came from, his long rifle nestling against his knee as he crouches. Yet he looks all around him. He is aware, as am I. Hieronymus walks with me, standing near and watching my back, and not the depressingly memorable spectacle in front of us. I will never forget it. It may not be the worst thing I ever see, but I will never forget it. At first, it looks like some form of twisted spider's web, just on a totally different scale. Yet, as I get closer, my light shines on the elements of this web, and I see what it is. None of these lines are spider's webbing. This is sinew, and in the middle sections, these are not bugs caught. These are the sources of the webs. Dangling in midair like flies are large lumps. They are the many people who have been, I cannot say flayed, for the skin and flesh has not been removed. It has not been thrashed off them. It has been lovingly and deliberately and delicately woven, stitched and tied into this work of diabolic art. The dripping is the blood still coursing through many of them, hitting the ground, but not being absorbed, just running across the deck. There must be a score of people in this edifice of evil. I close my eyes for just a moment as I see it all juddering. They are not dead. Not all of them, at least. They've had their skin and muscles stripped from them over throne knows how long. They have been living human elements in a macabre work. They cannot even moan. Voice boxes removed. Eyes dangling from skulls, but not in them, yet still connected. I step back. There is no reason to demur. Whatever did this, if it is still here, then it knows we are also. I snap to the warriors around me. Tarek, Halfdan, I want this put out of its misery. Clear it. Open fire. And so they do. The black-clad marine shoots one central cluster point after another, the places where the minds or bodies of the victims were most likely to reside. The kin Hearthguard light their blades that erupt from one wrist, burning everything they touch. The kin moved forward, cutting down every stand within reach, shooting those outside of it. It must have taken a good 2 minutes, but we cleared it all. I can only hope we did. The cruelty. The sheer effort put into inflicting pain. Holy Emperor. Still no word from my own companion, but I would certainly not reach out with my mind in this horror. Not yet. So, we moved on.
We were now closing on the bridge, only one large area before it was still to be crossed. And there we found more evidence. Possibly a score or more of men and women. It was nearly impossible to tell exact numbers. They had bloated at a staggering speed, and then exploded. How do I know this? Uniform cloth does not split into pieces that small unless... Well, it must have been like an explosion, or multiple. For the walls, floors, even ceiling, were covered in the detritus of human fluids and foam. One of the squats skidded across the ground and fell, covered in what was clearly blood and viscera when he rose. I used the Vox bead and contact Thaddeus and sent a delaying missive. He deserves to know we are still alive. We charge across the room as daintily as we can to retain our footing. There are no dripping, quivering constructs. A small mercy. These people died fast. We approached the bridge. In the rear of the ship, a doorway slides open, and a single lithe figure steps inside. Padding across the metal deck, the solitaire heads straight for his quarry. A kaleidoscope of lambent lights of differing hues ripples across every surface. And there it is. A thing 12 foot at the shoulder, huge wings outstretched and twitching, almost in excitement. It too is lithe for its size, knotted sinews under translucent skin. But where one upper limb would also end in a hand, a huge pincer is all that can be seen. Yet in the other hand is a long and waved-edged blade, which drips a liquid that burns the ground as it touches it. The being speaks, before the solitaire can get into striking distance. Lo, a fellow shard of the greater goddess, the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts. Come you and me, with weapons sharp and shaken. The Eldar snaps back. Thou art naught but a servant. I, she bargained with, and cunningly convinced to gain my soul. The thing rumbles back at him. Mortal was I, too, once. We are no different, dancer. But my temporal master awaits. We have much to be about, he and we. Now, let us match blades and claw and task our speed, thine to mine. The solitaire thinks in a lightning moment. My own master needs me. It seems our urgency is equal. My Inquisitor only has Naugrim around him, and others he cannot trust. The solitaire tenses his legs to initiate a reaction. The demon dives at him with the speed of a striking snake. With one beat of his wings, he is upon the Eldar. And in a blur, they pit skill, experience, speed, and hate. The solitaire knows the demon will remember this. Every time they clash, the demon will gain further advantage. The demon was mighty, yet the Eldar was a dancer of Segora, and, as his new master reminded him, the moment that brought his loyalty to a Monk K. He, the solitaire, was many things, but he was still a son of Eldenesh, and he would blaze like the stars before he expired. The blades of the two warriors moved like lightning. The sparks from the strikes filled the air. As blade met blade, foot met claw, and the two performed their ballet of death. Both, it seemed, were in a hurry. The bridge doors required to be forced. Two kin power-armored warriors on either side of the huge blast doors yanked for all they were worth. The doorway was covered by Devrin. I toted my bolt pistol. Hieronymus stood directly in front of it, shield held high, with Halfdan right beside him. As the four kin pushed the doors into their locking placement with a clang, Hieronymus and Halfdan stalked inside, the other four kin warriors flanking them now. I followed with Devrin, but was very aware that my own ally was not present. For some reason, it seemed of overwhelming import at this moment. Not cowardice. I was not one of Saulat's lot, as I know the feeling of dread all too well. The one I always master with vicious discipline. Yet
This was different. A kind of awareness that the right tool for the upcoming job was not present. All within the bridge room was darkness, bar what we shone our lumens onto, and my heart sank as I saw another complex web pattern appear. Sticky tendrils attached to walls, sticky tendrils attached to floors. This construct had but the one central spot, and it was obvious that this was a person, or had been, and it was equally obvious who it was. The Inquisitor, Pantara. We moved in, and I shone a light on her face, as the rest created a semicircle around me. She was, thankfully, most certainly dead. I could tell, before the light even showed us what had been done to her. She was gone, but the echo of excruciation was thick in the air. Again, her skin and tendons had been stretched out, forming lines to many pillars and desks across the entire bridge, but there was no dripping. She had been tortured first, then the others. They were just playthings. To break an Inquisitor is no mean feat. But this, perhaps this would have done it. To anyone. Anyone. It was then that I moved my lumen up, and I saw a disgusting stretched face of Pantara almost immediately. It was stuck over the skull of a long, gangling thing. The thing just looked down at me. I bellowed the alert. Above! It's up there, on the ceiling! To their credit, the Marine and the kin all had bolter rounds peppering the ceiling before I had even truly finished my warning. The 5 kin walked backwards to the outskirts of the bridge as they fired up at it. Only Halfdan stayed in the center beneath the thing. It was so fast. It moved like an Eldar. Yet it trod the walls and ceiling as if gravity was under its control. I slipped into my witch sight, then lashed out with my mind, only to find nothing there. I had immediately thought that I would find a demonic presence, yet I did not. There was zero psychic residue from this thing. It was no demon. Yet the aura of fear and panic that came from it in waves was not natural, not one bit. It was not only that it moved so fast, like the spider who owned the web. It was not being startled after being so tense for so long. It was more than this. Something I could not understand. Like the thing that makes animals flee, but not demonic. It was the wrongness of its aura. I only caught fleeting sight of it, but it was the vilest spirit I had ever seen. Like a black hole, but insatiable, pulling all light and life into it. And there, a gaping wound at the very center of its animus. The thing streaked across the ceiling and ducked and dodged around each attack. I was sure at one point that someone tagged it, as liquid came down from above. Yet it simply did not miss a step. It retorted. A spray of darts came at the Hearthguard. Most flicked their heads forward and their helms came down. One was not fast enough. A single dart skimmed his cheek. And within 2 seconds, just 2, his head had swollen so fast that the skin around it erupted. Gouts of blood gushed from him for another second, then his head extended further, then burst, showering all near him with blood, skin, and skull bone fragments. The squats and the Marine now moved slightly faster. Before, they were more aggressive, concentrating on getting in a solid hit. Now all moved whenever the thing outstretched one of its many arms. For it had 2 legs for certain, but on top of the standard humanoid arms at its side, a collection of vestigial or genetically spiced arms came out of some horrific stump on its back. The thing extended its arms, and multiple events occurred at once. The first was a small box fell out of its hand. As it flew towards the Hearthguard, it opened, and as it fell through the air, 100 wisps of silvered ethereal smoke shot out from it. One of the King Guard were not fast enough, and as we watched, the wisps flew through him like they were ghosts. Alas, where each made contact, a vicious circular bite mark appeared. The kin had no chance. His armor did not protect him from this spectral assault. It just slowed him down so he could not get fully out of the way. The squat keeled forward, dying of blood loss before he hit the ground. The other projectile it threw was a small orb of black. Devrin and I were fast, but not fast enough. It smashed on the deck just before us, and from it a wave of dark energy exploded. It lifted both Devrin and I off our feet, throwing us into the bulkheads hard. The wind was blown out of my lungs on impact. Devrin was not wearing power armor. His strike was far more heavy, being accompanied by sickening cracks that could only be his ribcage. He did not even cry out. And then we were both crippled by after effects. The dark energy did not just pick us up. It suffused us with an emotion. Utter despair. I could barely see anything but blackness, but then, in my mind's eye, the faces of all the people I had ever known, all of my family and friends, colleagues and even schoolyard rivals, all danced before my vision, all claimed it was my fault. I had slain them. I had damned them all. I knew it was an attack. But it was not psychic, not really. It was not merely pain. It was something more callous than I had ever experienced. I shook and slammed my hands against my head. Lucky that my helm was still on, or I would have given myself serious damage. Power armor enhances strength, of course. I shook my head, striking it to clear the effect. I came back to my normal vision within seconds, but Devrin was not so fortunate. Perhaps it was his lack of mental training, or perhaps it was just that he had lived far more brutally, had witnessed so much cruelty and calamity that he was more prone to the effect. Either way, I shook my head and cleared it in enough time to watch more. For Halfdan had shot out a section of the ceiling and the thing had fallen. It rolled, dodging strike after strike from Halfdan as he chased it down, but it sprang up between his last lunge and the next, now so close I could see it more clearly. Long, lank hair sprouted from the Inquisitor's face it used as a mask. Its clothes were made from skin and hide. I did not wish to know from what or whom. In one of its primary hands, it had the pistol that fired shards that slew. The other was a long, curved collection of blades protruding from the end of its fingers. It was as though he had lightning claws, yet no power charge danced across its edges. And yet, it could pierce even power armor, as we were about to find out. Halfdan was striking at it again and again, but it contorted in ways that were physically impossible, all while wearing the stretched face of the Inquisitor. And it was giggling now. A raspy, dreadful sound, like a black hole had a wheeze. But it was there. Whatever this thing was, it was enjoying this. Halfdan actually connected once, then twice, but all the thing did was lose a vestigial arm with the first strike. The second one hit home, as Halfdan's blade was rammed forward with such power. The speed of the monster meant nothing. It attempted to hook Halfdan's glowing wrist blade, but it did not have the skill or strength to deflect his impaling strike. And there it was, rasping another laugh as Halfdan's blade tore right through its chest and out the other side. Halfdan pushed the thing back, possibly thinking it would crumple when released. The blade slid out of its body, and smoke billowed from the new-found hole in its chest. But it did not crumple. It went on the attack, and Halfdan was given an exhibition in speed. The two traded a dozen blows, but at the end of the exchange, Halfdan's hand was on the floor, his blade as well, cut straight through by the scissor-like hands. Halfdan would be dead if it were not for Hieronymus. The Crusader had been looking for any opening, a point where he could attack without putting Halfdan at risk. Tarek, the Raven Guard, also moved in at the same split second. Hieronymus used his shield to attempt to bully boy the thing backwards, and he received limited success, as Tarek the Marine would cut off the thing if it tried to break around him. It was clear that the two had fought side by side for years. There was no thought, there was just action. Yet, they got cocky. Or perhaps they were just accustomed to any adversary being outmatched in an instant, and why would they not? For Hieronymus has his power sword slicing at the enemy as swiftly as any human can, and Tarek was Astartes. His lightning claws were so swift, I could barely distinguish one move from the next, so much like Barbon on speed, if not in accuracy or power. But they underestimated their foe, and the thing doubled over while dodging backwards, and as Hieronymus followed him to keep the pressure on, the thing reached under his shield and cut off his left foot above the ankle. Hieronymus immediately dropped, but his head did not stay attached, as the thing came up with its claws and decapitated him. Tarek faced it alone, while Halfdan and the others tried to shoot it. Yet it ducked in such a way as the kin fire was slamming into each other. They stopped firing and circled the horror instead. But it did not look as if it was a surrounded lion or beast. It looked like a predator welcoming prey into its lair. They did not know it, but I could see it. The thing would play them off against each other, then take them one by one, and I was unable to attack. My bladesmanship was not a match of an Astartes, not even that of a Hearthguard. If I went in, I would be ended immediately. And just as that thought tripped from my internal lips, the thing swung around and darted in my direction, leaving all of the others flat-footed. Darkness wearing a face mask sprang forward toward me. I reached out with my mind, but I recoiled from it. I could not stop it. Then the cavalry arrived. A blur of light and darkness span through the air, and right before my neck, the ball of light appeared with sword outstretched. It blocked the gloved spikes aimed at ending me, and in that split second, the two stopped. I could make them both out properly, just for a second. My ally, the Solitaire. My enemy, the Sting. But they now seemed to look like mirror images of one another, equal and opposite. The enemy was undeniably an Eldar, but some dark, twisted parody of one. And I had thought that the Solitaire was the worst thing I would ever meet. No, I had no idea. The moment was over, and the two burst into an exchange only a Custodes could track. But after only seconds of matched blades, the evil thing was cut to pieces by my friend. Limbs whipped into the air, then finally, its head tumbled down. I was about to sigh in relief when the head rolled toward me. It stopped with its face looking upwards. Well, the face of the Inquisitor stapled on. One of its eyes locked on mine. There were no lungs to give breath to its words, but it mouthed something at me, then winked. Only then did it expire. I bellowed, "What was it? What did it say?" Startled as I was, I looked wide-eyed at my guardian angel. The Solitaire responded, "It is one of the darkest souls to ever exist, a homunculus." And it said, quite simply, "See you soon." Is it not dead? Death has no meaning to their kind. We must inform Thaddeus. Then the Solitaire took out a flask and poured out its contents over the body. Like some form of enhanced promethium, the Eldar's liquid burnt the monster so badly that it seemed to be destroying it on the molecular level. Nothing, and I mean nothing, of this thing remained. The Solitaire then bent down while being careful to remain distant. He whispered into my ear, and the revelation got worse. A major demon, perhaps even a prince. I did not use the Vox. Now this thing was dead and the demon was gone. I contacted Thaddeus' mind to report. Back on the main vessel, Thaddeus turned to his fellow Inquisitors. "They've cleared the ship, but we had losses. Hieronymus and 2 of the Hearthguard. I am afraid to say, Anrad." Sarlot looked at his palms for a moment, before returning his gaze to Thaddeus. "He was a brave warrior of the Imperium. We will honor him. We will feel his loss." "What did this?" "Tarquinus has told me. A demon was on board, but that wasn't the main problem. A Dark Lord of Cormorah. A homunculus. Such are in his comet. They come from him." Sarlot looked down at the ground and shook his head, and then looked deep into the eyes of both Emilia and then Thaddeus. "He knows we are coming." This was quite clearly his declaration of war.
know thy enemy. "12 hours before the event. I stand at the airlock, awaiting the arrival of the senior Inquisitors. Those 3 mustered here. A rare thing indeed, for they are of the traditions. Despite being the best the Imperium has to offer, the scourge of the unclean, they are hunted. To have more than one in any region is an oddity. To purposefully pool more together, a thing of wonder. Only an official, full-blown crusade is of equal noteworthiness, equal rarity. This is a crusade in microcosm. Assets long left to slumber are now being deployed. For the traditions have gone to war. So I stand on the ship of the first victim of this confrontation, an Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos, who was meant to join us. This is her ship, the Huntsman of the Soul. It has been cleared now, but not without duress, not without resistance. Not a serious bid to stop us, perhaps, or some might see it as overkill, but their targets were too potent. Their targets being us, of course. The stench of burning promethium is still billowing around the ship whenever a bulkhead is opened. I had the blotch of sentient goo burnt, put out of its misery. And for good measure, the kin warriors have been thorough indeed. They burnt wherever there had been a person, exploded or not, pulled apart and made into 3-dimensional tapestries, or not. They burnt everything. The first target dealt with thus was the elder thing that attacked us. Beheaded by my own solitaire bodyguard, then immediately immolated by him also. A precaution, he stated. One I was not loath for him to perform, yet the stench is hard to take. For promethium is not a thing I associate with good memories. It is simply too useful to ignore, though. Yet, when it is so often deployed, its odour can elicit a very strong reaction. I want to put in my rebreathers to avoid the stench, but this would be a clear sign of weakness. If it were just our little family here, I would. Yet, I cannot defame Thaddeus with any outward sign of frailty of body, mind, or spirit. I owe him that at the very least. I will not bring shame on our line. They arrive by shuttle, the 3 of them in the one conveyance, each with one bodyguard. Barbon stands next to Thaddeus, of course. Vermilia has her strapping red armoured marine of the blood spears behind her. Diminutive Sowlet has his sister of battle hovering over him like a crow, as usual. She is a foot taller, dwarfing Sowlet. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words, as 2 actual dwarfs are also in attendance. One, a war leader of the kin, named Anhrad. The other, who does not ever lower his sheened mirrored helmet. Secretive and stubborn, perhaps not the best choice of allies. Yet, when is Thaddeus wrong? He always knows the right tool to apply to the right balls to get compliance, and he chose to bring these kin. They are handy in a scrap, that is for certain. Yet, they are not immortal nor invulnerable. 2 of them lay in state on their boarding brick, Hieronymus next to them, his shield and sword crossed over his chest, the dead kin ceremonially covered with the banner of their expedition. The shuttle lands, and the gangplank lowers, and there he is, my mentor, Thaddeus.
So, fill us in all the way to the bridge, Inquisitor Tarquinus.
And so, I do. How we arrived, the splodge, the horror of the attendant torsion sculptures, the exploded men and women, the horror of the battle on the bridge, the threat at the rear of the ship, neutralized by my own entourage member, my solitaire. He duelled and dealt with a keeper of secrets, a demon beyond the ken of most, beyond the power of most to defeat or so. The keeper of secrets is a greater demon of Slanesh, the prince of pleasure. And I told them that the thing stated it had a master, and it was not referring to she who thirsts, as the Eldar call it. This enemy, he has it as a thrall, or perhaps as a more equal ally, but that is not how it spoke with my friend. Inquisitor Vermilia is intent. Sowlet takes notes as I speak and we walk. Thaddeus just nods along, a pensive frown stuck on his mug. Not good. For him to seem to be obviously worried is a sign of great import. But is he doing this for me, or for the others? His eyebrows raise theatrically. His tutsock delays in my choosing the correct words displays an irritability that simply isn't in his character. Even now, he is acting, performing for the others, I'm sure of it. So he trusts them as much as I do, despite their shared history. He pretends there is some level of annoyance between he and me, a divide that could be used. He invites others to probe me later, to try to sweep me away from this harsh and critical mentor. At least, he sets the seeds of this potential, and I watch him do it. How well do they know each other? Brief collaborations over centuries? Games within games. This is with our allies. We get to the bridge. They see what is left of the Ordo Xenos Inquisitor, Pantara, and Sowlet takes off his glove, closes his eyes, and gently places his bare fingers where she was. He opens himself to the warp, draws in a tiny slither of power only, and then goes about his trance. His eyes open, but they are pupilless, white and gleaming with tiny flecks of light. He speaks as if from a distance, or in a dream. She held out for so long. What he did to her. Questions. He asked her again and again about us. How many? What names? What do we know? He was angry. Even when she eventually broke, even when she screamed her ignorance, he did not believe her, or did not want to. He was vile. His fingers retract, and he closes his eyes. Sowlet pours out a splash of water from an exquisite miniature flask and washes his hands. Blessed, one would presume. He stands and looks at all of us as he speaks. She did not know anything more than our 3 names. She held out longer than I would have done even. Well, had I not a cortical kill switch for such occasions? He has a bomb in his head. Sowlet does not mess about. Does Thaddeus, I wonder? Did he put one in my cranium when I lost half my face, when they had the technology to rebuild me? Did he do it then? When will he tell me? Will he ever do so? Or am I just shaken to near insanity by the horror of the last few hours? I trust this line of thought with iron will. What if Thaddeus has? It would actually be reassuring to know it is possible that if I should turn, then Thaddeus can terminate me. I end the deconstruction. I listen on.
Familiar says little, just looks down her nose at Sowlet. Sheer accident because of their variance in height, I hope. Thaddeus sighs deeply and starts up. Well, thank the Emperor for small mercies. I can confirm I did not inform her of anything more than that. It is a blessing that she did not have the time to work out more. Sowlet pipes in. But it means he knows. He knows how many of us there are, where we are, who we are, and why we come. Not so much as all that, my friend, for he does not know that we are only one prong of this crusade. This is true. I do wish you would tell me the other elements, but I understand the reasons. Only one of them knows who are in our group. Only one of us knows who is in theirs. I did not think you would question this caution, Sowlet. Not when he is involved. Ah, Thaddeus, you mistake me. I'm just used to being the architect in this play. I know, old friend. Sowlet. Nobody can ever say you were not the most diligent, indefatigable, nor important in all of this. Without your constant tireless efforts, we would not know where he may be. We would not even have a trail to follow. Without you, we would have no way to end the matter. You do have that, which we discussed. The small man now seems to raise up and slowly turns to Thaddeus. A face so devoid of expression, it can only mask unfathomable rage. I have nothing left, Thaddeus. Nothing. For centuries, I have spent my line's hoard, my line's hard-won treasures. I traded, bribed, and brought with it. I gave up things that my forebears had died for. I have sacrificed more than any here. I have nothing left to trade with. Nothing. My holds are now empty. But for that one thing. Yes. Finally, after all of this time, I have not only located one, but I have claimed it. We now have the method by which we can end him. Vermilia now stares down at Sowlet, eyebrows raised in appreciation. She nods down at him. He ignores her, still glaring at Thaddeus. And when this is done, when we have performed our duty, then you, Sowlet, will be showered with not only the gratitude of all of your peers, you will be lauded until the end of time, and you will be recompensed for your losses. We will all give you a segment of our troves. But you cannot run all of this. Too many eggs in the one basket. We cannot paint that large a target on anyone, least of all you. Sowlet's shoulders now sag. He looks down at his regloved hands again. I know, Thaddeus. I know that. Hieronymus was a loss I have not yet absorbed. He was a good man, one of the best, and we shall drink to his life. I am sorry for your loss, old friend. We had all better get used to this. None of us is getting out of this intact. You know that, don't you? Vermilia snorts and turns on her heels and leaves, heading for the engine room and the scene of the duel between the demon and the elder. Rather rude, or just hard. Vermilia must know that our losses will be catastrophic from what they are all saying. Yet she does not wish to dwell on it. Does she care at all? Or does she care so much that she cannot face the facts? She is an inquisitor of the traditions, so it cannot be the latter. Hard, then. A warrior born, Thaddeus said of her once. Now I see it. She may just have accepted the cost before it had been paid. It is the ante for merely being involved. For one does not hunt monsters without gaining their attention and their hate.
Over the shoulder of Saulot, I see the kin glance at each other. Andrade simply shrugs to his friend, then they return to watch on. The unhelmed Andrade barks. "Sightseeing done, then? I don't know how this changes anything. We're hunting the bastard. He knows we are coming. Good. Let him shake in his boots at the thought of when we catch up to him." Thaddeus and Saulot both stop and slowly turn to look at the squat, incredulity barely hidden. I'm elated you are so confident, old chap. But perhaps he isn't really the sort to shudder under his blankets, eh? Saulot pipes in. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. Did Thaddeus tell you nothing, Carl of the kin? Thaddeus now scrunches his own brow a little and looks disparagingly down on Saulot for only a second, before clearing his head with a shake and looking back at the kin. All shall be revealed very soon. We will gather and discuss this quarry of ours in full, but none of us want to go over this 20 times, so it will be done all at once. But yes, Saulot, Andrade does indeed know the goal, the stakes, and the danger. Saulot impassively retorts, If you say so, Thaddeus. He turns on his heels also, walking after Vermilia, his black armoured shadow, the sister of battle, only inches from him as always. The loss of Hieronymus clear in his gait, slow, steady, and controlled. He is mourning. Later, when the other Inquisitors have returned to their own vessels, the Eldar Farseer comes aboard. Tan Irenaid, the heart of fire, High Farseer of Craftworld Anoon, seems to float aboard, his steps so languid and careful, almost as if he is trying to minimize his contact with the very deck of the ship. He sniffs and looks at me, points that helm at me. Blank and baleful, his headgear is his mask as much as his protection. He is not the leader of his community. He is not the joyful Eldar soul when he wears this. He is wrath. He is war. He is a personification of Eldar power. And his mask shows nothing, as always, of his inner spirit. Many beings have died on this ship, and not just recently. Not merely in this attack that slew the Inquisitor. He looks around himself again, but he is obviously not looking at the bulkheads, but at the psychic residue that remains from the past. I will never mourn the loss of this Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos. If you had any wit, you would not either, Thaddeus. Many are the hard decisions that an Inquisitor must take. None of my kind have clean hands. You know that. Not like this, Thaddeus. I have met others of your order, Malleus. This is different. She must have enjoyed her work. That is all I will say. He then walks, striding with purpose, but no less grace. The boy, how fares he? Perhaps a little shaken, but then he met an ancient denizen of Cormara. He'd have to be an idiot to go utterly unfazed from that. Indeed. I wish to check on my pupil. Well, he's in engineering at present, chatting with his ally. I shall meet you on the bridge then, when I have confirmed he is hale. He bows and then wanders off. I walk onto the bridge and look again at what I have done. Because it was I who asked this Inquisitor to join us. I thought she would bring a different set of skills to the mix. Ordo Xenos could have come in handy, I thought. But even they, the other Inquisitors, are not as wary as we of the traditions. He found her. He ordered his minions to board her ship. Needless to say,
There was little she could have done against a concerted effort from the soulless. That's our bag, you see. So, the greater demon crept through the warp and brought the homunculus with it. Boarded the ship. Then they slew their way to the bridge. Went back to play when they had neutralized the Inquisitor. Then they interrogated her, as only the Dark Ones can. The hated dark half of the Eldar soul. I might not be Ordo Xenos, but even I know that there are many forms of Eldar, as there are of humans. I whisper a silent prayer to the Emperor for her immortal soul, and Tan Irenaid glides towards me. He exudes calm, so he is ruffled. And the Eldar fluidly but swiftly takes off his helm, placing it in the crook of his arm. Something subtle has been done to your ward. I cannot say what, but it is a concern. Subtle? Explain. A shadow, a marker of sorts. I cannot explain it. Yet. I will watch him and then confer with our texts. It may take time, Thaddeus. I'm reeling. Does he have it? The time? It is just a smudge on his aura, old friend. Not a time bomb. Of that I am quite sure. I breathe again. Don't let him down, Farseer. He is your pupil. And I will die for him, if it is called for. He is my pupil. He should say the same about me, of course. He is true. Let us hope you can find out what this subtle marker is, and remove it. Oh, I will, Thaddeus. I will. I changed the subject, but not much. He has a homunculus in his orbit? How? It has not been known before. I can think of only one human that they had treated with. Bile. Yet their machinations are many. Is he using them? Or are they using him? The Eladrethanese was here, acting catspaw, not the other way around. And the truly brilliant will stoop to conquer. A Dark Lord of Cormorra, bow to a monkey? He is as far above your kind as to be on a par with our own. Let us hope this homunculus is a pariah, an outsider, a rogue kicked out of the Dark City. We cannot face the might of a coven, Thaddeus. You know this. Not were we 10 times our number could we do this. More than aware. But as we have discerned so recently, the circle breaks swiftly amongst their ilk. The only good thing about right bastards? None follow them out of anything but opportunity or fear. We will break down his alliances. We will slaughter his most fanatical minions. And we will haul him into the light of day. And then, we shall stake that bastard through his heart, cut off his head, and cast his ashes to the winds of 100 nebula. He takes a step back and bows. Thaddeus. Yes? No matter what happens from here, I will always be grateful for meeting you. "8 hours before the event. Vermilia has Barobiel behind her. I have Barbon behind me as we walk the decks of her ship. The banter is practically non-existent. A shame. Crew offer tight salutes as she processes past them. Disciplined, orderly. Vermilia is workmanlike, but woefully ill-equipped for dealing with equals. At least cognizant of her dictatorial lexicon, She keeps her points economical and without contention. She states matters that could elicit no real comment. It is very much like walking next to an engineer who has never had to speak with anyone, as she lists off her own resources. An impressive vessel indeed. She will be more than able to support the kin firepower in any void combat. But the true strength is in her holes. We enter a darkened bay, and she gets me to stand dead center as she flicks on the lumens. My jaw drops. I look to her and find she is beaming every bit as much as the lumens. Her guard down in this one moment. She is a truly stunning woman. Her eyes sparkle as much as my own. I smile broadly and nod to her repeatedly in total appreciation. We both look on her resources. A full phalanx of automata and varying types. Somewhere on this ship must be a veritable cabal of tech priests she has not revealed. Yet the sight is astonishing. Entire cohorts of castellans, thalax, and even a few she calls thanatars. Whoppers they are. I dramatically put both of my hands out and then clap heartily as I state, no soul to tempt, no mind to possess, no promise, bribe, or coercion can affect them. This, Vermilia, is utter genius. Vermilia nods back and then thaws, taking my arm in hers. We now stroll around these battle automata as she explains their weaponry and capabilities. If she unleashed all of this at once, she could take over a small city. And right now, I am mighty glad that she is on our side. Then she takes me to find the others. We wander for a bit before she stops and barks at one of the crew, asking where they are. He points to the back of the ship and states deferentially, though not through fear, "They're in the arena." Vermilia scrunches her nose, a clear sign of confusion. Then she looks at me, and we disengage and pick up the pace. We now stride with purpose. What the heck are they up to this time? And as the doors to this arena open, my heart sinks like an auramite sarcophagus in a lake when I see exactly what the kids are, indeed, up to. For Castro and Tarquinus are both shirtless and have a slick of sweat over them. Some small bruises forming too, if I'm not mistaken. They are pacing around each other, circling, as they both hold trading swords. And, as one, both Barbon and Barobiel step sideways from behind us both, to make certain they can see, one would imagine. Tarquinus has a wolfish grin on his face, his hair falling forward to near cover his eyes, framing said grin. Castro is stern and seems stolid. He whips his head forward, then rolls to the side. Tarquinus unfortunately takes the bait and strikes down hard, but corrects his vector as soon as Castro rolls, catching him in the ribs as he does so. Castro completes his move and stands, wincing slightly at the effort. Those ribs are bruised at the very least, probably cracked. And then it happens. Tarquinus slaps him on the butt with his sword as he passes him, a move clearly emulated from Barbon. And Castro sees red. He turns and aims his sword at Tarquinus' neck from behind. Barbon barks a word, and Tarquinus rolls forward, the sword passing over his head, but only barely. The huge marine in red now barks something at Barbon. I cannot make it out over the shouting in the arena as Tarquinus rises. He hurls his sword aside and dives on Castro, screaming at him. Castro's own sword stays in his hands and he brings it up hard, catching Tarquinus under the chin. He is brought off his feet and lands hard, his head making a cracking noise on the ground all can hear. Barbon takes a step forward, obviously going to stop the engagement, but the other marine steps at him. Barbon swivels and places his hand on his sword. Barobiel hunkers down and matches his move, both growling at one another. While this is going on,
Castro takes a few steps and kicks Tarquinus in the ribs, a revenge of sorts. Tarquinus rolls with it, then comes up on one knee. He then looks at Castro, and his eyes are alight with warp power in warning. Castro takes one step back, then throws forward his hand, and his own eyes flash. He unleashes a wave of force towards Tarquinus, who stands, placing his hands together, and a mystic form appears in front of him. It is not a human sigil. The force slams into it, and the ward holds. Castro steps back, shocked. He narrows his eyes. He looks like he is about to do something worse, when finally I interject. Ahem, gentlemen! As fun as all of this is, perhaps we should save our energies for the enemy, eh? Inquisitor Tarquinus, Barbon, you will come with me. I turn to look at Vermilia. She nods. I nod back, but it is curt. She has trained Castro. He reflects on her. So this is how Vermilia runs things, is it? Survival of the fittest. Disappointing. Perhaps she is not the scion of her line she purports to be. What was all that about? He's a prick, I say. Or at least he's being trained to be one. I wanted to take him down a notch or two. A prick? I knew you would never react so on your own behalf. I've never seen you rise to taunting, unless it is in the defense of others. So I'll take it that this was about one of us. Or was it me? This is important, Tarquinus. I gulp. I look him deep in the eye. It was about one of your entourage. Ah, he made a licentious comment about Ursula, then? Heh, he's only human. It's not what he said. It was the way he said it. But he did worse. Did he now? I suck in breath and pout out. He derided us all. By deriding me? I look away. Gotcha. Why is this so important, Thaddeus? Because the boy takes his marching orders and his perspective from his master. Which means that Vermilia either has a mighty high opinion of herself, or that she merely has a mighty low opinion about us, or me. And that could lead to real issues later. We must watch them. Because of a slight, I retort. Because evil cares nothing for others, Tarquinus. You know this. A lack of empathy or respect for one's peers. It is the footstep to betrayal. Oh, joy. Quite. As I said, we shall have to watch them.
"4 hours before the event. So, we are ready. It has been so long, centuries in the making, potentially seconds in the breaking. How can it work? We face a being from old Earth, an ancient of horror. How can it not work? So many of us are gathered to this one course, this one aim. The traditions have held the line for 99 generations. And now, we field so many of us that remain in the one venture, the one crusade. And deep down, I know I must say goodbye to them. Possibly all of them. And I must do it now. Not when they are gone, but now, while they still breathe. For this will be my last campaign. Will he end me? Will I avoid my destined fate at his hands instead? But no matter what happens, whether it be him on my long-standing doom. This will be my last campaign, my last hunt. Ursula and the squad have prepared a veritable banquet. I have secured the kind of amasec and other liquors that are once-in-a-lifetime experiences. They deserve it, all of them, and more. We will drink and make merry. We will bond. Then Sowlet and I will unleash the stakes, the purpose, the chances of us getting out alive. I shall enjoy the first stint. I shall burn this moment onto my memory. We shall drink and take our oaths like heroes of old. Yet, of course, without the lack of blemish on our souls. For none of us are pure, not we Inquisitors. I hate this time, this present era, what I am forced to do to protect a rotting administration, a tyranny beyond description. Few know the depths of horror that we commit upon one another every single day, and that is with no urging or influence from the dark gods. Yet I defend this indefensible realm, for otherwise there is no hope. If humans remain alive, there is always a chance we can return to our brighter future. Yet to do that, we must endure. I pray to my Emperor. I ask him to forgive me my trespasses, what I have done to his children, often in his name. I know he is not the progenitor of our race, yet he is my God. For without him, there is no hope for humanity, no hope for the universe. And to defend that hope, I will give my life and those of all I am about to break bread and drink with. Survival. This thing is a cancer, a sickness that must be removed from the body of our race. And we shall act. Now, after so long, we shall finally hunt him down. And for that alone, if he wipes out my entourage, my family, my very line. Yet if he is truly slain, well, I will see it as a price well paid. I join the others on the disembarkation bay. I help them all pack up the food, load it into the drop craft. I watch them all intently. Barbar and Louis are racing each other to show how much they can move, and fastest. Barbar is indulging them, both Louis and the Catachans. He need not compete with any. He is old now. Barbon is older than even I, and yet he is not weary. The Marines are made of different stuff, not just of form, but of purpose, of spirit. Time does not erode them as it does us, and yet he plays with them, performs for them, because they need it, and he knows it, as well as I. For 200 years have we discussed this particular path. In his own way, he is doing as I am, preparing to lose them. I learnt it from him, you see. He has a preternatural way of knowing somehow. Perhaps feeling is a better way of putting it. He has never known it in the forefront of his mind. But when I look back, how he went with the twins to their hive and met their friends, how he took Sharp out to a feral world hunt, how he drank with Somash that night, despite how it would never affect his post-human physiology. always weeks or even days before they departed this world. He somehow knows, deep down inside. Perhaps a vestige of the light that once possessed him, the light of the Emperor himself. Barbon was once a weapon of his divine light, and this faculty, may be his reward. He does not know it, would never be able to see it. Thankfully, he does not single anyone out. He does not act uncharacteristically warmly towards Ursula. Thank the throne. Of all of them but the boy, I cannot face her leaving us. She was so small when we met, yet so brave. With all the world hating her, she did not become a mirror as so many do. She refused to hate back. And she grew into someone I am so proud of, every day, in every way. And I watch Barbon. If I were selfish, I would make this one request. I hope I die before Barbon. I had always been a bit odd, you see, and even on my crag, children are cruel to those who are different. Then my master, 98, took me on, but did not take to me. His entourage reflected this. So in all of the universe, Barbon was the first person to ever treat me with respect. He, an Astartes, a vessel of the Emperor's own wrath. He was my first friend. The first of many, so many lost, so many gone now. I feel the weight of my years now, enhanced by the memory and mind forged by Thaddeus 98. I cannot forget. I recall them all, every last one, as if they were here before me. Their images, their voices, even their scents fill my mind. So many. A raucous cheer comes from the catachans, breaking my reverie. I will add these moments to that eternal memory. I watch my colleagues again. Barbon has won, of course. Louis sticks his tongue out as he then falls about laughing, showing that he has moved only a quarter of the amount of Barbon, persuading all that he only did it to get the Marine to do the hard work. He laughs and points, and Barbon, he laughs as well. Watching him, I know it's going to be bad. I will be leading these wonderful, rare, intelligent, skilled, and unique people onto a pathway to hell. Barbon comes over and sits next to me for a short while. He is the only one I can talk with this way. And so I unburden my heart on him. Old friend, I cannot but collapse in on myself. My old fears. All this work, possibly for nothing, to risk my entire reputation on the one event. For everyone will only remember how I die. Not what I achieved, not what I strove against or for. They will mark me, remember me. Or they will throw me into the footnotes of history, never to be learnt from, followed. If I mess this up, my entire life is for nothing, or so many will feel. He looks at me sternly, as always, ready to put the proverbial boot into my posterior. No, Thaddeus. No. You refer only to your peers. You have shown scant concern for their opinion before. Why start now? When you do die. For die we all must. Then your life will be its own testament and its own prosecution.
What you have done will be weighed by the Emperor. I know you fear him, as you should, but this one thing, it has kept you more honest than any of your ilk I have met. Yet, you forget that he will see all. He will see the lives you have saved, the worlds you have defended, the course you have taken, and the reasons why. And, if I can be so bold, you have nothing to fear. Not from him. Vermilia does not respect me, Barbon. Oh, so this is what brought all of this on. Why should she respect you? You've done barely anything together. Respect is earned. I had thought my age and connections would bring on a tiny bit at least. It merely means that Vermilia is weak. How so, old chum? Because she takes the perspective of her late mentor, her predecessor. She does not have the mind, will, or independence to make her own judgments. She is a poor replacement for Vermilia 98. That may be, Barbon, but many would say the same about me. Nobody of worth, Thaddeus. Nobody of worth. You are 10 times the man of your predecessor. 10 times, I say. Your blinkered loyalty to me will get you killed one day, Barbon. No, little man. It is what keeps me alive. To serve you has been the greatest honor of my life. I can barely believe it. He has never said this to me before. He was chosen by the Emperor himself. Throne, I hope I do not let him down. It is time. I've taken a huge gamble. So much is at risk. Will we even make it out of the night? Yet, for this to work, I have to risk all. We board the dropship and head for the deserted planet. We shall speak under the stars this night, and let fortune favor the bold. The event. We land on a world at dusk, finding a place with glorious woods and open stars. The next hours are ones I hope never to forget. Thaddeus was right, of course. Tribe is built by eating together. On long tables we sat on pews and scoffed down the beautiful banquet. I had to avoid more than half of the dishes due to my obligations to my tutor. Yet even he was present, and the amsec flowed. I was not going to have any myself, yet Thaddeus practically insisted I have a draught or two. Trust me, you are going to need it by night's end. We all knew, as we dined and poked harmless fun at one another, roistering and carousing. We knew it was coming. Then, when everyone had eaten their fill, even the Ogrins, and that was no small task, and everyone had drank their fill, well, the Catagans still harbouring some of the bottles of Amasec. Then, Saulot looks to Thaddeus, and all 3 Inquisitors of the traditions rise as one. We walk for a short stint to an area with many small fires around a circle. The fires on the outside to keep us warm, or to protect us from intruders, perhaps. Or more likely, to cut us off from the rest of the world and bring a facsimile of unity, perhaps. Either way, there is only one entrance to the circle in the middle of the fires, and the Inquisitors all move abreast as they walk into the middle. We all follow. Strange for such an event to be used almost like a rite. Yet I suppose it is exactly what this is. The pomp and secrecy, a way to infuse our unconscious minds
that this is a memory to be made and held onto. A moment in the history of all who are present. A marker, a divining line, from before and after. For nothing will be the same after tonight. Thaddeus has said it again and again, preparing us all for this event. The event. And so, we all walk in, and the Inquisitors signal for us to sit. Most are cross-legged, others tuck their legs under their posteriors. The catechans and some sit with legs out in front of them, leaning back. And they begin. Sowlet first. We meet here, under the stars of a distant sun, far from home, yet unified in purpose. We meet to take an oath. Once taken, it can never be discarded, recanted, or ignored. For tonight, we reveal to you the history of our quarry, the nature of the monster we hunt. Many will be the things we tell you this night, few of which will not challenge your very conception of reality, the very basis of your own faith, if you have it. So, if you are in any doubt whatsoever, have any love of life, want for joy, any goal beyond this task, then we ask you to rise now and walk from this place. None will stop you. None will think less of you. None will treat you roughly. But we insist you go. A full minute passes, and in that minute I walk the paths of the future, not in the warp, but of my own heart. Despite my loyalty to Thaddeus and all present, my new family, I want to rise. I want to walk from this place, go to the ship, take Santara, and find a planet somewhere, to land there and wed her, the last woman of my people, matched to the very last man. And we would raise beautiful, gifted, gentle children, those who could play the drums and reeds. We would love for a lifetime, then pass into obscurity. A life lived well. Yet, this is not the truth. For every night I would sit upon our porch, looking up at the stars, while my family all sat inside in the warmth of our fire, dozing the night away. I would be trying to work out where everyone was. I would try to work out if they had won, or had died by the hand of our enemy. And every night I would wait for the cold knock on the door, or the burst of engines heralding the ascending ship, one filled with the minions of the enemy. On other nights I would look for demons, wondering if my children would live beyond my protecting presence. And when I looked at them, my children, I would realize I had damned them to a life alone. For one cannot repopulate a world with one family. I would never forget walking away from this battle. I would never forgive myself for doing it. My life, though longer, would taste like ashes. I wipe away this false dream. Nothing can come of it. I will learn from the Eldar. I will wipe the foul memories from her mind. Then I will set her free. And she can have that life lived well. I have nowhere else I can go. I have nothing else I can do. This is my destiny, even if it be my doom. And so I remain sat. None have moved. None have left. So Thaddeus now steps forward and begins in earnest, and intones. He was ancient, before the dawn of the Imperium. He was old, when humanity took to the stars. Immortal, he has seen the rise of every empire. A servant of evil, he has architected many of their downfalls. Only one other knows of his power. Only one has ever defeated him. And that was the God Emperor of mankind. Sowlet continues. He is one of a rare type of human. Perhaps one of these is born every 10,000 years, some say. We cannot be certain of anything, but they are different to the rest of us. Mutants, yet of a defined and ancient lineage. And they are immortals. They can be slain time and again, yet will always regenerate, will always return. They are called perpetuals, and some of them are truly ancient. And one of these beings is the Emperor of mankind. What we know of this one, our enemy, is scant indeed. Forever has he been cautious, but through the ages we have hunted him, and my forebears have uncovered many a morsel about his past. This is the culmination of thousands of years of hints and clues collected, the work of near 300 years of dedicated investigation by me and my aides. He, the enemy, has slain many of our own number, ended entire lines of the traditions, slain countless other inquisitors. Yet, I have collated these hints and whispers, rumours and even lies, and this is what we have deduced. He is ancient indeed. He was born before the current era, before even the first millennium, and he was an ally of the God Emperor himself once. Then he betrayed the Lord of Humanity. The Emperor has taken many guises in the past, has walked amongst humanity many times, always trying to guide us, to help us, to show us the way. And it is in one such era that he created a golden realm, a place of honor, courage, knowledge, wisdom, and truth. He surrounded himself with warriors of skill and conviction. From his castle and realm, he intended to be an icon, a symbol of what could be, what humans could be. Yet, the Emperor's realm was torn down from within. Whispered lies, secrets unveiled. A snake was at the center of his court, causing it all. And the enemy undermined and subsequently destroyed the Emperor's grand design from within. As they speak, my vision changes. The lights bleed down as Sowlet hypnotically tells the tale. I see the flames around me dim, the stars above glow brighter, but are hued in red now. Louis sits beside me, but now turns and glares at me. I can hear a whispered chant, distant, but where does it come from? I cannot make it out. Sowlet speaks on. Yet he could not kill the Emperor, but he tried. With dark allies, for even then, they were things that stalked terror, then called Earth, and the enemy made contact with beings as dire and deathless as himself. Thinking himself mighty, he took to the open field against the master of mankind, at a battle called Camlan. With powers of his own, and monsters collected from every dark corner of the realm, he struck. Yet his powers were no match for the Emperor of mankind. And of all the minions he took to that battle, only one remained at its end. In the last moment of the conflict, he faced the Emperor himself, and was brought low. But before the last strike could be given by the Emperor to destroy this horror's immortal soul,
The last of his monstrous adherents intervened and ran off with his dead body. Grievously wounded, the Emperor could not give chase. And though the Emperor healed from his wounds, his shining realm was destroyed, his dream crushed by one of his own. From that battle, the enemy recovered and drew breath again, and hid on earth with that one ancient thing that saved him. For it too was immortal, deathless, a vampire. Millennia passed, and the Emperor must have believed that they had died, or they had always eluded him. Yet eventually, humanity went to the stars. The enemy waited beyond the time of the long march ships. They both waited until travel was faster, destination sure, and safe. Then, and only then, he slipped from Earth, that is now holy terror, and he went out amongst the stars. For tens of millennia, this being has met every stripe of unclean being. This man has made every form of pact with every demon or xenos he found. He has boasted so much, it is impossible to believe even 100th of it. He has claimed to help start the cybernetic revolt. He has claimed to be instrumental in the beginning of Old Night. He has claimed to have killed trillions of our kind. He has claimed to have ruled empires, to have beaten crusade fleets. He has claimed that the Emperor began the crusade to find him. And he does not consider humanity as his own. He sees us as vermin to be used and ruled. Nothing more. His one weakness? His arrogance. He has claimed much before the kill, only one having escaped his clutches before the sword could fall. This is how we know these things. He let one get away. They did not last long thereafter, but long enough to record what they had witnessed, what he had claimed. In his time, he has gained powers beyond belief. As I said, there is not one foul entity he has not fraternized with. And we know he has been building his own forces. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon, he has gone with this vampire, and there he has grown even further in might. And we now know he has a homunculus and a keeper of secrets in his comet. Oubliette then nods to Thaddeus, who then nods to the Farseer. And it is then that Tan Irenaid stands. We have known of him for thousands of years, yet he defeats even our scrying ways, well, mostly. Long have we hunted for him as well, long has he held us back. But of late, his movements have been bolder, his ripples in the warp more easily discerned because of it. We see him, but cannot predict him. And we know that he has 8 dark souls in his orbit. Some are human, some are not. But all his lackeys have souls as dark as he. He is a central fulcrum. And if he is not stopped, he will be a powerful enemy in the end battle. The Ranadandra. There will be no greater calling for any of you in all of your lives. This is why you were born. This is your destiny. The Eldar sits again, and Oubliette continues. He has gone beyond the Imperium and now musters an army, yet his power and cause have never been temporal, so we think this is a distraction. We think he plans something far more dire than mere ships and soldiers. Some here have experienced his hate and evil close up and practically first hand. And as I listen on, his words seem to trail away as he starts to uncover who here has crossed this being's path. Devrin. the Ogrin twins, the Carl of the Kin, the Sister of Battle, Vermilia's predecessor. Did he mention Ursula? I cannot hear the details. I cannot see much now. Louis is now shaking me. The lights from the fires are gone. All I see are 2 stars burning bright in the forest beyond. I can hear the chant now, strange and distant. I'll see you soon, 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 I'll see you soon. And on it goes. And by the throne. I am the one whispering it. The stars fall from the skies, becoming smaller. I can see them in the forest now, coming toward me. They are next to each other, held within something that approaches. They clear the tree line, and I see the stars. They are held within a face. I can feel the wind now rising swiftly into a hurricane force. The clouds above are dark. I can sense the lightning that crashes down near our circle. There is screaming now. Sowlet has stopped. There is screaming. Louis now shakes me so hard my teeth chatter in my skull. But I cannot move. I cannot take my eyes from his. It is him. The face is dark, the nose long and aquiline, the blonde beard speckled with silver to denote his antiquity, even as an immortal. And beneath the nose, a twisted grin. He is coming at me. I hear Sowlet scream orders, Vermilia too. Thaddeus I cannot hear. I cannot see. I only see him. The enemy. He runs at me, a blade coming out from behind him. Cannot see his body. It is dark smoke only. He charges me, the blade going through my center. It is not physical. He has cut my soul. The dark spot in my chest, where my soul connects to my body. He sizes it, then slams out his fist. I am punched from my own form, floating above it now as he sinks his essence into it and wears my body like a suit. My body, stands. The fires around our circle explode upward to 30 feet or more. None can escape through them. I see sparks appear around it, my body, as now I witness 2 Marines, a Sister of Battle and Castro, under clips of bolter fire towards me. The enemy laughs as the shells explode on my own shields and the dark miasma and glyphs that now surround him. And all are in a semicircle around me, him, it. I am screaming, but cannot be heard. Yet, Vermilia and Ursula look directly at me. They can see me with their witch sight. Thaddeus steps forward, shouting for all to stop firing. And they do. The wind whips round, the fires burn. But within the circle, silence reigns, as he opens my mouth, and a terrible voice comes out. Bah, tenacious little Sowlet of the traditions. You gather your troops around you, but I ask myself, why? You know you cannot cage me. You know you cannot kill me. Your God cannot help you, cannot protect you, for he is no God. I've slain so many of you before. Why add yourself to the pyre? This is your last warning. I know thy faces. I know thy names, one and all. Come to me as a supplicant, or come not at all, for otherwise I will destroy each of you in turn, and in detail. He tilts his head down and glares at them all, smirking insanely, and is not even concerned when the lights now appear around him. He nonchalantly twists his head to find the Farseer, but does nothing to stop what happens next. Runes that must have taken time to create, must have been done while he gave his little speech, now unveil themselves around him. The Farseer steps towards the enemy, now chanting his own battle cant, A song of true power. The words strike the enemy and keep it busy as the glyphs now burn brighter. Yet, not all are fully formed. I see some being created, as I am naught but soul. I can see my tutor's warp weaving as it is made. The enemy waves a hand and pulls many apart. The elder is not fast enough alone. So I add my own mind to his endeavour, opening myself to his wisdom. I act on instinct, and not as an architect. I help build the runes with a heart of fire, the elder farseer, and the runes burn brighter still, and then begin to revolve around my body, around the enemy, around him. He smirks, as he then winks at the farseer. You little elder, you will be first. And then we have him. Well, more to put it, the runes now blaze inwardly, burning his spirit. He gives no sign of discomfort as the runes force him from my body and back into the warp and away from this place. He is banished. And the instant he is gone, I leap back into my body like a drowned man onto a raft. I topple forward and dig my fingers, my real fingers, my flesh fingers, into the ground. Splitting nails and skin, I use the pain to know that this is my body. I claim it. It is mine. The fires are gone, consumed as he left my body. The shouting ended. Darkness. All is silence. All look at me. I raise my head up and look to Thaddeus and then Oubliette. In the starlight, they can barely make me out, but hopefully they can see in my eyes. I know his name. Oubliette raises an eyebrow. Then say it. Prove to me that you are not in league with him. Say his name. I look up at Thaddeus. He is drawn, eyes wide, but he nods in the affirmative. I look at Oubliette and spit. Midrort. His name is Midrort. Oubliette looks to Thaddeus and Familiar and nods curtly. The boy will need to be purified or euthanized. See to it, Thaddeus, or I will. My mentor looks at me somberly, but nods. I pant, gasping at air. My body now lets me know how revolted it was, how desecrated it felt. And I do what I am now fast becoming known for. I lose my part of the banquet across the ground. Ursula and Louis are now next to me, holding my head out of the pool of puke as I lose consciousness. Yet as I do, I recall something. Another line under the whisper, my whisper, the one forced from my body. For in the instant it took me over, he used my own powers to scan all present. A statement left resounding in my mind, a secret so dire that he found it immediately, of course, but no other could. But who did it come from? A phrase, statement, or question I cannot tell, but it clamours around inside my mind. I sit in a large grox-hide chair in Thaddeus's quarters. The room is warm, and the liquor goes down well. Perhaps a tad too smoothly, if I'm honest, and we have been discussing the remains of the ship. Is it even worth repairing? Should we leave it here and send a message to the Ordo Xenos? They may not be overjoyed if we requisition this vessel, but then who would tell them? I feel that part of the conversation has ended as he rises, and I pass him my glass. A delicate thing made of rare materials, could you believe? Thaddeus. He walks to the drinks counter behind me. Yep. There is something I did not wish to divulge in front of the other Inquisitors. Go on. He is pouring more of that deliciously warm amasec.
A now refilled glass appears in my vision over my shoulder. I take it without turning. Thaddeus then pours out his own. Thaddeus, who or what is Alfarius? Thaddeus has stopped pouring. Then he responds, practically a whisper. Something is wrong. Why do you ask? I lean back in my chair and go to raise the glass to my lips before going on. A bit dramatic, perhaps. But it is then that I see it in the reflection of the glass and Amasek. Thaddeus is standing right behind me, but he has silently pulled out his bolt pistol and is now aiming it at the back of my head. Honesty is my only recourse. If I lie now, I am dead. When he was in the driving seat, so to put it, he used my abilities far more adroitly than I could at present. He scanned everyone. He reached into their minds. He avoided only you and Sowlet. I cannot tell why. But when he did, I heard a whisper, a statement, a hidden secret kept in the heart of one present. And it was this. I am Alfarius. I take another swig, not knowing if it is my last, pausing for only a second to use the reflection to see that the bolt pistol has now disappeared as swiftly and silently as it was drawn. Thaddeus walks back into vision and sits in front of me heavily. His eyes are thinned. He is thinking. What does it mean, Master? It means that we are in a whole world of pain and misery. It means that we have a serious issue. It means that one of our allies is secretly an agent of evil. But is he here to hinder us or help us? I really hope this is one of those events where you actually spill the beans. He sighs, but not for drama. He is about to burden me with knowledge again. And this time, I know it's going to be bad. It is time. You have proven yourself. It's time we spoke of the Horus heresy. It is? Oh yes, it is. Because that name, it comes from those times, 10,000 years ago, or more. It is the name of the Primarch of the 20th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the traitor lord, Alfarius. It is time I told you what happened then, why, and how it affects everything we do. So, let us begin. And over the next 4 hours, he does exactly that. He unleashes the truth on me. He tells me all about the horror. And I will never be the same for the knowing. I am exhausted. Spiritually, mentally, physically. I slept for 10 hours, but none of it was unbroken. My mind swims as I try to keep the thread of the Eldar, my tutor, but it is impossible. I cannot do it. I know he is now rushing things. I know the event affected him as much as me. He pushes me to absorb his lessons. Yet, it is too alien, too complicated without the explanations he gave only days before. He pushes too hard. He has just used his hip movement to inflect that the secondary meaning of the third sentence should be linked with the fifth meaning of the glyph particulate we are using. His fingers dance as he indicates that the next statement should be linked to the symbolic nature of Faushu, not the thunder element, and taken in the past tense as well, but not the apocryphal. As he witters on, I stop, scrunch my eyes,
clasp my head with both hands and boom. "I'm not an elder!" He stops and looks at me aghast. "I've not grown up with this stuff coursing through my veins. I've not grown up with your tales and layered nuances of inflection and meaning. You said you would train me, not some 100-year-old elder who knows what you're talking about. Me! And you knew I was a Monkey. So this is your fault. If you cannot train a human, then just admit it. Eat the humiliation, and then both of us can move on." He is stunned. He looks at me blankly, then raises one eyebrow as his mouth opens. Yet it closes again, and he frowns. He is thinking, and that is amazing to me. For the Eldar think and feel factors faster and more deeply than we humans. Yet I have stumped him utterly. I throw my hands out wide in exasperation and simply glare at him maniacally. When nothing comes from the Farseer, I shake my head and blatantly strop out of the room. But as the door closes behind me, my shoulders slacken. I trudge, looking at my boots as I do. They take me back to my quarters. I sit on my bed and take off said boots, then fall backwards onto my bunk and seethe. It's not my fault. It's him. It has to be. It has to be. Otherwise I have just thrown away everything. Ooh. Thaddeus is going to kill me, and he'll be within his rights to do so. I think, just this once, I will hide in my quarters today. I simply can't face it all. I'm so tired. I have not slept well. Those eyes, burning into my soul. The wind deafening. The shrieking from those around me. Every time I close my eyes. Yet, I am an Inquisitor. I order my body to rest. I breathe through one nostril. I clench all of my muscles, then relax them consecutively. I shut down my mind. I do it by will alone. I create the lump of chalk in my mind. I can see every last molecule of it, every shade, light and dark. It is solid in my mind, and as real as any I have picked up and used to write on a board. I use it to draw a circle in my mind. A perfect circle around me. I close my eyes, then open them again slowly. I control the imagery I will experience. Light shines on my face. I can feel the breeze in my hair and my skin. As my eyes focus, I can see the rolling green grasses of my home. Clouds languidly float through the blue skies. I am at peace, and I rest here. I can hear the distant whispers of my concerns as my mind rebels against my own command. But I am his hammer, and I still my mind. I become the dale, the wind, the clouds. I merely exist. And by so doing, I shut down my mind and slip into a controlled sleep. Later, before I open my eyes, my senses raise alarm. I do not react quickly. I assess. There are two presences in the room. Above me, shading me from the light, is a being. I suspect it is my usual morning caller, although I am slightly perturbed. He was not here yesterday, after our argument. I honestly did not think I would see him again. Yet,
there is the second stimulus. A slight weight on my chest. A strange smell, not unpleasant, but not familiar. The being above me does not move. The thing on my chest repositions itself, lowering its body onto me more fully. Warmth. A vibration comes from the thing on me, a sound, but also a resonance that seems to bathe my entire body somehow. It is relaxing, very, but so odd. I cannot help myself. I must see. And as I open my eyes, there it is. A thing of predominantly orange fur with white flashes and then blue leonine eyes. 2 ears, long, pointed, equidistantly spaced on the top corners of its head. Obviously some form of quadruped, and rather warm. It yawned, and its tiny mouth had sets of rather fierce-looking teeth. Well, if they were not so adorably dainty. It blinked, but kept eye contact with me, tilting its head to the side slightly, somewhat like a canine, but smaller, fluffier. It moved up my body, and then moved its face closer to my own. I narrowed my eyes slightly, in case it swiped or bit at them. Yet, it just licked my nose, then pooped it with its own, then turned around and walked down my body again, now sitting on my legs. It was mesmerizing. Yet, when I stopped following this new thing with my eyes, I could not but notice my tutor. Stood above me as he always did, head down, so eye contact was unavoidable. After your outburst a few days ago, you do not deserve a gift of such rarity. Yet, you are stupid. So to progress, we must rectify that shortcoming. Because you're stupid, this will make things easier in our sessions. You will bring it to everyone without fail. It will, of course, aid you in your general life, but make no mistake. This is to help me, to help you. It is not a toy, nor a slave, so treat it well. They are loyal, but only to those who are worthy of the affection. Lessons will begin again when you have formed a bond with him. I look down my body at the thing. What is it? The Farseer responds. He is a Gyrinx. To bond with him effectively and swiftly, you must have him present in all but dangerous situations. He is too young to be brought to battle. Not yet. How do I bond with it? Him. The usual. Treat it like a mate you are wooing. What does that even mean? Hush now. When you have built a bond, the Gyrinx will make you see. It will clear your ailing aura. It will quiet your mind. And those are just the least of the boons it will bring. Okay, but how? Play with it, you fool. Oh, don't bother trying to change what I'm about to tell you either. He chose, not me. He told me. Told you what? I refer, of course, to his name. The Farseer now straightens and glides towards the doors. As he goes through them, he whispers over his shoulder. His name is Rubute. He is gone. I stare at the fluffy ginger thing now vibrating while sitting on my knees. If I ever meet anyone from the Ordo Hereticus, I am a dead man. It is an odd thing, small, seemingly delicate, yet it can move fast and can slay smaller things in itself, as if possessed. Rats, often on ships,
Nobody really knows why. Somehow, I think reboute may be a perfect counter to that situation, because I set out on a brief stroll, and it already caught one. The Gyring scoffs the rat instantly, but leaves certain segments on the deck. Some form of sack, and of course its skull. I can see that I may well get into trouble for this, with Ursula and Barbon especially. Wait a minute. Where will it defecate? I am concerned, to say the least. Ooh, perhaps I can train it to relieve itself in Devrin's footwear. Or perhaps not. I have no idea what its capabilities are. Is it intelligent? Can it be trained at all? So, I then try to play with it, as described. I try running to see if it will catch up, like a canine. It does not. It just sits and watches me. Ugh. I jump at it to see if it wants to play fight like a canine. It does not. It backs away, then turns its tail on me and walks to a safe distance. I try to beckon it over, which of course it ignores. I straighten as I hear giggling. We have an audience, it seems. I turn and see both Sontara and Ursula with their arms looped through each other's elbows as they walk up the corridor. They then proceed to point at me and laugh like little bells. I personally had no idea they were talking yet. Then the two brush past me and approach my furry thing. Ursula asks what his name is. I rumble back, reboute. And there is a stunned silence for a good 2 seconds. Then both ladies burst into outright uncontrollable laughter. It wouldn't be so bad, but it does not feel that they're laughing with, but at. And it's not the fluffy thing that they're laughing at. They turn on the fluffy thing and coo its name at it. They gush over it, showering it with compliments while using high-pitched childlike voices. Then they use their hands to make slow stroking patterns across its back, from head to tail. It walks around between them, doing that vibrating thing again, but even louder. And so I watch. It flops onto its side as they stroke and gently scratch it with their fingers, twisting and turning in seeming ecstasy. The thing vibrates even louder. Yet, when I shake my head and turn to walk off, it jumps up and simply ignores the ladies now. It follows me as I go, accompanied with the sound of giggling. "Bye, reboute," they both say in unison. That could get old really quickly. Yet, if I am honest, I am happy that Ursula has deigned to take Sontara under her wing. Throne knows. She needs every scrap of kindness anyone can give her. And that counts for both of them. We are short on some supplies, but mostly on information. We now know we have to venture beyond the bounds of the Imperium. We need to be prepared. Hence, we approach a small planet, the last one before we venture beyond, and there we land. Thaddeus and his peers break us into groups, and we are instructed to go out onto the town. By hitting every bar, market, or place of gathering where tongues are loose and guards down, we intend to find out. Looking for ship crews and captains who may have ventured beyond, listening to wives' tales and gossip from all and sundry. The levels of the hive we visit are various, and general levels of threat we consider low. So as the night goes on, we break up even further, doing all we can to gather every rumor, legend, or eyewitness account we can. And personally, I feel most of my night has been wasted. So, eventually, I return home.
The rumours are many. Xenos, of course, but their descriptions from drunks and waifs were so exaggerated or so formulaic that I cannot believe a single word. I will report every nugget of information I have gathered, but my guts tell me that these are merely tall tales. Yet, when all of our reports are combined, perhaps amongst all this dross are a few diamonds. So, I will be thorough. My report will miss nothing. I stalk back into the hangar, going directly to our shuttles as agreed. Before I can get even 2 paces inside, I feel the wall of emotion hit me, the background buzzing in my mind exploding into loud whispers, as feelings are running so high that even the cloaked and barricaded minds of the teams are overflowing, almost broadcasting. I round a shuttle and see our secluded hangar area at the back. 3 ships, 1 for each Inquisitor. There is a gathering around what seems to be a stretcher on wheels. Someone is covered in a sheet, a child perhaps. For the stretcher is not long, its cargo, even shorter so. I slow and walk carefully. All are aware of my presence, they are veterans, but they ignore me. Sowlet is looking mournfully at the body. Vermilia is glaring at the man next to it as he gives his report. Behind her, face shrouded in darkness, Thaddeus stands, his arms crossed over his chest. His boot is slowly lifting and tapping down deliberately and perpetually. Holy Throne. I pad closer but quietly. The man next to the body is tall, heavily armoured, and has a helm under his arm. His shoulder pads, his weaponry, a stun baton, chainsword, heavy-set las pistol. He is one of the Oubliettes, one of the best. He is no less than a judge. He continues. I attempted to save him, judged 4 perps, but they had already inflicted multiple mortal wounds. Vermilia is now looking at the body, not at the judge. Is that the beginning of a tear in her eye? It must be the light, for it is soon gone. Sowlet speaks on her behalf, it seems. Thank you for your efforts, Judge Josephus. We commend you, but we wonder why you would intervene for an abhuman. The judge stiffens. I have been battling these scum for months. Lost all of my team to them. Vermilia now shifts her gaze and looks at him coldly. He returns her gaze and nods as he says, But that is only why I was there. This man was an Imperial citizen. You're damn straight I tried to protect him. When did you discover his station? Chirruped Sowlet. When I attempted to administer medical intervention, it was then that I noted his sigils, and how I tracked you to be here. Who did this? Says Sowlet pointedly. Hive-ganger scum, calling themselves the Lords of Midnight. They've claimed half this hive, and are expanding to others planetside. I await support from Sector Command. As I said, they took out my team. The local enforcement is paid off, spineless, and pathetic. They will do nothing. The tapping of Thaddeus's boot stops for a moment. A cough comes from the shadows. Sowlet nods. Do you know where they are? The locations are known to me. They have 2 main centers of operation, as they have 2 leaders. Both locations are heavily defended. Sowlet and Vermilia both turn, as Thaddeus finally steps into the light, and his face is harder than I have ever seen it. A bulge pulses on his forehead as he now unfolds his arms and walks to the body and whips off the white sheet. Look! Look at him! He shouts at us all. And we did. It was no child. It was the rattling from Vermilia's entourage. It was the Cotto. An odd name, but that had been his. We saw his white-grey hair where any was left, because he had obviously been doused in flammable liquid and burnt. Not promethium or anything fast, and not all over him, but they had burnt him while he lived. They had smashed his legs, cut off his feet. They had broken his arms so badly, they looked like power cables. The blood around his mouth could only mean that they had cut out his tongue. And we all knew. This must have taken at least an hour. They had smashed his hands and feet, so he must have hurt some of them. What they did to his face, I will not describe it. It was perhaps not a mercy that the old Cotto had been so tough. And then Thaddeus pointed something out for all of us to see. As he lifted the last remnants of the Cotto's shirt, it came off in his hands. It was practically the only spot not burnt or marked with blood. And Thaddeus frowned so darkly as he turned it to us, his jaw muscles clenching and unclenching so hard, I thought his jaw might break. Throne. It was there, right in front of them. The sigil of the Inquisition. They knew he was one of us, and they did not care. Thaddeus folds it and passes it to Vermilia, and then she slowly takes out a different small cloth. It is red. She throws it so it covers the Cotto's face, and Thaddeus whirls on the rest of us. The flag is raised. These scum will face the full force of the Emperor's hammer. Inquisitor Tarquinus, you will take this Judge Josephus as your guide. You will take Barbon, Tarek, Barobiel, Sister Lucrezia, Ursula, Devrin and his squad and Castro. You will go to the second location. You will create a constricting encirclement. You will force them all into the base. Then you will kill every last one of them. Josephus looks at him, utterly unruffled. What of the first location? You will give those coordinates to Vermilia, Sowlet and I. She will exact justice personally. We Inquisitors will be supporting her. And at that, Vermilia puts her wrist up to her lips and calmly states into her vox, prepare the cohorts for combat drop. By the end of this night, every ganger in the hive will know. By the dawn, every hive on the planet will. Wipe them out. In the Emperor's name, no mercy. The Marines all cast the Aquila, then turn on me, and we take shuttle back to our respective ships, the others coming to ours when done. We rush to our armories, then out again and board the shuttle. A red flag, scorched earth. I bring temperance, my bolter, my armor, my stim gift from Devrin. I bring it all. And I bring that which will mark our judgment. I make sure to bring that. I look around me and see death incarnate. Barbon has not been helmless all the time the other teams are present, yet he is dire of countenance. He has both of his swords crossed over his back. He has his bolter, of course, but also his hand flamer and plasma pistol. Tarek is also in black, but has no bolter on his back. He has two oversized gauntlets on. Both have large holes over the knuckles. Lightning claws. He also sports some form of complex backpack, with wing-like effects on their sides. Could it be? Is that what I think it is? And there is the huge blood spear, dwarfing even the Astartes. But he is now in another suit of warplate, heavier. It must be Gravis.
He has a small missile system on his shoulders, and 2 huge power fists with attached bolters. Holy throne, he looks like a walking tank. Not the size of a Terminator or Dreadnought, but not far behind. I asked myself if he could match Barbon in his tactical Dreadnought armor. But I think not. Sister Lucrezia has a Godwin Diaz bolter, just a little smaller than the Marines, but I am told nearly as lethal. She has her own power blade, of course, and a rosary that seems a tad too ornate. If that's not a field, then I'm a Jaquero's uncle. Speaking of which, Louis isn't coming along for this, nor are the Eldar or the squats. This is an imperial matter. Devrin has his best rifle, plenty of ammo mags, and enough blades to start a knife shop. And his brothers, his many Ogrin mates, are all tooled up for an extended battle. Plenty of ammo. Ursula, for the first time ever, I see her in armor. I had no idea. Carapace. Lithe, seemingly, if not definitely, made just for her. She carries no gun, she has no blade. She does not need them. She is the weapon. Yet I can see the small backpack that I know to be filled with stims and spray skin and the like. Castero. He has his own set of power armor. A later mark than mine. It looks shinier, but he moves slower. He has a lasgun, a power sword, but a short, wide-bladed stabbing type, like those often seen on Macragge. But it is the huge weapon he rests on the ground and holds the handle to that really marks him. He has a thunder hammer. And of course, he wears his psychic hood, as do I. The sister does not bat an eyelid, yet I cannot help but wonder if Barbon's skin crawls with 3 witches around him. But it will make no difference. It is Barbon. He will act as honor dictates. Always. The coordinates and potential enemy numbers are related by Josephus as we head towards the planet. About 200, he stated, give or take a score or 2, and I am heading up the attack. Even a month ago, I would have crossed my eyes and gulped. Probably would have let out a little pee. But not now. I have been hardened. Not enough, but a good amount. I have heard the fall of an Eldar soul. I have been forced to personally put the last of my people to the sword. Compared to that, wiping out gangers will feel like a waste of life, but certainly not of effort. How dare they? And this is not really about the Cotto. This is about the Inquisition. If ganger scum can be allowed to do this even the once unanswered, then we will all be in danger from any street thug who likes the look of our belongings, armor, guns, or swords. They are about to learn the truth in our claim. We are the Emperor's hammer. As we set off, we see the lights of drop pods coming down from Familia's ship, streaking before her shuttle. I almost feel pity for them. The gangers. Almost. Time passes. We move to our location, Josephus filling us in. There are really only 4 entrances to this segment of the hive, and our target building has only 2. Well, on the ground. We approach, and I extend my mind and scan the area. I confirm. There are 194 of them in this area, but only 73 presently conscious. That won't last, of course. And I can sense no psychers amongst them. Good. This will be a straight fight. Well, for their part. Deverin's squad is to play watchdog at the junctions, to make sure we don't get any visitors while we're about our task. I open up on my Vox bead. Barobiel, you will advance to Junction 1, Castero and Lucrezia, Junction 2. Barbon, Junction 3. Ursula, Josephus and I will take Junction 4. Catachans to hit and hold, setting up sentry guns and positions at the junctions. Nobody gets out. Nobody gets in. Tarek will take position above and descend when we are through and heading towards the main building. When the firing starts, land down. Barobiel, you will meet up with Castro and Lucrezia at the rear entrance and assault it, and then head down. Castro will place the charges. Barbon, Ursula, Josephus, and I will assault the main entryway and hit their barracks, then the leadership at its core. Castro's team to support when finished. Tarek, start at the top and work your way down to us. Any questions? There were none. We strike for the Cotto and for the Emperor. Within 10 minutes we are in place. Devlin and his crew are strung out and are stealthily advancing on the locations. It is the middle of the hive, but the differences in the levels at this point are considerable. Hence the buildings on this level seem to have a wide expanse above them. Perhaps once there were taller habs here, which is likely, especially by the refuse and rubble. Yet these new constructs have only 4 levels, maybe 5. I hope the task I set to Tarek was not unreasonable, but then, he is Raven Guard. The air is thick where the grounds stink of musty grime, rusted metal and decomposition. Stale air, heavily recycled. Fires burning from vents yield some heat, but more confusion and heat hazes that hinder vision. I am on point, Joseph and Ursula covering our flanks. We step around or over multiple gangers who've been dragged out of sight, throats slit or necks broken. The Catachans are built for jungle warfare, but this is little different in many ways. Low visibility due to the clutter, and plenty of background sounds rebounding off the buildings. They move like the wind, and even I have issues tracking their movements at times. We reach the junction, and 3 bodies are stacked inside. There is Devlin. I put down the sentry gun maglock to my back. He sets it up, pointing outwards, then takes up position looking inward, while one of his friends is looking to our rear. Josephus, Ursula, and I do not stop. We crouch, but move forward from cover to cover when all hell breaks loose. The signal. As a spire above us is hit by Vermilia's drop pods, the entire structure shudders for a second. Then Barobiel clearly hits resistance, as we can hear explosions going off on the other side of the building. It is 4 stories, each containing empty windows aplenty. A broken jagged glass fringes many of the tooth-like holes in the walls, giving the base a skull-like visage. All intended, of course, as 2 sets of fires are in the upper stories, giving the effect of eyes looking out. Above, I catch sight of a dark thing going through an upper story window. Tarek is in. We must hasten. We are there, right at the foot of the stairs to the front entrance, when shouting begins to erupt from within. The 6 men outside the open doors are large, ugly, and ritually scarred from head to toe. They are armed with stubbers, bullet projectile shooting weapons that remind me of orc weaponry, loud, clumsy, and inaccurate. We burst out of cover, firing. I shoot one in the head before I take my first step. Barbon picks out 2 more, and their heads explode as he gains direct hits with his bolter. 2 more in quick succession give strangled noises as they rise from the ground for a second, and their heads are twisted sickeningly backwards, before they're then dropped like rag dolls. Ursula. Joseph shoots the last one, the heavy lasgun burning the chest, clothes, and bones of the ganger. A painful death. It screams out in agony. But with bolters blazing and power armor involved, all attempts at stealth are now dropped. Barbon bounds up the stairs, firing into the building as he gets near its summit. I know each and every shot will mean a dead enemy. Joseph streaks up the stairs or so, taking cover at the doorframe, firing in consistently. Ursula is behind me, well, behind my power armor, as we hit the top of the stairs. Inside are a score of gangers, each charging forward, some into cover, most just pelting towards us. Our firepower cuts down a swathe of them, as Ursula now lifts up huge slabs of masonry from the ground and hurls it at any concentrations of them. Josephus then pushes inside with Barbon, and both skirt the main room, going down the sides. Barbon has his chainsword out, Josephus his baton. Both shoot, advance, and then slam their weapons into their enemies. The gangers are being smashed, as neither take a pause for a second. Barbon is faster and further up the hall, his enemies hewn into viscera, blood splashed across every inch of his progress. Josephus has turned the settings of his baton up to a maximum, it seems, for each strike of it is like being hit by a lightning bolt. His victims light up as they turn into smoking puddles of twitching muscle and hit the ground. None rise. I am slaying as well, of course, but not fast. I am keeping an eye on matters with my abilities, you see. I send my mind forward and see what the others are doing. Tarek is making good progress. Castro's team is receiving less resistance, so are moving fast. Yet, through the eyes of the gangers, this aggressive marine is even more devastating than Barbon. He punches down walls with his massive fist, people practically turning into exploding blood bags when struck. Castro strikes his thunderhammer on the ground and uses his own abilities to then send the shockwave out. A wave of force that carries foes off their feet and slams them into walls and ceiling. Sister Lucrezia is stunningly swift also. Bolters punch anyone rising back off their feet, and she is efficient with any who close with her. A swing of her gun butt cracks limbs and heads. Any who assault her with melee weapons are blocked by a swiftly drawn sword, then beheaded or gutted. And she sheathes her sword after each strike, her bolter back in her hands and dealing out more justice. I mentally hear the waking of 100 minds as the gangers arise from their slumber. It seems that they must have celebrated very hard last night. The attack of the Cotto, obviously. Many of their minds are groggy and disjointed, on come-downs from drink or drugs. They slam into each other as they rise. I nudge here and there. And frays break out amongst them. Fists out first, but they escalate. Fear. It infects them all now. For none can stop our onward march into their base. They are dying, and they are afraid. Just like the Cotto must have been. Revenge. We pass into another room, but cannot see past it. They seem to now be closing doors and barricading them, or at least preparing cover for when we punch through them. Barbon picks up speed and slams into one set, rolling to the side as he always does. Fire rips out over his head. As soon as it gutters and screaming comes from within, Ursula picks up the doors and flings them to either side of Barbon, culling many of the gangers as they fly. Barbon has reached the other door. I take out those who rolled down below the doors, as does the Judge Josephus. And Barbon has already reached the next set of doors, where there are clumsily pushed over tables and chairs. It is not an impediment, as his chainsaw takes off limbs and ends lives with each sweep. At one point, 3 gangers jump at him, each with large blades of their own. He grandstands for a moment, permitting each to strike him as their weapons break on his warplate. He then kills them all in the one-round swing. Ursula then takes the doors and half of the wall out and hurls them backwards into the next room. And so it goes on. Each of us silent, each of us centered, each of us acting without order or even thought. We are death. We are his hammer. A last room, the main one, or so it appears, for it is huge and densely populated. They have had time. They stand behind their barricades, and we hit a wall of firepower. But it is erratic and not accurate. Barbon hurls in multiple frag grenades, and more join them from above. The carnage they inflict is widespread. Tarek then appears amongst the enemy number, his claws slicing through them like a harlequin. Josephus, Barbon and I charge in, Ursula covering us and taking out anyone escaping our blades and baton. Pathetic loud bullets bounce off our power armor, even Josephus's carapace. Though it is rare for any of us to be directly tagged, it happens. Yet their stubbers cannot penetrate our power armor. A few knots of gangers have weaponry that could be a threat, but it is in the hands of children. That is all they are. They strutted around this hive, beating and bullying, crushing hopes, lives, and entire families, all because they thought they were strong. Now they know they are not. A melter blast shoots over Barbon's head, and the pistol and the hand that holds it flies into the air with one flick from his power sword. A plasma weapon is then aimed at me, but its owner is cooked as I take his mind and keep the finger pressed down. His hands and body turn into a star as the weapon overloads because it is never shot. From a side wall, Barobiel arrives. He rushes through the reinforced wall as easily as Barbon does doors. Not even missing a beat, Barobiel's arms come up and gouts of bolter fire rakes lines of gangers down. He does not slow or stop, barreling into them, his power fists now sending broken ganger corpses flying into the air, for they are dead when he hits them. Castro and Lucrezia sweep in also, thunderhammer and power sword whirling as they do. My arm raises and falls, each time a ganger dies, snuffed out on the edge of temperance. And then we are all done. Each of us stops and looks around for more opponents, only to see the others, panting, covered from head to foot in blood and gore. A few on the ground moan, but not for long, as Lucrezia and Castro now walk among the fallen. She shoots them in their head, and he crushes any left alive with his hammer. Not raised overhead, no, merely lifted to waist height, then dropped on them. The falling masonry, clouds of powdered rock and stench of death are everywhere. The gangers are not. I turn on Castro and break the silence. Charges set? He just nods at me. I use my vox bead. Devlin, all still clear? His voice crackles back that they had one attempted push to get in, 2 to escape. None passed them. They finished all involved, so none escaped. I look around to them all. The target has been destroyed. We head out now. And so we did. I watched as the explosions ripped through the building's keystones, and it crumbled in on itself. I hurled the token into the center of the debris. The token goes off, and there, well over 80 feet up, nearing the very ceiling of this level, it shines. From that point to the ruins beneath, a massive holographic projection, clearly of Louis's making, and the sigil of the Inquisition burns brightly above the ruin that was once the home of the Lords of Midnight. I reach out with my mind. I commune with Thaddeus. I watch as the lines of automata march back to their landing pods. The other target is utterly destroyed. A burning pit is all that remains where it stood. Vermilion melted the entire thing, and an identical holographic projection floats about the now cooling metal and lava. Yet, I am sure she blooded her automata first. We all return to orbit in our respective ships. We monitor comms, pict and vid feeds across the entire planet, just to make certain the message has sunk in. And it is, as Thaddeus stated, none on this world will ever forget this night. None will challenge the Inquisition ever again. We were not to know that this would be our last bloodless battle. The last time we would all walk out alive. With the Lords of Midnight gone, Josephus stated that he had no mission. He was a good man, handy in a scrap, held a very different perspective to most of us already involved. I scanned him extensively, got a second opinion surreptitiously from the Farseer, and we confirmed it. He was pure. So, Thaddeus and I discussed our situation, and he is now with me. My second, this judge, he is now in my entourage. So, I take the time to fill him in, and days later, as prepared as we can be, we set off, and headed out into the darkness beyond the light of the Astronomicon, beyond the bounds of the Imperium, to begin the hunt. farewell to the light. It has been quite some time since we last stretched our legs, and it is beginning to show. Everyone is getting slightly crabby, as Thaddeus would put it. Not on edge, so much as perpetually raring to go, but one cannot maintain a heightened level of alert indefinitely, not without release. And thus, the cracks are already showing. Much has happened, but nothing dazzling, nothing engaging, nothing most could say would quicken the blood, put wood back into the pencil, so to put it. With so many beings of action confined so long, it has been testing. Yet, much has happened. As I look in wonder at the view screens, the raised voices clash again. In front of me is mystical panorama, not in a warp-tainted way, no, in the usual meaning of the word, a rare sight that is a once-in-a-lifetime affair, a vision from the dawn of days that contains both beauty and terror, all in the same moment. For I look upon a graveyard of the ancients, with a myriad colours all swirling around in the distant nebula. The backdrop lights the scene with a sense of foreboding and melancholy. And so it has been for millions of years, unchanging, silent, dead, a snapshot in eternity. The refuse from a terrible battle. Fish-like ships hang in the void, each with sheared-off fins, broken sails, huge rents open to the cold darkness of space, untouched, unsung, unnoticed, for what could be tens of millions of years. Still, they hang there, a silent shrine to the passing of the ages, a silent reminder that these are not the worst days the galaxy has ever seen. Things could always be worse. The wrecks that fill the screen in their frozen ballet must be scattered over tens of thousands of miles, and each, even to my untrained eye, are unmistakably Eldar. Yet, there is no sign of any aggressor, no scuttled frame or even detritus that would indicate the nature of their slayers. Unless, of course, the Eldar did this to themselves. Civil war is not unheard of in any and every race of which I've come to know. Yet, was that what happened here? This level of utter carnage? There have been no hard Auspex scans of the region. The three are cautious, as Inquisitors should be. Yet I burn to know. How many are there out there? And what, if not they themselves, could crush such a congregation of Eldar martial might? Surely nothing I have ever heard of. For if this was the work of some chaos fleet, the rot would be ever present. The ships would be twisted, even if the aggressors did take 0 casualties, even if they ambushed and annihilated this Eldar armada. Yet how could it be possible to even destroy a portion of such a huge shoal of ships without being noticed, without some form of retribution or resistance? For the worshippers of the dark powers are not known for their fastidious natures. They do not clean up after themselves, even on a world they claim for their own. So who, or what, did this? Movement behind me drags me back to the conversation I am witnessing. I turn from the vision and look back into the bridge of Thaddeus' ship. And there they all are. Inquisitor Vermilia stands ready, seemingly nonchalant. She is not close to the center of the event, but hovers close by, a threat. Diminutive Inquisitor Sowlet
is frowning at one group than the other as he stands more central to the kerfuffle he has been attempting to help Thaddeus mediate. Speaking of which, my master, Thaddeus, stands slap bang in the middle of the shouting, red-faced, so furious is he, but he stands between the two warring groups also. He is the one both sides attempt to gain support from. They practically ignore Sowlet. But then, it is my mentor who brought these elements to our crusade. On the one hand, there are the three kin of the Leagues of Votan. Karl Arnhrad, his second-in-command, and Halfdan, the leader of the Karl's Hearthguard. The Karl stands to the rear of the three, with his arms crossed over his chest. The other two are one step forward, like a small triangle. He is at the tip. He permits Halfdan to bellow out the position of the kin of the Leagues of Votan, which, with much spittle, extravagant gesticulation, and no few blue words going way over the boundaries of respectable discourse, Halfdan does. Halfdan goes off like a berserk demagogue. "Your customs be damned! We are a League prospector vessel. We pull our weight in all of this, so we get our share. And this is what we deem to be the cost so far. This. We prospect, or we turn around." The last word came with a foot stamp that resounds around the bridge. Heavy square boots on grill and cables. Most would jump at that last move, but not the Inquisitors, and not the target of the attempt at intimidation. I whip my eyes to the targets of the statements, and I am in awe of the gumption of the little wide kin, for there stands a being of immense power. Every move is deliberate, every intonation chosen, but perhaps, in this case alone, far from wisely, for he is a passionate person, it now appears. I have never seen him so animated, so absolutely terrifying. When at rest, when calm and languid, or in a picked or slowed vid, he would look almost like a human. Taller and much more willowy, but there is far more power in that sparse and perfectly formed sinew than even I have, as a young human in his prime. I work out diligently. Yet now there can be no mistaking that he is nothing like a human at all. His eyebrows raise so far up his forehead that they almost disappear into his hairline, then come down in a perfect V that shades his crystal eyes. The sneer on his lips is exaggerated so that he looks like some kind of demon. His cold, crystallizing eyes reflect the light so that it appears fires burn in them amongst the ice. I can see where he got his name, Tan-Ear Inade, the Heart of Fire. He is nearly 7 foot tall, and is an Eldar Farseer, a master of the warp and war. He could burst their hearts with a word, and they all know it. Yet, neither side will back down. He is not alone, for he is flanked by a jester in multicolored motley, slightly shorter and cowled and masked. My ally, my first entourage member, the deadly Solitaire. He lurks there, clearly supporting the Farseer, as if he needed it. The Farseer retorts. "No Monkey has the right to speak on behalf of the Eldar Empire. We do not wish to see you grubbing around in the tombs of our forefathers, and if we say nay, then nay it shall be. Whatever flotsam and jetsam you may acquire would be beyond your laughably pitiful abilities to comprehend, let alone master. And I thought you stated you would join this crusade to destroy the enemy. Don't you have a grudge to settle for Berenger V in the days thereafter? How many of your kin did he slay in that year alone? And so, we see the mettle of the kin. Plunder before pride, rapaciousness before retribution. Throw a coin before a kin, and it will dive onto its belly to suck it out of the mud." At this point, I catch Thaddeus and Sowlet perform the exact same puffing of their lips and almost simultaneous looking at the ceiling with eyes as wide as saucers. Sowlet takes a seemingly reflexive step backwards as he does so. Vermilia thins her eyes and grits her teeth as she winces hard and covers her mouth and chin with her hand. I find myself wincing also. Holy throne! This could very well kick off. The usually inscrutable second-in-command of the kin, the one who hides behind a perpetually domed facade, repositions one foot and lets it resound. He does this fast, but it is not threatening to the Eldar. It is clearly a message to Halfdan. He freezes half in motion. His upper body had twisted in preparation for advance, his legs tense, massive gauntleted fists raised. But now he simply lowers them again and straightens as the Carl steps forward past him. Anhrad now stands a bare arm's length away from the seething Eldar. The Farseer does not retreat a millimeter as the square that is Anhrad then responds. Then you may find getting about a bit more challenging. No Astronomicon. Without our dries, you'd be hopping around at random, nor would you have our might with you when you do blunder into the enemy. I commend your ability to use invective to gain advantage in your negotiations, but that is now past. You have negated the lesser to speak as equals with the greater. Anhrad indicated Halfdan with his hand, moving calmly but stolidly. He continues. I will make my point simply and swiftly. These terms were agreed to before we set forth. It is a done deal between us and the Inquisitors. We bring much to the table, but also require to avail ourselves of every advantage possible. We do not know where we go and what we face, so we do what we believe is right. We arm ourselves. We enrich ourselves. Because we do not know where we go, we need resources for potential trade and bribery, if it comes to it. We must take every advantage. You must now calm your fiery heart and see. The tides brought us here. The serendipity even you cannot ignore, especially as a mystic. You can even accompany us, help the cause. Or Anhrad now slips his hand down to his weapon, clenching the handle, finger hovering near the button to fire it up and cause lightning to crackle across the edge of the hammer. Or we could deal with this in the old ways. Your choice. But we are going over there. Thaddeus takes a quick step forward to be equidistant to the other two, forcing himself into the frame. That makes a lot more sense than spilling our blood across the floors. My friends, this can be a solemn moment if we permit it, but it also can be a useful one. I cannot see the reason to ignore the universe when it places opportunities before us. Farseer, you know we have an eclectic force for very good reason. We are Inquisitors of high standing. We could have gained a force from our own kind. The kin think in ways we do not, and Anhrad is actually right. We may well need to barter as much as bully. We've never been out this far, and you don't know what is here either, obviously. I know it hurts, but it is the pragmatism of the kin that I wanted for exactly this reason. I am an Inquisitor of the Imperium, you a Lord of a craft world. Neither of us has ever roamed far from our support structures, never needed much if we had. But Anhrad is right. We now have the population of an army, 4 ships and a small fleet. We may well need resources to trade. If we are wrong, there will be nothing but wraithbone and silence. If we are not wrong, then there will be something, if not many things, that we were sent here to collect. The Eldar twitches his fingers. The Harlequin follows suit. The Farseer's countenance shifts somewhat, but he is still clearly enraged, because those were not polite little flutters of the fingers. I find it amazing that I can understand them now, the effects of my bond. my tutor responds. Then the terms are acceptable. 3 parties only. I, the Harlequin, and Tarquinus will be present in one of each. You can take what we agree can be taken. Only. That is my final word. I stiffen as the Inquisitors and kin look over at me for a brief second. Did I just get elevated to honorary Eldar status? Thaddeus rolls his eyes down to Anhrad, who looks up at him from under his incredible eyebrows. He curtly nods to the Eldar, and Saulat and I breathe out hard. Vermilia's hand comes off her face, only just masking a leaving wry smile. Thaddeus beams at both of them. Excellent! Mixed groups again, humans, an Eldar representative, and some kin in each group. Let's be about it. The kin break off and head for their ship. The Farseer walks over to me with the solitaire in tow. He speaks swiftly in Eldar. You understand why I chose you? I do. I can at least read the glyphs and wards. I will prevent the Naugrim from desecrating anything holy. I can also link with you and gain advice if I am unsure. The Heart of Fire nods curtly, then swings on his heels as we all break up to go get our kit. At last, some action. Well, not too much, I hope. But at least this will be a chance for the Marines and the others to stretch their legs. And that should help. But I have gotten ahead of myself. How did we get there? And how am I suddenly so deft in the ways of the Eldar? I can answer the second question in one word. Rebute. The first question will take me a little longer. We had landed on one of the last outposts at the very edge of the Imperium. Commandeering some supplies, we split off to then gain intel. We hit the seedier ends of town, but few on this world seemed to have any actual firm information on what was out there. Wives' tales and tall stories were all I collected on my wandering. But one of our number was attacked. A rattling in the entourage of Vermilia, the Cotto. He was brought back to us mangled, his carcass claimed by a judge of the Oubliettes, who then informed us who was responsible and where they could be found. So, we slaughtered them. Thaddeus sent us out to smash one base, while he and the other Inquisitors smashed the other, and Vermilia brought out her automata, her robots of war. We sent a message, all right. But then, we left. A little crusade was an odd mix, to be sure, but the differences seemed to add strength, all planned, as we have heard from Thaddeus. The kin of the Leagues of Votan had a different form of transit engines to our own, similar, but different. Both would take us into the warp. Their way was to jump into the warp or so, but to take far shorter leaps. They did not have navigators, odd bunch they are. But the kin ships were accurate, and did not need the most important element for our own devices, the Astronomicon, which again, I will circle back to in a minute. So the kin would be guiding us, our navigators using them as a beacon of sorts, a light in the eternal darkness. The plan was simple, but its consideration was weighed by all involved. The kin, Eldar, and Inquisitors, Tech Priest Voluntar of Saulat's lot, all met to discuss this with the options, and we all came to a pretty swift consensus that simply pointing ourselves into the void and diving into the warp was a catastrophically bad plan. If we made a straight line from this last and rather remote and isolated location, it would be very predictable which path we could take, seeing as our quarry knew exactly where we are setting off from. We knew that the chances of a trap were far from remote. I missed many of the elements of the event, that event, when we all sat down to be told the history and horror of the enemy. But I do remember one thing. It was suspected that he ruled an entire micro-empire somewhere out there in the dark, beyond the Imperium. He could have an entire fleet patrolling, waiting for our arrival. could. So we had to plan our next quarter of activities before we even set out. After days of discussion, argument, haggling and bragging, the result was simple. We would not move directly south into the region suspected to be under his sway. We would take a long detour into the galactic southwest, and then turn almost 90 degrees and come at his suspected realm from the west. We all knew that there was another prong now, another force sent out to perform exactly the same hunt, for exactly the same reason. The Perpetual, the enemy of the Emperor, the bastard. They would be a collection of Inquisitors of the traditions also, but only Thaddeus knew who was amongst them, as only one of them knew who was amongst our force. It took us weeks, but as we jumped out further, the light of the Astronomicon grew dimmer and dimmer. We were at the very edge of known space, about to dive into the darkness beyond the Emperor's light, and, as I said, much happened while in transit. The most important thing for me, of course, was a change in my life. The fact of becoming what to call it? It was not a father, not an uncle, not a mentor. The closest word I can use in Gothic, high or low, would be master? But that meaning stretched the truth to near shattering. Bunkmate was far too informal and did not reflect the nature of our relationship. Pet was not really the right word either. If I were truly its master and it were my pet, then the furball would do as I instructed it to do, surely. But this was anything but the truth of the matter, for it did not ignore me, but it did not obey me either. I am, of course, referring to my Rebutte. The Gyrinx that had been gifted to me by the Farseer, a felinoid of such rarity that they are barely known outside of the Inquisition, most often found in the company of powerful Eldar seers. This one was a baby, or it certainly acted that way, adolescent at the very best. It was petite, furry, and had eyes that could be shrunk down to slits when hunting or unimpressed. But when it was guilty, or when the ladies were fussing over it, perfect orbs of innocent, watery perfection. Weaponized cuteness given mortal form. It shadowed my every waking moment, mostly getting underfoot, putting me off concentrating if I'm honest. Nipping at my feet before I got my boots on, tapping my nose when it wanted me to read to it. Odd in the extreme, I had become trained by it ever as much as it by me, for it would find ways to entertain itself if required, but as soon as I started to do something, anything, it would stop what it was doing and then attempt to join in, or judge, as strange as that might seem. Then I quickly worked out that if I were to ever gain any peace while studying, then I was required to read out my notes and anything I was investigating. This seemed to placate it enough for me to work, is what I initially thought. But over time, when I would pause after a particularly interesting, challenging, or even ridiculous statement from a book or report, I would look to Rebutte, and I know I'm mad, but he seemed to have exactly the same expression as I was experiencing. If someone said something utterly stupid, I would turn with a scrunched-up nose, only to find him scowling at it too. If something was truly interesting or thought-provoking, Rebutte would seem to be wide-eyed, in as much awe and contemplation as myself. It even began to nod when I would shrug at things. Rebutte did the vibrating thing when I read for fun, and seemed to nod off fastest to tales of fiction. I trained endlessly, and this was no different really. By reading fiction, it was a doorway into the mind and culture of the author, and through this, a way of looking at the universe that was just a tiny bit sideways of my own. An education, while being a pleasurable pastime. Yet Rebutte could also be a handful. It vibrated on me while I slept, but if I woke in the middle of the night, it was not there. It would bring me gifts, dropping dead things on me, rats and the like. So some nights I would follow him. He always knew I was there, but pretended not to notice. I stalked him around the darkest, dingiest tunnels of the ship's lower decks, and he showed me sights I would never have known existed. The underside of the Gellerfield generator, its pulsing energy rippling along it like rainbow oil on water. The hidden cubbies beneath the walkways, permitting us to see near anyone on the ship without them seeing us. It was some score of days and nights of this before my tuition began again. The Eldar had not been in my room for all of that time, and I'd gotten used to seeing Roboute when I first opened my eyes each morning. I'd seen him the day before, which seemed odd, but what wasn't these days? Roboute had wandered off while I had first meal, but when I turned the corner out of the mess hall, I practically bumped into the Farseer as he rested on his haunches and stroked the little fur ball. He was speaking to it in Eldar, and the cat was blinking in response to his words. And so strange. I could understand what he was asking it that last time. Is he ready? Was as clear in my mind as it was just sing-song trickling into my ears. The cat blinked at the Farseer, then its ears twitched as it looked to me. The Farseer stood, nodded, and walked off. The very next morning I was woken not by a rat, not by the Gyrings, but my eyes opening to see those of the Farseer. As Tan Irenaid was there, as before, leaning over my bed, waiting for me. So the training began anew, but the difference was astonishing, because I could understand him now. Never 100%, of course, but the difference was night and day. Where before I was playing catch-up, never with him as he progressed, as I was always unpicking the meanings and counter-meanings of each of his statements, not actually allowing them in, not following along. Now I was with him every step of the way. I simply knew what he meant when he referred to things he had never covered before, or only covered obliquely, or in overview previously. Before, I felt like an old grox, lumbering along as he ran rings around me. Now, we were both running along the beach of enlightenment. He would teach, truly teach, not just instruct, and I was with him. I absorbed his lessons instantly, and we then threw around the concepts. I was not his equal, I may never be so, but I felt like a worthy pupil now. I started making excuses to retire earlier and earlier each night, knowing that the lessons of the morning would come all the faster. I was like a child before the day of the Emperor's ascension, or even Sanguinala. And his attitude to me had also transformed. Where before I felt like an ugly relative, chided and derided, the feeling was now mutual. There was genuine respect in his eyes, excitement as I took the threads of his instructions and thoughts and wove them into complementary expansions and patterns before us both. And I even got to the stage where I felt like I did with Thaddeus. Not nearly as deep, but I mean to say that I could discuss things with him now. Not pussyfoot towards a topic and wonder if he would snap at my stupidity. And I finally raised the thing that was burning brightest in my soul, for I had worked out what was happening, and it had very little to do with me. It had everything to do with him. I know what you are doing, my teacher. Indeed, I am doing just that. Teaching. I smile at him widely, as he knowingly winks at me in jest. I know what you are doing. You are teaching me how to teach myself. He stops his hands fluttering in the demonstration and turns fully towards me. He pins me with his crystal cold blue eyes, but I see the fires there dancing behind the pupils. Just so. Roboute has made you mighty indeed, swifter of thought, deep in perception. Soon, you may curse me for this trial and the gift he opens with you. I frown slightly and cock my head as I ask, how so? He leans in so he is nearly whispering, because if you keep this up, you will be more Eldar than Monkey, and then your own kind will bore you as much as an orc would making what they pass for conversation. I am taken aback, like a punch in the chest. I feel my heart pounding. I cannot breathe. He meant it so kindly, so conspiratorially. It was a compliment, but it hits me like a blow from Barbon. Is he right? Am I losing my humanity? I look up. I cannot hide my wide-eyed panic, and I see him. He is bent over double, pounding his leg with his fist. He's laughing so hard, tears peel down his face. He takes in 3 huge gulps of air, and then straightens up and looks me dead in the eye. He cannot hold it back. He snaps off quickly. Oh, your face! So lost, so insulted, and yet elated, all in the one tempest of doubt and acceptance. You are Eldar indeed. He bursts into fits of laughter again, but they are shorter. He masters his mirth quicker this time. You must excuse me, my pupil. No, Tarquinus. You are still your father's son, your order's hope, your master's successor. I have not removed that which makes you human. I have just taught you new steps to a dance your friends cannot perform. Nothing more. You are not lessened in your humanity, just enhanced, augmented in soul, sentience, and capabilities. He peers into even deeper laughter as my face obviously displays my relief. And then I laugh too. It is funny, really. And then, when we have both calmed somewhat, I pop the question. I have been of a mind to ask you something about our regime. By all means, ask away, good pupil, ask away. You have attempted to teach me the runes of your people, the runes of battle. He nods intently. Well, I have a proposal. If it is ludicrous, then please just tell me. Explain why it cannot be done, and I will forget all about it. But I feel as though I have to ask. The Eldar's eyes twinkle as he gestures with his hand for me to carry on, to get on with it. The runes work for the Eldar, as they are a part of your racial iconography. They are burnt into your very minds, bodies, and souls by your rich culture and history. But as we have discussed at length, they are but keys to unlock meaning that equates to effect, a shield that acts between the Eldar and the warp. He is fascinated, nodding along. Well, I'll just come out with it. There are images and icons that work exactly the same way for we humans. They are culturally relevant and were designed to key into our minds and souls as much as the runes are for your race, to access our subconscious as deeply as the runes. I then take out my gift from Ursula, and I feel stupid. I feel like a child taking out a toy to show an adult who will slap them out of my hands and laugh in my face. Yet, I cannot stop myself. I draw them and fan them out to show him, and I dare to look up into his face. He is not sneering. He is wide-eyed and slack-jawed. He closes his mouth as I look. He blinks multiple times, then opens his hands reverently, and I pass him the cards. The Imperial Tarot. And he takes them out one at a time and places them in the air so they hover before us. When all are arranged in mid-air, he studies each in detail. He then asks me questions about this icon, that image, this figure, that weapon. He asks me to explain all of their nuances, all of the complexities, and my mouth opens, and information I was not aware I knew rolls out. I am unguarded, open. My gyrinx is present, helping me to explain in words what I already knew by sheer instinct. These are the Imperial Tarot. They reflect the inner soul of humanity, but there is no derision in his tone. I continue with the story of the Tarot, the inner wisdom of the pathway, a word he leaps on, and he looks at me in wonder, head tilted to the side as he speaks. It is said that each lesson is reciprocated, learning gifted to the teacher as much as the pupil. We are supposed to learn from one another. Before, I had believed this a frippery, a sad way for students to salvage their bruised ego when I chided or chastised them. You have taught me to hear the truth in this chime. Yes. I never said this before in all my life. But yes, your way of learning will be faster, better, and potentially more potent, for your soul will learn as fast as your mind. I agree to this novel approach. We will teach you to access the universe through the potence and protection of your tarot. Strange. In all my years of dealing with Thaddeus, I never once heard of these things. It is wiser than you know, any of you. We shall use it, the tarot, as the center of your tuition. For within the month, I expect you to be wielding the power of the runes of battle. I demand nothing less. But they will be a new way, a strange way, something no one will ever be able to counter, because they will never be able to conceive of the roots, the elder language of law, spoken through the imagery of a mortal human. This may well save you. Even he could not predict this. And so, over the coming weeks and months, that is exactly what we did. I sit with him, watching the light of the distant stars. Tan Irinade. We two sit talking, animatedly, but conspiratorially. Both of us have imbibed a glass or more of the cloudy wine of the Elder. And he continues. It is inexplicable. He is not an idiot, but he is no genius either, even with gyrinx. A savant, maybe? I told you he was different. An unfathomable potential, somehow hidden under a very daft mop. Wide eyes looking out from under it. I can't say I agree with his ascetic decisions concerning his hair, but I would not know Moncave fashion. Really? We're playing that card? Because I certainly remember the wizard sleeve phase you had only 2 centuries ago. A phase that lasted over 3,000, if you must call it that. He looks like a twat, and you know it. He uses it to disarm his foes. Nobody can take him seriously enough, not like that. It is a cunning maneuver for one such as you lot. He is underestimated. Point in case, this Castero, Vermilia's runt in the inquisitorial litter. He thought he could even challenge my protégé in a display of power? Ho-ho! My, how the bonds of tutorial patrimony shine bright. Is that a glint in your eye I see, old friend? I have to admit, the lessons have become more bracing since he has secured the loyalty and facility of the cat, and I know I will be slain soon. It adds a certain frisson of wonder to nearly everything. I had forgotten how it was to feel young again. I stop and stare at him, in shock. Come now, Thaddeus. You must know that the enemy cannot but follow through with his threat. And we will stop him. In the end, this is exactly why we have all gathered. To end him. But he will take many with him over the course of this adventure. Don't even pretend you do not know this. A man can think himself into his doom, and an Eldar can dash towards it if he so chooses. Why? Why would you do that?
Do not think I wish to die. I am of that line. That people who won the first war. We are Fae, Thaddeus. Cain runs through our veins, as you man through our hearts. The guiding light of Visha is no longer able to restrain our passions. We are the people of war, Thaddeus. We are heroes and legends of old, given different clothings, different bodies. I am not an idiot. I am not tired of living, not yet. But my pulse slows, my eyes dim, my bones become lighter, my skin begins to reflect the light. I am becoming. I am preparing to pass. I now have one last battle, one last trial, one last test. And I feel young again, Thaddeus. I feel young. And the boy helps with this? Of course! If you ever repeat this, I will gouge out your eyes with my bare hands. He may well be the most naturally gifted seer I have ever trained. And now that he has the cat, has perspective, now, it is like pouring water over the most beautiful flower and watching it grow before your very eyes. Poetry, old friend. You feel it too. You know. He is confounding, so seemingly dense, yet he is more like a sponge. Your training, and that of his first mentor in the arts. You have forged such grounds upon which I will build a mighty castle of his soul. He will outshine any but your child seer, your so-called god. Be careful, old friend. Let none of this slip. It will ruin him. Which is why you and I are alone to discuss this. What an absolute catch. From one master to another. You must be even more elated than I. It has been my life's work to find him. I can die content. Now who is maudling? Prophecy is a harsh taskmaster. Prophecies. Did nobody ever tell you, little human? Prophecies are warnings. Very little is writ so deeply in the will of the flow. Some things cannot be avoided. The beginning, the end. But how those things transpire, they are up to us. We forge the future. I wish I could believe that. I truly do. Then let me give you a piece of advice, old friend. Soon, Tarquinus will come to you with a gift. One he so desperately wants to give you. Accept it. I am tired. I wake and push myself off the bed. I sit at the edge and move my legs, my arms, my shoulders. I crack my back. My joints twinge as I bring them back into action. I want to lay down again, close my eyes and rest more. But no amount of slumber will cure what ails me. Centuries of work on a frame designed to be used for mere decades. It is past the hour I should be out and about, walking the halls, directing the bridge, checking on my wards, my friends. I wipe the dust out of my eyes, trying to focus. Why is it always my eyesight that takes the longest to rouse? Bloody annoying. It is then that I hear a chime go off. The door. Blast. I rush to grab a robe, throw it over myself and tie it. Decorum. Nobody can see me weak, ever, but especially not now. I splash water over my face, throw a towel over my shoulder. I pretend I have been delayed by ablutions. I straighten, ouch, and stride to the door. I open it, and an orange blur zips into the room at my feet. And there he is, daft mop on his head, but tidy, conservatively dressed. He really does look like a prat.
It is, of course, the boy. He has obviously been up for hours, finished his training with the Elder. I step back. "Oh, merry morn to you, Inquisitor. To what do I owe the pleasure?" He steps inside, hissing slightly at his orange terror as it rushes around my room, seemingly hunting out every nook and cranny. It's done this before. I tolerate it, for the boy, of course. He has a furtive look in his eyes as he begins. "Thaddeus, we are preparing to make the last jump outside of the Imperium." "A moment to mark, I concur. Suggesting gathering the gang for a group bonding sesh?" "Not exactly what I had in mind. I was wondering if you would come with me to the observation deck. I wish to show you something." "Ah, this is what the Eldar meant, eh? Tarquinus looks so timid. That's unusual. He does not know if I will go with him, I guess. Does not know if I will accept his gift. As the Eldar stated, this is important to him. I resist the urge to needle. I give him my cheekiest grin and nod. "Of course, my friend. I shall just throw on some clothes. I will meet you there in 10 minutes. He nods with a smile and turns, taking his orange anarchistic horror with him. Cute as it is, I dislike the odd little thing. It looks at us all with far too much slyness in its eyes. I dress, but do not rush. I put on something a bit more formal than usual. If this is to be an event, I'm sure the boy will be pleased I'm taking it seriously. But what on terror is he up to? Despite myself, I'm slightly excited. I stride to the obs deck, and there he is. The gyrinx padding around him in a circle. He looks out of the huge windows into the void. I see nothing out there of note. The large ungainly leagues of Votan's ship dwarfs our own, the other 2 ships of the Inquisition, and even the Huntsman of the Soul. With the skeletal crew, we have not truly decided what to do with it. Well, officially, I, of course, know exactly what is to be done with it, but he hasn't earned it yet. Tarquinus does not turn. He just waves his hand, inviting me to stand with him. And I do so. The cat walks away and sits in a corner, glaring at us with its crafty leonine eyes. I am not sure I would have agreed to this present from the Farseer if I'd been privy to it before the deed was done, but the changes in Tarquinus have been huge. Subtle, but telling. I reach him. He looks placid, but centered. Again, he is nervous, prepared for rejection. I take the time to lighten the mood. I break wind on purpose. He chortles. It is a human male thing. Flatulence is irreverent, hence, in this situation, very funny. Tarquinus shakes off the mirth and fixes me with his most ardent and imploring stare. And I melt. I cannot deny him anything as he sets out his stand. Master, we are about to go out of range, so I ask that I can merge with your mind. I snort. I cannot make it too easy for him. It would only be the most superficial of connections. I would not dare to attempt to pry into your inner thoughts. And you'd find it more challenging than you can imagine, lad. He grins and nods. Of that I have no doubt. But what I propose is that we link sight only. I want to show you something. Something only I can see. This had better not be a joke, my understudy. If Devlin bounces out with a toothy grin and nothing else on, I will not be amused. He frowns. I'd better stop winding him up. I'm being churlish. This means a lot to him. Just this once. I will permit it. I want you to see this, because, as you constantly warned me to prepare, things are going to get nasty very quickly. And I just thought, well, you deserve this. I think all of us should see it, but for some reason the Church forbids it. We shall have need of strength, and you are our beating heart. So you, more than any here, deserve to have this." I say nothing. I just nod. I see his eyes flash with psycho light as he connects with the warp. I feel him floundering around the moat of my mind, trying to find a way in. Then I lower the outer drawbridge and permit him to connect us. All is dark for a moment as my vision shifts from biology to spirituality. And I can see it. I can see him. The light. I have read about it so often, have spoken to so many who have seen it, have even witnessed it in the near-faded memories of others. But I have never seen it with my own eyes, my own soul. And it is beautiful. It is like a lighthouse in perfect pitch black. It is a beacon of hope, and I can feel its light on my face. I can see and feel his presence, the light of the Emperor. I can see my God. He walks away. Tarquinus permits me to have this moment alone. Still he connects us, but he stands back and permits me my privacy. And a single tear rolls down my face. He was right. The boy was right. I needed to see this. I do not take my eyes from the vision as I feel myself kneel. And I whisper the litanies that are closest to my heart. I give praise to the Emperor, to his very face, while bathed in his light. And somehow, things just don't seem as bad anymore. I know most of us will die. We may not even succeed. But I feel him. I see him. And with all of the trillions of human souls out there, it feels like he is looking back at me, just at me. I lead these wonderful people to the darkest road possible, to war with the demon of antiquity. The enemy cannot be anything but a demon of evil, for he opposes the Emperor himself. Yet now, I have a firm hold of it, a reality of what was previously a hypothetical. With this one simple act, this one deeply thoughtful gift, I can feel something has returned. My hope. And back to the present, as I walk amongst the dark shadows of a dead ship, one that passed before my race walked upright. I wear my power armor, its self-contained systems permitting me to be here, to breathe in the cold darkness of the void. Rents are all across this ship. It was near torn apart. The lines so perfect, the breaches sliced by something so sharp that it left no trace of its severing. The substances here seem to have been simply wished out of existence, not burned or blasted apart. They simply fell apart somehow. And the ship was dead. Like the other groups, we landed on some of the largest wrecks here. When we did scan this huge field of dead, there were near 5,000 ships floating here. And so, as agreed, we broke into the three groups, the Heart of Fire leading one, my escort taking another, and me in charge of the last. I have some of the kin with me, led by one of the Hearthguard, but also the tech priest, Voluntar, one of Saulot's lot. He barely does as instructed, seeming to ignore me unless I stand before him and bark. More than once I was told him to keep his grimy tendrils to himself. What use is a statue to him?
I did not care when he waxed on about its consistency, its makeup. It was not wraithbone, you see, possibly some form of gold, but I refused his request to take it. The kin, too, were put out by this. I did not care. Perhaps I am becoming more like an Eldar after all, because the Naugrim, the short, unlovely ones, they do not like me, and the feeling is mutual. We delve deeper into the center of the ship, where none have walked since what seems the dawn of time. And it feels wrong. Not just like we are interlopers, not like we are robbers, but like we are walking amongst the very tombs of the Eldar. This is not right. We should not be here. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy on me. The others do not seem to be oppressed by this pall, but I can feel it. The anguish, the pain, echoes in my mind. Something truly horrific happened here. Something far worse than just battle and war. Something unnatural caused all of this. Something terrible. We keep in contact with the others via comms, but I link with my tutor when required. He is calm, but on tenterhooks. His skin is crawling every bit as much as my own, it seems. Then, as we delve deeper, I begin to see other patterns on the walls. The amount of ornamentation in these vessels is astonishing. Every element is grown together, forming mosaics and frescoes of eye-watering beauty. This is power. The facility to make things so potent and yet so sublimely pleasant to behold. This is the true strength of the Eldar. I see now why they are broken, so defeated. When they used to have ships like this, I can understand their anger at their fall from grace. But as we delve deeper, there are strange lines dug out of the walls now, like burns, but without splash or blackened regions. Lines inches deep have simply disappeared from the walls, the floors, the ceilings, as if something just unmade those areas. It does not help the feeling of deepening dread, I can assure you. We walk on. The tech priest's limbs akimbo, scanning everything as we move. Then finally, we see floating bodies. I am shocked and amazed that they are still here. The tech priest did try to explain that there was no degeneration in space. Something about tiny things that broke down matter in an atmosphere. Ugh. I had to admit, I just nodded and ignored him. I have enough on my plate already, without his techno-babble. But they are here. Dead Eldar, wearing armor I have never seen before. We try not to touch any of them as we walk. The kin are less formal, less respectful. They simply barge a body to float it in another direction, usually upwards. Then, the two catachans I have with me, Fullen and Foras, who are on point. They stop. They had found something on the ground. Well, the deck is more accurate, I guess. I walk up as they beckon me, and I find what they are looking down at. It seems to be a skeleton, but it has a sheen to it, as if it were covered in some form of armor or metal. I have heard of the Primaris Marines, and their internal metal cabling. Perhaps these ancient Eldar covered their very bones in this metallic substance, or perhaps it was the effect of some ancient weapon, some terrible weapon, to burn away flesh, but leave ossified remains as non-organic matter. We avoid them, stepping over what now seems to be a pattern of them across the decks, as we head towards what is clearly a central segment of the ship. We pass through ancient open doors to find ourselves standing in a huge room. At the other end is a set of doors, and before it are more of these skeletal victims. Our lumens brighten the area, giving us more information as we progress inside, and we find the remains are thinning. There are less and less of these skeletons,
until it seems that the last of them were destroyed before they got to this gateway. I look at the icons and glyphs that surround the heavy mechanism that protects the unopened vault. This is too odd. I cannot understand half of these icons, but the half I can. They are warnings of the most dire kind. I send out my spirit and attempt to link with my tutor. I close my eyes as I concentrate to cut through the strange psychic chaff in this area. It is a trial, but I make contact with the Farseer. We have a situation on this ship. Elucidate. We are before some form of a vault. It has markings on it I do not understand. They may not even be Eldar. Perhaps they are merely antique. I cannot link senses with you at this range. Describe them. They are mainly circles, with lines coming from them and linking to other circles. What? Yes, and there are silver skeletons everywhere up to this vault. Under closer inspection, they do not look Eldar at all. Silver skeletons? Yes, and there is a green ball that seems to have some power still in it. As it glows, it is placed on a dais before the locked gateway. His mind now becomes so frantic, I can barely make out his thoughts. He is terrified. In the name of Azuman, Kalem, and Shakain, and Isha, touch nothing! Ingir! It is an Ingir! Get out of there! I close off my connection and turn to bark out the order. It is then that I see the tech priest, Voluntar, sweeping forward. He is muttering something about recognizing a glyph. His arms come out to reach for the orb. No, get back! I scream, but he has done it. He has made contact with the green orb, and it flashes to light. Green energy flashes from it and crackles into the vault doorway, and the metal screeches as the doors open wide. I rush to grab at Voluntar while shouting, "Out! Everybody out, now!" But I'm knocked down by a wave of force. Something inside the vault wakens. I can feel the energy. I can feel its power. My mind feels like it is being crushed. My eyes vibrate with the sheer potence of its presence, and a wave of fire comes from the darkness. I see it consume the tech priest, making ashes of him in an instant as it rolls towards me. I am on the bridge, watching all of the readings, monitoring all communications. It is then that there is a dazzling light, an explosion so bright that it can be seen here with the naked eye. It came from the third party, Tarquinus' ship. And when the light ends, there is nothing there. The ship is gone. My boy, he is... No. Hard choices. I checked the records again and again as the surviving parties flew back. But one can only deny reality for so long. The entire capital ship, the wreck that was tens of miles long, it was annihilated, erased from reality by the waking of a wrathful evil of yesteryear. Nothing could have survived an explosion of that size and intensity. Nothing and nobody. He is gone. Tarquinus is dead. The initial shock has passed, but the reality now comes pushing through the denial to believe it has happened, through the rage at the injustice of it all, the sheer waste. Now, all we have is misery, and then tomorrow. How to continue? That was always the tough bit for me. But we have our mechanisms. We are the Thaddeus. We endure. And I have my faith. If this is what has happened, then it is all a part of his plan. I may not like my God at the moment, but I will not deny him. I will not blame him. This was my fault. Not that everyone has the same view, of course. Ursula is with Santara. I could not think of a better person to send. But the girl had to be told. Barbon, he was the biggest surprise. When the transports came back to our ship, Holy Throne, I had not seen him this enraged since Bellinger 5, and, in some small way, he spoke for all of us. Well, shouted is a more accurate way of putting it. When the explosion went off, all parties were ordered to return, and they did so at top speed, ignoring all but the most fundamental procedures for safe docking. One transport went directly to the Leagues of Votan kinship, the one with the solitaire. The other returned to us here, the one with the Farseer on it. Tan Irenaid, the Heart of Fire. I had made my way down to the hangar with Barbon. When the transport gangplank came down, Devlin was first to alight, with a face like thunder. Valuntar, the tech priest in the entourage of Saulat, and many kin had also been on board when it happened, but also 2 of Devlin's Catachan brothers, Fullen and Foras. It had only been minutes, and Devlin was livid. He spat in front of the Eldar as it rushed down to talk to me. The Farseer saw this, of course he did, but he ignored it. He was frantic, as only an Eldar can be, a whirlwind of emotions barely held in check by his ancient will, but it was obvious he was as overwhelmed as the rest of us. He came in so close, he did not stop. He was obviously intent on giving me some form of hug, but I raised my hand, and from over my shoulder, Barbon actually growled a warning at him. No words, just a growl. The kind I had only ever heard emitting from a son of the Rus, an animalistic rumbling that alerted the Farseer that the Marine was not only Rus with him, but also a blatant warning to back off or face the consequences. Tan Irenaid deftly removed his helm, and his face was a travesty. Gone was the usual composure, the calm, watchful, imperturbable shield he always wore. His eyes were wide, and his face was a parody of our own, so expressive, so distorted, so alien. His anguish and fear were writ across every inch of his features. With watery eyes, trembling lips, he barked, "Thaddeus, I feel your pain, but we cannot delay. We must leave this place immediately." What happened out there, Farseer? He stiffens at the formality. He blinks and backs off one pace as he explains. "Someone woke up an Engir, a star god. We must leave, Thaddeus, and we must do it now." I look at him through narrow eyes. In hindsight, I will regret these words, my attitude, but I state them anyway. I thought you Eldar defeated the old enemy. I thought it was the mystic might of the Eldar that chased them into their slumber. Isn't that what you told me? He looked perplexed. Then he looked down and closed his eyes as he responded. "I understand. I am sorry, Thaddeus. I loved him too. But we must leave. I, single Farseer, am no match for what could very well be an Engir, even if it be only a shard. It is a risk we cannot take." "How certain are you of this, Eldar?" He looks at me plaintively, but sees my cold glare. I cannot mask myself. I do not even try. The shock was still too fresh. His attitude changed. He pushed back his shoulders and stood tall, and locked me with his most serious and sterile stare. I am a farseer of Craftworld and Noon. I know my past lives. I am not a match for an Ingir. Not now, not even at my prime. Not alone. If it returns, we are doomed. If this venture means anything, we need to leave. Now. I nod, then open up comms to the bridge, and to my counterparts, Saulet, Vermilia, and Karl Antrad. We must jump away. Antrad, send out the coordinates, and then lead the way. There can be no delay. We make 3 jumps. We need to put distance between us and this place. The Farseer nods. His mouth opens, but I turn my back on him as I walk away and state, we will debrief later, not now. For the life of me, I was cruel, for I did not do anything to stop what happened next. Barbon did not instantly follow me, as he glared at the Farseer and spat at him. Got any leaves to interpret? Any omens to dissect? Why don't you tell me my fortune, soothsayer? Pah! The vaunted powers of the Eldar. Pathetic. What use are you? Did you foresee the attack on our camp by the enemy? Did you scry for where he is hiding? Did you not ever see the coming of your Prince of Pleasure? Did you have a tingling over the death of Tarquinus? No, 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 and no. You flounce about, proclaiming yourself oh so superior, but all I see is a smug, inept Xeno-witch. You, like your entire filthy, dying race, are pointless. The galaxy will be a better place when you are finally wiped out. The Marine waits for a retort, but, thankfully, the Farseer knows better. None comes, and Barbon swivels and follows me. A guilty pleasure. But I enjoyed him doing that. Saying what I could not. For I know Tanarian Aid mourns as much as I do. Yet, did Barbon lie? Where were the prophecies? Where was his prescience? I will never trust to it again. As the Farseer said himself, they are a guide, a warning. So if they do not warn against such tragedies, what use are they to me? To us? I coordinate our jumps and witness them, holding order and projecting calm. I keep it together. I must. There is no choice. It takes many hours before we are considered out of the woods. Barbon is with me, standing at my side throughout it all, quietly seething. He reflects my own shade this day. For that, I will always love Barbon. He confronts his emotions head-on, but never lets them guide his actions. Did he tear strips off the Eldar for himself, or for me, Devrin, Ursula, and Santara? In any case, I have been thinking. Not about him. Not my boy. I cannot do that yet. I shove those thoughts and feelings deep down. I will unravel them soon. But not yet. When our small flotilla of ships is safe, we both go down to my quarters. We do not speak a word in all that time. Nor when we walk. Not when we enter my quarters, and I press the hidden control to open up my inner sanctum. Most Imperial ships have larger command quarters, but by design, this one has its hidden chamber, where I keep my most sacred panoply, where I have the book. Stood on plinths are a dozen misdirections. Lights shine down on them, emphasizing them to fool any would-be thief. One can never be too cautious. Something I should have remembered when I agreed to Antrad and the kin's little adventure into the unknown. I should have had my wits about me. I failed, and I was punished. I will not do this again. I walk to an unobtrusive region, to an unlocked desk, one that is trapped in a dozen ways, spelling certain death for anyone who has sat here, anyone who rummaged through this bland book repository. Only Barbon and I know the way to open this without certain death. And so, I do. Barbon has been my shadow for all this time. He now breaks the silence as I take out the book and start to flip through its pages. Is it time already? So soon? I see no reason to delay. I find the correct page and tear it out of the book. I walk to the fire that is always burning in the hearth, and I speak the words. I, the Thaddeus, summon thee in my time of need. The world will bend, reality will shatter, space will fold, and minds will blur. All things will conspire to bring you to my side. And then I throw it into the fire. The page burns, the name searing last, and sparks float out and seem to disappear into the universe, a shower of light shifting into the immaterium. Who? Rumbles Barbon. Pious. Your second pupil? A dangerous choice. Yet all we have. Remember what you told me all those years ago? Does the Thaddeus still feel the same way? Have you considered this in full force? Not since we found Tarquinus. But you know, we analysed this before. Pious was always our last resort. We shall see. Perhaps age and experience have changed him, Barbon retorts. No matter what. He is now summoned. Yes. The line must continue. Yes, I suppose it must. We both stare at the flames until they die down again. Now, I should meet with the others. And the Marine now turns to me and puts his hand on my shoulder. No. Now we grieve. I will stand watch outside. None shall pass my vigil until the time has passed. I cannot spare 24 hours now, my friend. You have no choice, Thaddeus. If you do not do this, we both know what will happen. After so much, you did not give yourself the time, and it told. You cannot afford to be anything less than your best, Thaddeus. Not just our family, but the entire venture leans on you, even more than Sowlet. Then it begins now. Go. Stand vigil for him. Get it all out, old friend. Get it all out. I shall try. But when I leave this room, we will never speak of him again. Is that understood? I know. I will tell the others. See you tomorrow, Barbon. See you tomorrow. And with that, he marches formally to my door, and through it. As it closes, I can see him standing outside. He has drawn his power sword, stands watch with it in hand, its tip stuck in the deck in front of him. With anyone else, I would hope they did not hear what happens inside. But it is Barbon, my first and oldest friend. So I need feel no shame. He knows me inside and out, and as the door closes, it begins.
I do not understand. I stood and weathered everything that butcher in black dished out. I held my tongue. I did not respond to the glares from the catachans. I did not rise to any provocation from their women. As one comes at me with claws and spittle, the other attempting to control her, Santara swipes across my face. I duck back just enough to avoid my eyes being raked, but permit her the balm of seeing my cheek bleed, before she is drawn backwards into the arms of Ursula. Still screaming at me, of course. Those are nasty talents Santara has, but what can one expect from the Monkey? I took it all. I walk, head held high, until I get to my own dingy excuse for quarters. I walk inside and the door closes behind me. I breathe out hard as I lean back against it and close my eyes. I cannot take the dull ugliness of the grey square in which I must reside. I despise this place. Pity those who think this any way to exist. Their colourless lives, their tasteless food, their slow and simplistic minds. I feel the emptiness to my very core, as if someone had reached in and scooped out my heart. Strange that I react this way. He was only a mortal, an ungainly mockery of our own grandeur. Yet he was my pupil. He was mine to guide, to nurture, to defend. And now he is gone, slain by an enemy that was never his, in a place he should never have been. I caused this. I permitted this to happen. It would be so easy to blame the Naugrim's greed, for would we be there at all if not for their avarice? It would be so easy to channel my rage towards Volontar, the idiotic tech priest, the one who caused his death. It would be easy to even pass this off on Thaddeus. He permitted it, every bit as much as I did. He is the one responsible for the boy, not I. But that is all cowardice. They know not what they do. It is why I am here, to guide these doltish gadflies in how to hunt an immortal, a being of true power. I could have ignored the demands of the grubbing kin. I could have enforced my will, and only had one party go across and led it personally. I could have done a million things, but I did not. He was not ready. Now, he never will be. I did this. My strength gone, my heart heavy. I slide down the door and close in on myself. My head in my hands, my face wet with the inevitable. I have failed them all. Tarquinus was the secret weapon that might have evened the odds. The chances of success were always slim, but without him, without our diamond in the rough, the probability of success is now as thin as the monofilament fibers of the Harlequin's kiss. And the enemy will stand amongst the legions of chaos in the Rana Dundra. I have failed them all. Not just my pupil, not just my friend, Thaddeus, not just our cause. I have failed my allies, my craft world, my family, perhaps even my very race. I sit, unmoving, for what feels like an age, looking within and despising what I see. I am nothing. I could don my helm and never take it off.
Put that shield between me and the universe, between myself and my actions. I am a farseer. I have walked the path of the warlock, some of the paths of the aspect. I could do this. Sever myself from my heart and become the statue within that I am destined to become in form. Cowardly. I am better than that. I am the heart of fire. Yet now I feel the fire's gutter out. Where is my rage? Where is my ire? Where is my passion? I sit and I hate. I hate enough for everyone. I hate myself. Then the droning horror of interruption clamours at my door. A chime they think pleasant scratches its claws across my eardrums. An interloper. I banish my anguish and stand tall before I touch the icon on the wall with my mind, and the doors slide open. I turn to face whomever it is who shatters my peace. And there he stands, short but wide. Orange fur covers every inch of him but face, palms, and soles. It is the Jacero. I bow to Louis. He does so as well, wide eyes never removed from my own. He then offers me his hand. He does not step inside. He just stands there. And, after a deep sigh, I take the paces required and place my delicate digits within his mighty grasp. His hand covers my own. Despite his strength, he is so gentle. Yet, he is insistent. He squeezes just hard enough to show me comfort, but also, when he does not let go, I know he is subtly telling me that there is nothing I can do short of extreme violence that will make him relent. He tugs at me gently, and I do not fight him. And so, I am guided down corridors I know all too well, for he takes me to the only other room in which I have spent much time in this tortured, twisting thing of dead minerals and metals. He walks me to the quarters of Tarquinus. I look down at him. I try to let him know with my eyes that I do not wish to go inside. And Louis, he looks at me with such kindness. He nods. He understands. But then he raises his eyebrows, and that mad grin splits his face. I, of course, see no reason for levity. Yet he is a Jacero. He is one of the old races. One of us. So few of us left. I must honor him, even if I do not understand his motives or actions. He waves a briefly illuminated palm over the controls, and the doors slide open. I wonder if Thaddeus knows Louis can get into anywhere on this ship. It is certain Barbon would not be happy if he knew. I let my ruminations distract me from the vision. But I have to let this happen. I look into that room, and it now seems so empty. Without his mischievous grin under that ridiculous mop of hair. Without Tarquinus, this place is just an ugly grey box again. Yet Louis gently tugs again as he walks inside, and I follow. It is then that the orange ape points at the bunk. Still holding my hand, he tugs on it slightly again, emphasizing the action. And there is a pristinely made bed. He was always so fastidious about writing it before he trained. With everything else so ramshackle and messy in his room, I always wondered why his bunk was so high in his estimation. I see nothing. But then Louis tugs at me again and gesticulates harder than before and grins. He points to Reboute, the small gyrinx that is curled up on the bed, sleeping as if he had no care in the world. Louis releases my hand, and I shrug, sighing. I do not understand. Louis rolls his eyes and then walks calmly to the cat. He strokes it with one of his fingers until its eyes gently open. The cat yawns and stretches, and then lies on its back and plays with the hand of Louis, swiping at it whenever Louis goes to retract it from the duty of paying the gyrinx attention. Louis open palm gestures to the gyrinx with his other hand as he beams at me with his lips curled back and laughs in his strange belly laugh. I watch on. Then my eyes widen as realization hits me with the power of a bright lance. My heart bursts with joy as I join him. I laugh, wide and deep. The cat now looks up at me. It scowls. Louis scoops it up with his mighty arms and cradles it as he continues to keep it entertained. He gestures to the door. I nod, and we walk with purpose to our next location. He is stood there, solid as stone in his black armor, a warrior born, the most lethal their kind has ever produced. Perhaps he is the greatest, though I have heard that they have even nastier genetic travesties protecting their god-emperor's throne. I find this hard to believe. The Monkey are clearly mad if this is true. This god-king of theirs is not what they think if he was the hand behind such infamies. To twist and rewrite, to bastardize their own genetics, is to spit in the face of that which made them. For they are clearly made in our image, but by whom and why? A conundrum my people have pondered since we met the humans out amongst the stars. Of course, they were different then, not in form, but in substance. But it matters not one jot when dealing with them, and I now have to try to get past this fanatic. We do not have time to dally, this much I know. We walk to within a half-dozen paces, and I try. I need to see Thaddeus immediately. Barbon slowly turns his head in my direction. His jaw clenches and unclenches as he silently glares at me. Not now, Zeno. Come back later. Much later. Louis blows a noise and glares up at the Marine, every bit as angry as his target seems to be. Time to try again. Barbon, you do your master no service by impeding me. I must speak with him. He twists his hand on the pommel of the blade and brings it up to attention before him, between us. Though every fibre in my being screams at me to do so, I do not step backwards. I tolerate a lot for Thaddeus, because I swore an oath to him. But I also swore other oaths. You breached 2 of them, Zeno Witch. If you attempt to get me to breach my vigil, that would be an act of sacrilege, and that would make you a heretic. Add that to the other 2, and I will have no choice but to breach the oaths to Thaddeus and to retain my honor in the first oaths. You can fawn and beg Thaddeus' forgiveness when he emerges, not 1 second earlier. Now, I state for the last time, go away, before I do what comes naturally. To punctuate the moment, he flicks a switch with his thumb, and energy crackles down the edge of his blade, one that is wholly too close to Louis and I for comfort. He has ignored the orange ape in all of this, but I know he is aware. The statements were for both of us, of course, and he is not going to change his stance or what he passes for a mind. Louis shrugs and turns around. I follow him, somewhat crestfallen if I am honest. Why does ignorance always thwart them? Whenever I feel the Monkey could have potential, could rise from the self-inflicted ashes of ignorance, they invariably let me down. We may pass through another hatch and are beyond the hearing of the Space Marine. I wheel on Louis. Well, that could have gone better. We don't have long, do we? He looks at me dolefully and shakes his head. You know them better than I. Who can get us past Barbon? Louis scowls and his eyebrows knit together as we walk, deep in thought. Louis stops and shakes his head. I also stop and wait for his answer. He puts a cat on his shoulders now, then punches one fist into the palm of his other hand. My eyebrows sweep up as I stand there agape. You want us to fight our way past Barbon? Then why are we walking away? Louis now looks as shocked as I am. He shakes his head frantically and looks at me like I have lost all sanity. He then makes a motion with his hand, slowly moving it up while flat, and it banks and rises. We need a shuttle. Can their small ships enter the immaterium? We are many jumps distant now. He smiles and rolls his eyes, then changes the hand into a finger, hovering through the air, then motions with the finger to land within his other fist. He then makes it move in a stepping stone motion 3 times. Ah, I understand. I do not think they will let us do that. He opens his hands wide and looks at me as if I am a dolt. This won't be popular, Louis. He shrugs, and off we go. I need to talk to Ilhav Narayan, the cursed one, and perhaps even the one with the club. My room is a wreck, but that doesn't make a difference when the lights all turn red and the klaxons blare out. I jump to my feet and rush for the door. I almost crash into Barbon as he stands outside still, clearly in a dilemma. He is on vigil, he should not move, but the situation seems dire. My micro-bead now in my ear, I snap my order. Bridge, this is Thaddeus, report! We have multiple situations. Breach in the personal quarters of Ursula. The gun deck is under assault. The hangar bay is under assault. And they are here. It's the Xenos! The connection is terminated. Barbon, patch into the internal vid feeds. We are under attack, all right. He nods and does so immediately. The bridge is under attack from the Farseer. He is neutralizing all hands. What? I say. I step back into my room and open the feeds myself. Thaddeus, Louis has Ursula. She is incapacitated. He is running off with her. I dart to look up and then hone in on the hangar bay. There is confusion. Most of the relays have been taken out, but one remains. I gasp as I see the judge running into menials and laying them out with his stun baton. He's marching through them like it was a parade. Gunnery bay, look, says Barbon. I switch feeds and gasp again. A shining ball of light and darkness is zipping through the deck at speeds I can barely follow. Each time the lights engulf a man or woman, they are dropped. I cannot see what is doing this, but it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. The speed, the lights, the impossibility of it all. It's a solitaire, and if uninterrupted, within minutes there won't be a person standing in the entire deck. For a second, my heart fills with pride. The Serfs do not run or cower. They charge at it. Holy throne. They cannot do anything to stop it, yet they still try. I must remember to grant them extra grog rations for this. Barbon barks. Devlin and the catch giants are locked in their barracks room. They cannot get out. The door is welded shut. Emperor's balls. This was planned to a T.
What the hell do we do? Fight! That's what! You cannot face the dancer. I will do that. Oh, just leave me with the Farseer then, eh? Great! Barbon winks at me. Break out Devrin and take out the judge. Then we meet up and deal with the witch together. I can work with that. If I come across the ape, it's dead. We don't know why they're doing this. And it doesn't matter. Either they are traitors working for their enemy, or they are cowards trying to flee. Either way, we cannot hold back. I lock eyes with him. Spare where you can, my knight. No matter the cause, I want to hear it from them myself. No promises, but I will try. With Louis, at least. Indeed. Don't pull your punches with the jester, or you won't survive. Of that, you can be certain, shouts Barbon, as he is already halfway down the corridor, heading towards the gunnery decks. I grab Miltilda and my blade, then peg it towards the barracks. I try to contact the bridge again, but it's static. No wonder. If the Farseer has been there, I simply cannot believe it. I don't know the solitaire well, who would? But the Heart of Fire? Louis? This is almost too much to bear. What the hell are they up to, and, more importantly, why? No time to think of that, as I make it to the barracks, but I take the time to send in a brief message over the comms. Stand back from the door, it's about to get real hot. I then level Miltilda and let out a healthy few shots at it. The fire slams into it and burns a few inches in. The next 2 or 3 shots finish the process. A superheated sludge is all that remains as a pool at the bottom of where the reinforced door once stood. The gents are standing back, but as soon as the drips of molten metal slow and seem to stop, they jump through one at a time. I hear a yelp as one of them is caught by a small splatter, but it is not lethal, an arm wound, a small one. Devrin is livid as he bites off. What's going on, Thaddeus? Who's hitting us? The Eldar! And Louis! Devrin's eyes widen and then darken again. Louis? What the hell? They've got Ursula. We need to be swift as the wind. Let's move! Move, move, move! Devrin bellows at his friends, and we charge towards the hangar bay. Barbon snaps off. The gunnery deck is a mess. He's taken them all out and moved on. Every last one, Thaddeus. Gotcha! Double back! Meet us in the hangar. We are 2 minutes out. I'll be there. Don't you dare go in without me, old man. I run as fast as I can, my heart in my throat, my chest on fire. Not her too. You will not take my girl as well. Why? Why? I cannot understand. I go through as many possibilities as I can while keeping sharp, my attention focused on every hatch, ladder and stairway. I cannot be slowed. Even so, the jungle fighters outpace me. I hear gunfire resound as I approach the doors to Hangar Bay. Barbon screeches around the corner, not missing a beat as he ducks through the door and rolls sideways again. I crouch as I head inside and take up cover immediately, popping up to take a quick look at the madness in front of me. And what a sight is before mine eye! The judge is hiding behind cover and snapping off shots to keep us back. The jungle fighters are firing off controlled single shots, desperately attempting to avoid hitting Ursula, she who is being taken towards the active ship. That blasted traitor judge must have prepped it, as the lights are on and the gangplank is already down. Of course, Ursula is unconscious, being held by Louis. At least, he seems to be carrying her with both arms, so that she is in front of him, not used as a shield by being over his back. A lasgun shot slams into Louis' back, but he is wearing his own parody of power armor. He does not miss a step as he keeps running and sometimes bounding to keep hits to a minimum. He screams at the Farseer, who then steps in to protect him. As Louis slides across the ground near the Eldar's boots, he comes under the shield that the Farseer has erected. Runes of power flash as the Catajans hit him again and again. Each time a golden word in Eldar is shattered and another shield gone. But I know from bitter experience, these are hardly his most powerful wards, and he can do this all day. There is one fighter not yet here, but he proclaims his presence with gusto. Standing in the doorway appears Bartholomew, the largest and gnarliest of the lot. Well, sans Devrin, of course, but that's another story. He cries out, warning his friends, I think, then lets loose directly at the Farseer. and a line of power comes out and smashes a dozen wards in one hit, as Bartholomew lets rip with a las cannon. The Farseer takes a few skipping steps forward, and then hurls his spear. The thing becomes fire and light and burns through the air, moaning as it comes. All who see it are blinded for a second, as I watch it come on with a sense of dread. Bartholomew is a dead man. Or he would be, if the spear hit his torso. But it does not. It slams into his shoulder, and Bartholomew wheels and falls, grunting from the pain. A waft of burning flesh now billows across the hangar bay. The spear returns to the Eldar warrior, as he then lets it fly again. This time it zips forward, but before many can duck or dodge, it has torn the las guns from two more jungle fighters, their sizzling weapons cut in half. Without a second of deliberation, they both bring out backup weapons. One has a bolt pistol, the other a combat shotgun. Both now stalk through cover, trying to get closer. The judge is taken off his feet by a shot, but his armor diffuses the power, and he is merely smoking as he rises again. And then it gets worse. Louis is up the gangplank, and Barbon now moves, charging the lot of them. He bounces from side to side in the loping run of the Astartes, confusing even the Farseer's aim. Its spear streaking past Barbon, but very low. Aimed at his legs, maybe? But Barbon is flying at him like a cannonball. From the other side of the room, a door opens, and all hell breaks loose, as a preternatural sound fills the air, resounding off every wall, every crate, every transport. It is like the very room is laughing at us as a solitaire arrives. He is every bit as fast as Barbon, possibly more so, and he eats the distance between them. Barbon's strikes at the Farseer are thwarted by a succession of nimble backflips, but the onslaught is ended when the Farseer bounds into the air, and Barbon is instantly assaulted by the ball of light and shadow. The solitaire comes in hard. From attack to defense, Barbon now parries a full 24 attacks, each one closer to him than the last. The dual blades of the solitaire blur so that I cannot make them out. I stand up and do what must be done as I walk forward in plain view. I level Meltilda at the Farseer and open fire. The first blast hits his shields and crushes them like so much paperwork. But he is fast. He brings them online again and again as I move forward firing. The Catachans now concentrate more on advancing and on keeping the judge's head down, which he does. He has zero choice with so much coming at him. Louis is gone. And then I see his face in the cockpit of the transport, and it begins to rise off the deck. Curse him. The Farseer is now backing away fast, his feet on the gangplank when Matilda runs dry. I drop her and draw my pistols and run and gun at him. No bloody mercy. But I am somewhat distracted by a display that beggars belief. A once-in-a-lifetime view that is even more amazing than that which I witnessed on the vids from Ultramar. Barbon is moving so fast he is a blur, a black blur, fighting against one of rainbow lights and darkness. The Nethedi suit of the solitaire breaks up his outline, but Barbon is one of the best. And his own sword crackles with power, so that there are endless sparks flying off the two as they mimic a twister and twirl across the centre of the battlefield. Then, it all happens at once. The Farseer sweeps out his hand, and half of the Catachans simply fall forward or backwards, like puppets with their strings cut. A clang resounds as Barbon is struck across his head, once, twice, thrice, each time the blade does not pierce the armour, and the ball of light is then smashed backwards as Barbon lands a kick right in its centre. A sickening sound of cracking accompanies the strike, as half of the solitaire's ribcage must have buckled under the blow of Barbon's boot. Yet, after it flies backwards and bounces over a cargo container, against all logic, the solitaire bounces up and cartwheels towards the transport. But I note, the cartwheels do not use its arms or torso, only its legs. Josephus, the judge, fires off a few shots to keep our heads down, then jumps onto the shuttle as well, joining the Farseer and the solitaire. All three scrambling upwards into the ship as Barbon takes out his bolter and snaps off 3 shots. But each bolt is stopped dead by the Farseer's runes of protection. If they had not, each one of them would have no head. The doorway closes. and the shuttle turns. Barbon then runs towards Bartholomew, skidding across the ground and rising with the las cannon on his shoulder, preparing to fire. I then dive in between the Marine and his target. He curses at me. "Get out of the way, Thaddeus! No! Hold your fire! Ursula!" For a merest second, it seems he is considering moving so as to fire past me. I can see it in his legs. The way they tighten, they shift. But then the tension in them is gone. He lowers the las cannon, but does not drop it, as he walks briskly to my side. I turn as he gets to me, as we all watch the transport penetrate the environmental shield and dart off into space. "I can still hit it from here. Give the word." I cannot. Not this time. They're heading for the Huntsman of the Soul. I know. How? Because that is the only ship I could not contact on my way down here. They're jamming us. I told you not to deal with Xenos. How many times did I tell you? If they hurt Ursula, this is on you, Thaddeus. I know, old friend. I know. I state as we both watch their shuttle reach the Huntsman. You seem incredibly relaxed under the circumstances. Given up, have we? Nope. Look around, Barbon. What do you see? I give him time. At least he does as instructed, and looks around the hangar, as I have done already. And he sees what I saw. He does not state it immediately. He looks around again, to be certain. The Catagons are tough. Whatever the witch did, they are shaking it off. He's not wrong, of course. The jungle fighters are indeed waking up. But if I'm right, it has bugger all to do with their resilience. Tan Irenaid could have crushed their brains. Still not looking at Barbon, I say, and? Oh. He sighs, but his stance alters. He is now down from high alert, and his gait changes again. He wants to be at attention. I know he does. The hangar menials. There is no blood. And there won't be any. Either here, or on the bridge, or on the gunnery bays. Nobody died, he says. Yes, nobody died. Well. Well? I sigh dramatically as I slowly put my pistols into my holsters and cross my arms over my chest. The boot tapping comes unbidden. We witness the huntsman tear a hole in the warp and slide through. They are gone, which means they had an accomplice on that end already. Either the navigator or the new captain. Perhaps both. Indeed, my friend. So, do you have something to tell me, Barbon? I may have had a conversation with the Farseer. And Louis, mayhap? He may have been present. My thumb and forefinger rise to the ridge of my nose as I close my eyes. The tapping increases in speed, and out it slips. You tit. Oubliette, Schrödinger's Inquisitor. I look Barbon straight in the eye as he pulls the trigger. If I could see through his ugly helmet, I am sure I could see the sides of his mouth rise in just the hint of a smile. He puts 3 bolts into the air, one aimed at each of our heads. The runes dance in my mind. I construct them at the speed of thought, but still, only just in time to protect myself, Josephus,
and Ilhavnarian. The bolts fall harmlessly to the ground before us, spent, bouncing off the protections I wove. The groaning door of lump and dead metal screeches shut, blocking us from the view of the marine. The Juquero at the front flips dials and pulls on a control stick of some form, and we are away. Out of the ship and heading straight for the huntsman of the soul. That vessel's captain I have already converted to our way of thinking. I may have stretched some statements, obfuscated details a tiny tad. Yet, I have never lied. I can feel the engines whine, the smell of dusky oil and incense, mixed with the sweat pouring from all. It was rather bracing. There stands Ilhavnarian, the solitaire, his mask hiding the obvious agony he is experiencing. I walk to him and carve runes into the air with the singing spear. I send them at him and watch as the icons of light and power sink into his body and begin to reknit his form. I can do nothing for his rank and reeking soul. Light bursts from his rib cage. It is bright, dazzling, hence meaning the damage was catastrophic for such a display to occur. His ribs were utterly caved in. I am amazed he could get back to the shuttle, let alone in the style and speed that he did. Could he breathe at all? I look to him. I thank you for not slaying Barbon. He sucks in air, grimacing, and whispers back to me. I'm not certain I could. Now that is one talented Monkey. So I retort. I whisper to him also. But you struck him across the head multiple times. I thought it was with the flat of the blade. He shakes his head dolefully. Incorrect. I attempted to blind him. They have bionic eyes. It would not have been permanent, but he has some form of field around him. It protected him as he knew it would, thus allowing him to land that kick. Another assault from him? It could have been final. I would not have been able to pull my blows at all, and even then, I am still not certain. A very talented Monkey indeed. One of a kind, I sincerely hope. He winces at the last. The knitting and healing are fast, but they are not painless. Bones have nerves around or inside them, but it will be short. I look to the striking human next to Ursula. He has placed her onto a table, safe and sound, ever looking after the citizenry. This odd human. He is a veritable collage of complexities and contradictions, yet his exterior is always so calm. A judge. He is a rarity amongst their kind, I am told. He is loyal, that is certain. He pans around and takes it all in, and I can feel the contempt within him. He and Ursula are the only Monkey here. A Juquero and 2 Eldar are his accomplices, his co-conspirators, and he, a shining beacon of the law. I wonder how he is squaring this circle in his mind. I address him carefully, by name, not rank. Let us not initiate an automatic response, but a more measured answer. I play to the protector. How is Ursula? She is not harmed, is she? No. She has a mild headache, some stiffness. She should wake soon. We should be ready. I have seen her in action. I am hoping that we can prevail on her as we did on you, to show that there is a chance to save the Inquisitor, to help Tarquinus. He nods. His frown had not altered greatly, but to me, to an Eldar,
I can see the millimeter alterations that signify a change from gruff to considerate. I nip in now, test the waters. I hope you still see the strength of our argument. What is at stake? He nods curtly to himself in the way that physically screams. Right then, he turns and looks me dead in the eye. You can cut the tiptoeing around. If I didn't agree with you, I would not be here. You will not hear me mewling about my decisions. I make a tiny bowing motion with my head to acknowledge him, without challenging nor condescending him. I could evaporate his eyes, crush his brain, or explode his heart. But even so, he is a warrior. He is always a danger, and he is best kept that way. Confident, powerful, driven. We shall dock with the huntsman of the soul in mere moments. Would you take care of Ursula for me until we can wake her? He merely closes his eyes and nods, then glares at me again. But then, I have never seen him look around, glance gape, or merely observe. Josephus glares at everything and everyone, his piercing eyes missing nothing, causing many to look away, I would imagine. Odd. I could match and smash him in this regard too. But why would I do that? Intact. The man must remain intact to be able to serve Tarquinus. Oh, if I had been a mere few hundred years old, I would have done it anyway. That I even think of these nuances now is a sign of my new feeling, my new rigor, vigor, newfound youth. I must admit, I want to go down in a blaze of glory. I want to fight, to wage war. But now is the time to be the farseer, a leader of people. I must show them the way, guide them with my light. I walk to the cabin and sit next to Louis. He is carefully piloting us to the other ship, ready for our escape. I know you are busy, Louis, but let us be honest, this is hardly a challenge for you. Louis shrugs his huge orange shoulders and gives me half of his attention. So, you have not really given me much information. How does this item, this effect of yours, work? Louis smiles, and out of a small segment in his power armor comes a little consumable, some form of tree seed or nut. He then picks it up between his thumb and forefinger and very obviously shows it to me. I nod. Louis then has it moving in a circle in short increments, stopping then jerking around to the next spot. A chronometer, I presume. I nod again. He then places the nut on the panel. I look at it. I jump then, as Louis slams his fist down and crushes it utterly, small shards falling from his fist as he slowly raises it up again and points at the smashed fragments. Ah, I am presuming you are saying that it breaks time utterly. He shrugs and rolls his head, so he's looking at me from below and smiles his mad, wide lip-curled smile. If it breaks time, then what is our rush, Louis? He stops smiling and then just makes me watch him move forward and simply blow hard on the shards of the nut, and they disappear in the winds. Ah, I see. At least I think I do. Let us make all haste then. Louis rolls his eyes, blows a derisive raspberry, and puts his hands back on the controls. He pushes it forward to accelerate a little more. I shake my head softly as I stand. I am not jealous of Thaddeus. He has to put up with all this, all of the time. His patience is greater than I had ever guessed. Back in the main hold, the solitaire is now walking and bouncing, testing his capabilities. Or is he unwinding? Who can tell? I delicately enter the mind of Ursula
ensuring she will remain in slumber until I wake her. The judge is not mistaken. She is only a Monkey, but she is still able to touch the void, still able to be lethal should she so choose. We come into land on the Huntsman of the Soul, another Imperial ship. It is similar to all the rest. Huge hunks of resources torn from the heart of a planet, the very veins of living, breathing worlds dug up and used to create tombs that carry these terrified apes through the darkness of space. We sing our ships into existence, using will, vision, power, and beauty. They, the Imperials, the Monkey, grub like squats and smelt and burn and hammer and freeze. These ships of theirs, these things, are as barbaric as their owners. Yet, even in all of this, they still have some vestigial grace, potential. But now is not the time for this. I center again. The shuttle pushes through the environmental shielding of the Huntsman of the Soul and touches down. The captain meets us, of course, and we get going. He wants to ask about Ursula, but he does not force the issue. And within a minute of landing, I feel reality lurch as they initiate their warp drives, tearing a hole into the immaterium, and the ship plows directly into the warp.
My vox bead blares as Carl Arnhard makes contact. Thaddeus, was that shuttle yours? We detected small arms fire on your ship. Your last message was vague. No, it is not. Can you tractor it? Not at this range. We shall close. Can you beat it to the Huntsman of the Soul? Negative, but we can follow her. Have no fear. We will track her down. I take in a deep breath and try to center. Carl, things may be more complicated than you know. I very much doubt that, Thaddeus. Andrad, this is not a time for fire and wrath. You always say that. It's why we lost so many at Beringer. That is hardly the truth of the matter, and you know it. One question only. Did you authorize the Huntsman of the Soul and her crew to go walkies? You know I did not. Then there is nothing more to say. Carl! No, not this time, Thaddeus. He cuts off communications, and his mighty prospector ship turns and slips into the warp. I try not to scowl at Barbon. I fail. He, too, is looking at where the Leagues of Votan ship disappeared into the warp, making sure not to catch my eye. I sigh. Well, that went well. Could today get any better, one wonders? He pipes up now. Aren't we going after Antrad then? I turn to him fully and glare up into his newly angelic face, totally open and without guile. The one he puts on when he knows he's strewn excrement all over my duvet. Did we forget that the Farseer took out the entire bridge? Perhaps not, eh? We shall just have to hope that the Farseer can lose him, won't we? Yes, I suppose so. Do you know what they are doing then? No. Perhaps if some great over-muscled moron had let them talk to me, I might have known what the blazes is going on. Barbon sighs. Perhaps they will in future. Yes, indeed they will. Now, you will help all of the serfs and servitors who need assistance down to the apothecary. I will check on the bridge. Punishment dished out, I turn around and stride out on my way to said hub of control. I walk through the open doors to the bridge and witness what the Farseer has done to my men. When this began, I thought it would be a sight I would not want to witness.
burnt-out smoking eyes, bloodless bodies. Yet, this is something I will find hard to forget, but in a totally different way. Because the bridge crew are all in a strange line, shuffling around with their hands on the shoulder of the one in front. With glazed eyes and fixed grins, they mooch around the bridge, occasionally all kicking out one leg then the other as they snake around the chairs and consoles. I look up the stairs to the captain. He is similarly glazed of eyes, and in front of him is the navigator. Both are extending their hands and patting one against the other, then withdrawing them, then doing it all again. There is some clapping between the hand-patting. Tan Irenaid has them in a loop playing some girlish game of patty cake. Other crew meet me in the doorway and stand agape. One chimes in.
"Is there anything we can do, Master Inquisitor?"
Nope. If I am right, this should wear off in a few hours. They'll need rest, food and water when they come out of this. You two, stay here, and make sure they do not all dance into a wall or another obstacle. If something trips them, I doubt they would stop. And obviously, call me when they come out of it. And then, internally, I shake my fist at the farseer, because I have to dart out of there. I close the doors to the bridge, and then it starts. It must be the strain, or the stress, but a giggle erupts, then shifts to a hearty chortle that becomes a belly laugh, with the customary tears, as I laugh so hard I can barely breathe. It could be the starched uniforms and servitors doing the conga. I sincerely hope that Tan Irenaid is right about his instincts. That somehow, he will bring back the boy. Because otherwise, by the Holy Throne, I will personally take his head if he does not.
The car is insane. The diminutive horror. Fire flashes before me. Light and darkness flicker like a dancer's visuals. Somehow, when we came back from the warp, they were there waiting for us. In less than a score of seconds, they have already locked onto us and opened fire. That damn Leagues of Votan ship. I look to the captain. "How goes it, Captain?" Captain Decimus shoots back. "Our void shields hold, but we cannot endure this for long." To punctuate his assertions, the ship rocks again as mines explode near us, and are then followed by swift lance batteries that fire weapons not seen on the ships of the Imperial Navy since even I was a boy. Do we return fire? We cannot. Even if the weapons of this vessel hit, would they even dent their armor? That is a prospect to ship. Perhaps not, but it might give them pause, and raise the morale of the men, of course. I ignore him. Can we outrun them? Speed is not the issue. They know where we are going. If we jump again, back on our course, they will be there. Somehow, they are faster than us in the warp. Can we jump away from this course? Go another way? We have no astronomicon, no guide point, and we followed the League's vessel. If we deviate from the log's jump coordinates, we may well get lost permanently. Perhaps I can help with that. Indeed, perhaps. But that will take the only thing we do not have. Time. Less than you would imagine, I say. I stretch out my soul. I open myself to the universe and look for tethers. The weakened borders of reality that only barely cover the existence of a portal. And I find one. I point in a direction. Captain, take us in this heading. He does not argue. I have made sure he is pliable to my demands. I will release him later, of course. But I do not have time to explain. and no wish to be sunk by the squat ship. Another round of explosions go off and rock our own. I see the flicker of one of the void shields collapsing. The Votan now have the range and are pummeling us relentlessly. I gesture, and the solitaire, Ilhavnarian, the silver blade, stalks from the shadows. He has been watching the Monkey as I requested. He then takes up a position next to what I expect is the helmsman. "Captain, where we go, there will be a need for swift response, perfect reflexes. I request that my ally assist in this." The captain nods and barks at the man to step back. The man sneers as he does so, watching as the solitaire takes his place. Ilhavnarian is going to have to be at his best, because this present stunt is not going to leave me with much in the way of energy. The huntsman of the soul finally gets to its position, taking fire and lurching, shifting to show different void shield arcs to the oncoming Votan warship as they tear down one after another of our void shields. And before us I can feel the hole, the entrance. The warp engines fire up, but this time I open the gateway. I sing the words. I extend my power, all of it, and through will alone, I change the nature of the Monkey engines, their effect. Instead of tearing a gap in the warp, a blue circle appears before us, and we slip into the webway. We leave the kin in the void. There are only two things that can follow us now, others of my kind, or those with a Dolem gate. The League ship possesses neither, so we escape. The kaleidoscopic blues and whites that flash around us are hypnotic, but the dancer sails us through it all. Do you know the way? I am a harlequin. This is Segura's realm. Good, pilot us there. After that, I must rest. You have served my master well this day. Go, Farseer. I shall alert thee when we are nearing our destination. I glide out of the room, but it takes effort to do so. My arms, my legs, they feel leaden. They are stiff. I get to a secure area. I am alone. I look, but I know what I will see. It is as I suspected. The effort was too much. I must rest. But first, I will awaken Ursula. I need her. I need to know I have her. Compliance. I walk down to where she is being held, her with Josephus. She stirs, and I use the old ways. I have no power to force her, so I use the greatest weapon of all, seduction. Ursula, can you hear me? You want to stay calm. You are safe. You are protected. You are loved. And you are needed. She slowly opens her eyes. I have about 3 seconds to gain her attention before the wailing clawed monster within all humans comes out at me. Ursula, we are so sorry about how this was done, but we believe we can save Tarquinus. He may not be dead, and he needs you. She hesitates. She listens. Good. I have engaged her higher consciousness while tugging on her maternal instincts. So much like Josephus, and yet so different. Humans are more complicated than most Eldari want to believe. It is one of the reasons I chose her, though. The possibility she might be reasoned with. Now, to forge common cause, similarity. We were all so shocked because we all love him so. That silly young man, Tarquinus. But Louis worked it out. He's still alive. She stares at me flatly. How? She blurts. You may have to grant me your patience. I have been trying to understand Louis. She nods, and her shoulders lose some tightness. I'm getting there.
Because I'm being honest, and she can feel it. Our kind always can. You see, Rubute, Tarquinus's Gyrinx, the cat, has a connection with him. If he were dead, the Gyrinx would not linger. Louis noticed this, and then tried to explain what else he worked out. Thaddeus has a weapon of astonishing power, a ring that Louis made for him. It has some effect on time, says Ursula, finishing my sentence. Her eyes widen, but she's not there yet. Tarquinus was also given a ring by Louis, an identical ring, and we think he used it on himself. I give it a few seconds. Her eyes dart around as she slowly grasps the reality of this. I nod. Yes. How do we find him? Lost in space and time. Her eyes widen. Her hand comes up to her mouth, covering her gasp. She shoots a look of pure horror at me. Because the others cannot truly understand. Not the solitaire, not the judge, not perhaps even Thaddeus. They are not psychers. They do not know the whispers, the mental caress of dark things. And in this instant, Ursula grasps some of the truth. But I hope not all of it. Because even if we find him, even if we rescue him, I may still have to put him down. For he is in a time that is not a time, a place that is not a place. Tarquinus may well be in the depths. He may not be the man we knew not only 2 days ago. I turn. I speak to her again. We need your help. He, Tarquinus, needs your help. Why not ask me? She spits. And have you reject us out of spite? Grief does odd things to all sentience with a soul. We could not take the risk. If you do not trust me, why should I trust you? She says. But there is less ire. You do not need to trust me, Ursula. Trust in yourself. Trust in him. In Tarquinus. Trust that he can be saved. That is all you need do. Why do you need me? She implores. Because my abilities are not as defined as yours in one aspect only. I can play with reality. I can crush a heart in its chest, rewrite memories, slaughter with a word and thought. But I could never lift or move anything of true weight. I may need your strength, but more importantly, I need your connection to him. She looks away, down to her lap, as she states coldly, he does not love me. I then do what is necessary, but it still feels cruel. I tell her an unpalatable truth that would let her know that I am not flattering and false. Sometimes the truth hurts, but it has a power all respect. It is only ever wielded by the virtuous. Not that all who are virtuous are aligned with the light, but I believe it is only we Eldar that see this nuance. So, she will see me as I actually am, her ally. No, he does not. But I only need your connection to him. I lean in and whisper, is it strong enough for me to use? She does not look up. Tears drip from her nose onto her legs. Her shoulders shudder. She merely nods. She will need to be alone for a moment after this, so I stand. But I say what needs to be said, especially if we do get him back. Do not blame him, Ursula. I know my pupil well. The seed was there. He would, if he were not an Inquisitor. He was born to be the Thaddeus. He loves his calling. Like a true Inquisitor, he loves the war. But unlike most of them, Thaddeus has taught him not to love its methods, costs, or battles, but its hoped result. So naive from my perspective, but only he understands. Of all of the apprentices, only Tarquinus. Yet what better reason than this, Ursula? The healing of the universe. The saving of not only his species, but all. If we could just clear away the dark gods, the whole of existence could heal. A worthy goal. Perhaps one day, when he has destroyed the dark gods, he will come for you. Or Santara, she says, for once letting down her guard and barely containing the venom. No. An infatuation due to similar history and geography. In the end, Ursula, it would always have been you. Always. My leave, for that was the coolest thing of all. The truth, but I need her connection to Tarquinus to be as strong as possible. His life is worth more than a temporarily broken heart.
Congratulations are in order. I can now proclaim myself the most incredible, most righteous, most astonishing of all of the utterly incompetent turds on the tip. Thinking myself oh so clever, I truly screwed myself deeply and irrevocably, as only I could possibly have managed. I'd give myself a slowly sarcastic round of applause. If I could move my arms, I'd pull a Thaddeus and pinch the top of my nose and sigh deeply. If I could move my fingers, my eyes, or even feel my nose, I'd dance the I'm stupid jig that my friends and I discovered one summer and did non-stop until threatened with beatings by both parents and teachers alike. If I could but move one single cell in my body. Do you know how deeply disconcerting it is to miss something you never ever think about, yet always experience? The things we take for granted, like air inflating our lungs, or even the slow, constant companion we all know from before our birth until the very end of our lives. It's likely I'm one of the few humans who has ever experienced this, if not the only. Alive, but the drum in my chest does not beat. I cannot feel my heart pump, because it does not. Am I alive at all? What a stunningly brilliant chap I am, for I have indeed created the perfect oubliette. A place without windows, doors, locks, or keys. A prison without entrance nor exit. And this one is a doozy, for in my infinite wisdom, my near-inhuman levels of cunning, I have managed to make the first inmate me. And how did all this kick off, one might ask? Well, that's simple. An idiot, a surprise, then an explosion. Fire from another age rolled over everything, incinerating on a level I could scarcely believe. And, as trained, I acted. To save my body, I whipped out the one thing I should never have owned. This was always too much power. Yes, I hold a Sinistrum-grade weapon, a blade of the elder times. Some even say it was forged by the Emperor's own hand. Yet, the seeming trinket gifted to me by the orange-walking mop called Louis is something I maintain I should never have had. Because of this. I had seen it in operation only once before, when my master, Thaddeus, had saved me from being executed by a noise marine. One more ounce of pressure, just one, and he could have sliced my head clean off. So, Thaddeus used one of his only charges, one from the ring given to him by Louis, the twin of the one I received. And it shot out a beam that, well, it stopped time. In a segment, it had a specific range and area of effect, but it stopped time. And in my cleverness, well, I used it on myself. Why would I not? For this would take me outside of time. Hence, I would not be incinerated by a wave of fire coming at me. Genius move, eh? I thought so at the time. Sometimes things look clever, but they end up being truly the most mind-blastingly dumbest things you have ever witnessed. I did indeed save myself from the Ingir, as the Farseer called it, a Catan, if I am not mistaken in my translation into Gothic. And here I am, still thinking, if nothing else. But only now do I realize what I have actually done. The ring's effect. This halting of the flow of time. It drew much energy from the ring. So much that it could only be done thrice, and barely only for a minute or two. But when the power source itself is frozen in time, one would imagine that the effect would fade almost immediately. I never said it was a good plan. I just said it was my only plan. I had thought I would then just be gone, long enough for the wave of fire to pass me. The ring conks out of juice, I reappear, and leg it for the shuttle with anyone left. Or, of course, I snuff it, as I blink out and then reappear as the power is instantly cut. Again, I never claimed it was a good plan, but I had less than a second to get one out of the door, so this was it. Alas, it turns out that I do not understand either human or Jacaro technology. Why would I? And when the ring was stuck in the time flow, it created some form of loop. For now I am trapped in an oubliette of my own making. I cannot move to turn off the ring. I cannot deplete the ring. I cannot gesture, nor talk, nor signal any that I am stuck. I am lost in space, lost in time. I am no where and no when. And this is the best bit. Nobody will ever know. Nobody will work it out, for there is no evidence. The wave of fire that obliterated the tech priest Volontar. Why would any question if the same had happened to little old me? And light dawns, and realization slaps me across the face like a 12-foot fish. Nobody is coming for me. Nobody. I have not lived long enough. I have no long catalogue of life achievements, moments, lovers and enemies, nor victories and defeats I can play through. I am too young for this. My mind will shatter under the vacuum of experiences when my whole soul is still a sponge. Now, there is nothing more to be taken in, nothing more to be experienced, and hardly anything to reminisce about. Being outside of time
I cannot be affected by light or heat or waves of any form. I cannot see, hear, or move. But I am still conscious. I am still thinking. How? Realization hits me again. I am not thinking at all, because that requires a brain to work. So this is not my brain. This is purely my soul alone. I am here, but not. For there is actually nothing holding my spirit within me, for I do not exist. I am now bodiless. I am pure spirit, and I am drifting. By all rights, with everything I know, I should be terrified. But you know what? I am a student of a sensei, and a farseer after that. I have been taught how to veil myself better than any. I control my aura. I walk as a gadfly, a nobody and nothing. My shine is so dim, none will attempt to consume me. I am as hard to see as a chameleon, as small as an ant. So I roam, my cord all but invisible. Yet I cannot see the river of souls. I cannot see the Astronomicon. I cannot see the planescapes and geography I thought I knew. Even the worlds of dreams, millions of bubbles of idle thoughts, imaginations, nightmares, and sleeping adventures. The worlds we enter when we close our eyes at night. I am in a place I've never been to before. I recognize absolutely nothing. So I trudge. On what? I do not know, until finally I look down and see sand beneath my feet. When I look up again, there are tall palms, and a horizon of golden waves. A river of great beauty gently flows down before my eyes. I am now walking along its banks. The sun is hot, but the breeze is a cool balm, a silken kiss on my shoulders, my legs, my face. I shield my eyes and look out. I have a staff in my left hand. It is thin. It comes from a young tree, but it is strong. It rights me, seeming to lead me. I place it and lift it as my legs take me forward. But truly, I follow the slow beat of the staff. It relaxes me. It feels right in my hand. It is my strength, my stability, and my safety. I walk, and there by the river before me are 3 fishermen. Each has been lovingly baked by the sun to be as gloriously golden as the sands around them, but deeper, richer. They smile and wave to me. They cast their nets across the width of the river, then tie them off and beckon me again. I wave and stroll to where they sit, languishing in the sun. I join them. I sit cross-legged before them, my staff over my knees. And they take it in turns to speak. So, traveller, few roam to this our home from home. How come you to this place? I respond. I followed my staff. It led me here, wherever here is. The second one spoke. So, traveller, you know not where you are. Tell us where you have come from, and we shall tell you where you have reached. Why do I answer thus? The words roll off my tongue. I thought of the Imperium, the Astronomicon, for some reason, then our quest, and what we all endure in the Imperium. Yet from my mouth rolls, I come from the land of the shining star. I come from the land of fire and war. They look at me and nod as though answered in full. They smile still.
You are in our terrain. The kingdom of we, the four kings. My eyebrows furrow, yet only 3 do I see before me. The last one does not open his eyes, as his face is turned fully to the sun. He laughs and states, "Our absent brother king is first and oldest. He said he was not interested in the catch to be gained by the river this day." I nod, purely to show I have heard and understood. The first speaks again. He is shorter but stouter than his brothers, but his smile is wide, welcoming and genuine. "So, traveller, you have journeyed far. If you wish food and water, I have both in abundance. But this fine repast will give you succour forevermore. It will make you bountiful and fecund. All I ask is that you leave me that staff, for you will not need it any more, and I would have it lead me to new places, as it did for you." The second one again speaks. His long arms stretch out before him, ganglia but taller. His hair is long and swept over his head like a cowl. "So, traveller, I too see you have long sought, but not for ease and abundance, but for that which truly satiates. The enrichment of the ways, the secrets to this and all pathways, the knowing of things that may burn or blind, yet make all the universe richer in their owning. If you would but give me your staff, I would use it to lead you through all paths and all ways, until you knew everything you wished to know." And I look to the third brother, not large, not small, but sculpted like an Adonis. He who looked to the sun. He did not change his expression, nor open his eyes. He shook his head and stated with grace, "I will not beg or banter for the traveller's staff. He is not ready. But one day he will hand it to me as a gift, but not today." They all chuckled with friendly mirth, and then the first and second looked back to me. "What say you, traveller?" I nodded to each in turn and thanked them for their words. But I then asked them, "Kings 3 of 4, rulers of these lands, I thank you for your kind offers, but perhaps I find them early, for none of you have even asked me my name." And they all smiled wider, as the first one leans forward and states, "But we know your name. And Tarquinus, deep down, you know ours." I look at them again. The oldest, he did not want to come. The others, fat, tall, perfect. Holy throne. I slowly stand. I clutch my staff, not just for support. I am gripping it tight. I try to smile and then bow. "I am sorry, your highnesses, but it is not my staff to give. It was lent to me by the light, and in his name I carry it, and by it am I led." Impossibly, their smiles broaden, and they chortle at me. The first beams as he jovially declares, "We shall see you in the morrow then, traveller, and each tomorrow, until you give one of us your staff. We all know you. The second king danced with you once. We know your staff is of worth. But each day your staff will get a tiny bit thinner, until one day nobody will want it anymore." Not even you. The other then pipes in. We all know you will give us your staff. We have always known this. But now, you do too. If it takes 1 billion tomorrows, we will see you every tomorrow until it is true. I back away, my palms sweat, clenched around my staff as they are. Then, relief, like I have never felt it before in all of my days. For I feel a tug from within. A distant voice I recognize all too well calls to me from afar. I smile back at the kings wolfishly and spit. And yet, despite all odds, your highnesses, things change. Even now, I feel the call of my allies. Even now, I am to leave this domain. There will be no 1,000,000 tomorrows. There will be no giving of my staff. You have failed. This makes them gape, then laugh raucously as they fall around in the sand, crying and wheezing and pointing at me in derision. And the second brother collects himself enough to speak again. No, mortal, your fate has not changed, for we have always known that you would leave this place. Be it in this realm or any other, there are always enough tomorrows. Enough for you to realize the inevitable. Go then, traveler, and we shall see you every tomorrow. And when you see our adopted son, please pass to him our felicitations and, of course, our love. I stare back at him quizzically, but warily. How would I know him, even if I met him? So I do not pass this most important message to the wrong person. And he looks me deep in the eye as he smiles more grimly and retorts. You already know of him, as you seek him out. You already know of him, as he has worn you like a glove. To many, he was called a master. To many more, he is named Death. To you, he is known as Medrot. But we have always called him by his oldest name, Loki. First contact. I am on the bridge of my ship. Barbon stood tall at my side. The rest of the crew here are hunched, like a huge weight presses down on them from above, like they are making themselves smaller, hiding. I understand the stances, of course. It's rather claustrophobic in here. Why? We are all waiting, watching, practically holding our breaths. You could hear a pin drop if it was not for the raucous blips and screeches coming from the many stations and systems on this, the most active part of the ship. Our power is down, our vessel seemingly at rest. We are hiding in the shadow of a moon. Before us is a system that was pretty much devoid of activity, or so we thought. Stumbled upon in one of our ranging jumps. We thought it was a nice little hidey hole to get our bearings, take a breather. More's the pity. The last few days have been a bit fraught, if I am honest. Like beggars trying to find a welcome inn at a high festival.
We have been turned away again and again. Every system we landed, a new event, a new threat detected. Not that we presently know who is friend or foe, so it is safer to consider anything and everyone a potential danger. One thing I can state categorically is this. The propaganda pushed out by our Imperium could not be further from the truth. In the Imperium, we are told that the Astronomicon reaches all, even to the very edges of the galaxy. We are told that those few small regions outside of its light, outside of the Imperium, are barren, worthless, and lifeless husks. Thus, there is no real need to extend the Imperium. There is nothing there to extend into, nothing worthy of the taking. And, in my arrogance, I knew this was not right, but somehow I did not really consider how badly misrepresented it was. Another error to add to my recently growing catalogue of blunders. Not a nice feeling to be proven wrong so often in such a short stint. Barbon, of course, is not concerned. But then, is he ever truly concerned? Sometimes I feel he watches us like children playing at war. I know this is not the case, but can I be certain anymore? A brain fart. One of all too many of late. Since the event. Since my world was turned upside down. The last days have challenged everything I know about myself. Everything. Am I truly the Thaddeus? Or after all these years, am I still just pretending? Am I just that wide-eyed boy who was chosen due to his scores, not his soul? Irrelevant. I must regain discipline. I crush my doubts and bring myself back to the moment. We are lurking in the shadow of a massive moon which orbits an even larger planet, a gas giant. It has many a storm within, throwing off energies I will never understand, no matter how many times the tech priests try to describe them to me. Mine is the battlefield of the soul, not the sea of stars. Yet I am informed that we are nearly undetectable in this position. We can see them, but they cannot see us. I sincerely hope this is true. 4 ships are in our little flotilla, where once there were 5. Yet the moon protects us all, even the massive silhouette of the Votan ship. Out there, we are witnessing a ballet of sorts. At first, we were happy to be alone, but we noticed the new players arrive on the stage. Coming out of the Mandeville point, they skimmed into the system, clearly a scouting force, a trio of ships that did not match anything on our collected data banks. Large, but nothing compared to the size of the bastion ship of the kin, so they must have been frigates or light cruiser equivalents. With no smaller escorts, they were certainly not of the Imperial Navy. And their designs were odd indeed. Again, a different style of ship for what was evidently a different type of war out here. They coasted into the center of the system, took their time, doing a once-over to check the only planets that might support life. Another guess, of course, but an educated one. Our captain, Thalmus Petrius, once held high office in the Navy. He knows his trade, and I am damn lucky to have him. A true son of Macragge. He volunteered for this. Quite a downgrade in ship size to what he is used to, but not so much in potence. The vessels of the Inquisition are some of the best the Imperium commands. Even so, we are strangers in a strange land. We have no dry dock or starbase to run to if we are mauled. We will only fight when given no other choice. So we lurk and watch the drama unfold over the days. The 3 ships seemed to be satisfied and were heading back to the Mandeville point, thankfully never bothering to come out as far as we were. Yet,
That was when we saw a new set of interlopers crash into the scene. No vents in the void opened up. The two smaller ships came out of nowhere, but close to the first set of vessels. Not on top of them, but damn close. By accident or by design, we had yet to find out. We could not see exactly what was happening with our passive information, not daring to deploy our active auspex. That would have lit us up like a sanguinardo display, declaring our presence to everyone in system. So, we observed as best we could via telescopes and other doohickeys. Shadows from light. It's all very technical. Thus, intensely boring. The first flotilla of 3 ships turned and pelted towards the newcomers. But, to our surprise, the smaller vessels, the size of fast destroyers at the maximum, did not dip back into the warp. They did not try to peg it away from the clearly superior force. Oh no. They swept straight towards them. Chevrons marked on displays. We all watched as the two groups closed over the next hours. I have to admit, I detest void combat. The nerve of the Navy is a thing of wonder to me. I cannot imagine a guardsman being at high alert for a week, just to then get stuck in, watching for an eternity before mere hours of frantic activity. These lads have balls of absolute ceramite. Petrius took it in stride, while my own nerves were being slowly diced. Then they were upon one another. The 3 ships opened up with torpedo salvos, launched interceptors as a second wave. The torpedo chevron seemed to disappear near the 2 smaller craft. Did they hit? Or were they batted out of the sky by point defences? Impossible for us to say. But the exact same happened with the interceptors. Gone. There were none of the usual antics. I have been in larger battles before. I have seen how interceptors dodge and weave around capital ships, buzzing around them like flies on a turd. But this time, again, the chevrons simply winked out of existence. Light blazed, as the capital ships then got into range to exchange their primary weapons. Captain Petrius leant forward, staring over his steepled hands, like a hunter watching prey. He leant back and breathed out steadily, as the 3 larger ships then simply winked out of existence as well. The 2 smaller ships coasting past where they were. He had a look of deep concentration and no little concern. Personally, I had expected to watch them fly past each other, envisioning them exchanging broadsides, arcing around to go at it again. No matter how deadly macro cannons and lance batteries may be, the capital ships of most races can take a fair amount of punishment before they are finally rent apart. It is usually a slow ballet that is punctuated by blazing rounds darting across the skies to slam into each other, plumes of fire exploding on and from each side as they exchange broadsides. To witness the larger ships simply disappear was haunting. At first, the captain tutted dramatically and snapped for our receptors to be recalibrated, darting dirty looks at the tech priests littering the bridge. But after 2 such attempts, it was clear. The smaller ships had annihilated the larger vessels on the first pass. Petrius whitened when it was incontrovertible, shocked to the very core. This broke every rule he knew, confounded his decades of experience. In the name of terror, what could do so much damage in such a short period of time? Were the larger ships made of spit and wishful thinking? An alarm went off, and the captain then locked eyes with me. "My Lord Inquisitor, we need to use thrusters to adjust our position." "Is that wise, Captain?" says I. "They should not be aware of such a movement at this distance. But if we do not, we will come out of the shadow, and there is a slim chance they may spot us." "Do whatever is necessary, Captain."
Petrius snapped off curt orders, and we manoeuvred slightly, but matched by the rest of our wee squadron of ships. Klaxons then rent the air as multiple stations lit up across the bridge, and my heart sinks as these two ships turn around and start moving towards our position. I glared up at Petrius. My right foot begins to tap of its own accord. He looks down at me and states, "Somehow they have spotted us. Active Auspex is now coming from their ships. They have our coordinates. Your orders?" "I thought that was nigh on impossible at this range." "It is, Lord Inquisitor. Nothing in the Navis Imperialis could spot us at this range for such a short burst. Nothing. By Gilliman's balls, open up a Vox channel to the others." He winces at my irreverence, but gives the order, and Saulat, Vermilia, and Arnhrad appear before our eyes. "The game's up. We are uncovered. We need to get out of here." The Carl kicks off proceedings. "We can't hide forever, Thaddeus. We need information. We need it now. I say we get to grips with this lot. They may be the allies we are looking for in all of this." Saulat pipes in next. "Absolutely not. When we make contact, it shall be on our terms. This is too risky. I say we jump." Vermilia snorts as she says, "That's all we have done for the last 8 jumps." I am with Arnhrad. I say we try to open up comms and see how this plays out. They are 2 ships, and they are smaller. We outnumber them, outweigh them. I say we stand. I look up at Petrius. His stoic mask does not crack, but he slowly shakes his head at me. "I can understand the frustration, I can. It's not like any of us like to scarper at the first sign of trouble. But those 2 have just removed ships nearly as large as our own in a single pass. It's too damn risky. There is too much at stake for grandstanding." Saulat nods emphatically. Arnhrad grimaces. Vermilia sneers. But I know I have them. "Look, they detected us all the way out here. They appeared out of nowhere. No rent in the warp we could detect. We do not know who they are or what they want. We only know that they are potentially far in advance of our own ships. We may be no match for them, despite their size." "Speak for yourself," snaps Arnhrad. "Which is exactly what I am doing. My old girl is lethally close, but she has no long-range firepower to speak of. Saulat has little more than a cutter. If we lose either your or Vermilia's ships, we are gutted, and we may end up haunting this sector of space for all eternity, never able to get the job done." "I need fuel, Thaddeus. We cannot run forever," barks the Carl. "And nobody is asking that we do. I would remind you that this quest has been centuries in the making. It is not a whim. If we cock this up, there may never be another chance. You made an oath of vengeance against the enemy. You cannot fulfill your duty if you are dead, and nor can we." He scowls, but now he has plausible deniability in front of his warriors. "Arnhrad, we need you. We need you intact, and we need you to plot a course right now and lead us. Please, old friend, we do not have time to dicker and bicker." He nods sharply and cuts off his comms. The other 2 match him. Decision made. We fire up our jump engines. I look back at the multispectral display, and I double-take. I look up at Petrius again. He confirms my concerns with his own look. These ships, they are moving faster than anything we have in our squadron, and that is saying something. A new message comes in from the kinship. Coordinates received. We tear a hole in the warp, and are gone. Lights flash outside the ship. The nausea-inducing kaleidoscope of impossible hues and shades that never existed streak past us. The only thing protecting us from the horrors of the warp being the Geller field around this ship. Strange that a tiny bubble can prevent all of the power of chaos from touching us. I will always be annoyed at my lack of knowledge in the technical arts, but those of the purview of the priests of Mars. But I will never understand them either. If they can make shields that can hold back all the power of the dark gods while we are in their very own realm, why can't they create such shields and weapons for use against demons in our universe? It makes no sense to me. I did once corner a priest of Mars and interrogate them on this exact line of thinking, but no matter how I pushed, no matter how I prodded, the wretch stated he could no more explain this to me than I could explain the machinations of the dark gods to a grox. I left before I tore his face off, and I despised them all from that point onwards, for I never could quite shake the feeling that they could simply not be bothered, that they scoffed at the Dark Ones, sneered at the Inquisition as the truth of chaos did not fit into their neat interpretations of reality. They claimed to be the most enlightened beings in the Imperium, yet they reject the things that make us what we are, our flesh, our souls. To them, such concerns are almost dirty. The flesh is weak, and some even amongst the Astartes have been caught to say, I could not disagree with them more. The human body and soul is the ultimate weapon in the universe. Why else did the Dark Ones capture us so thoroughly, aim at us so much? Why did they truly rise when humanity came out across the stars? The Eldar will say it is because humanity is inherently weak, inherently selfish and naive, so we are fields rich for the seed of corruption. Yet, I suspect that this is just bluster. They know deep down the truth. That we humans are far more able than they ever were. The Eldar like to tout that they control the galaxy for millions of years. Yet did they make a paradise of reality? Did they remove pain and war and hate so that chaos would be defeated? No, they did not. Because they were caretakers. It is we humans that are the ultimate expression of the will of reality. We are its inheritors, its gardeners, and eventually, hopefully, its cleaners. I truly believe that one day it will be humanity that defeats the darkness and remakes the universe to be what it always should have been. It will be humanity that washes away the pain and hate and builds that perfect halcyon future. If only we can hold on, if only we can evolve. It has started already. What many in the three orders are calling the psychic awakening. It will be our damnation, or the universe's utter salvation. I will not see it. Nothing so dire and dishevelled could be purified so swiftly. Yet maybe, if he still lives, if Tan Irenaid is correct, if he can bring him back, maybe my son, Tarquinus, will be one of those who brings about this bright future. Maybe Tarquinus will see that golden dawn. By the throne, I cannot help myself. I believe. I know I should not, but I still do. I had a wobble, I will not deny it. There is nothing so foolish as false hope. Am I wrong to hope? I trust the future of my line to a Xenos who thinks of us as expendables in his own war against a creature of darkness. He cannot do anything but. To him, our lives are measured in minutes, not even years. Yet it is in such a being that I now give all my hope. For if he fails, if he has played the long game and tricked me, worse, what if he is in league with the thing we hunt? I should never believe that. All evidence contradicts such an assertion. Yet even the God Emperor missed the canker at his very side. His first found and most beloved son, Horus. If the Emperor of mankind can make mistakes, What hope does a frail mortal like me have in the face of such deception, such treachery? I pray again, almost silently whispering, just to myself. If I am honest, not even to my God. I wish I state whenever I am alone, as if by repeating it often enough, wanting it enough, I can speak it into existence. Bring him back to me. Bring him home. He is my greatest achievement. He is my greatest weakness. He is the fulfillment of my entire purpose. Bring him back to me, Farseer. Bring him home. I despise everything about Monkey's ships. They say their shields prevent the corruption of the warp from touching anything within. Yet I hear the echoes of the horror beyond the metal shell of their ship. I feel dirty just being here. Strange that the Monkey managed to dominate so much of the galaxy when they can only move along predetermined lines, have no access to the webway. Every interstellar trip for them is a throw of the dice. If their shields flicker off for even a nanosecond, they are doomed. And I am right here with them. Thankfully, we scream out of the warp at what they call a Mandeville Point. We are where we began this particular leg of our adventure. I see the wreckage of an ancient fleet of my people. We have returned to the scene of the crime. But before our ship does the unthinkable, I confront the captain and reiterate my plan. Captain, this is close enough. As discussed, we will now head down to the bays and take a shuttle out to the site. You will stay here. Keep the engine hot, Captain. At the first sign of trouble, be prepared to leave. He retorts. Are you expecting trouble? Never say never, is my only retort as I sweep out of the bridge. The others are already there when I reach the bay, surrounding the shuttle. Ill have Narian the Accursed and the Solitaire already in the cockpit. The grim Lord Enforcer stands bolt upright as always. He looms over Ursula as she watches all from behind her gossamer veils. She is fetching for one of her kind. Without conscious decision, she has made herself as alluring as she can for when he returns. If he returns. She does not trust me yet, does not wish to believe, but she will do as instructed, and that is all I require. Well, almost. Next to the two is the strange shape of Louis, the Jacaro, a mass of metal with a simian orange mop poking out the top. His clear domed head protector he rises and lowers in a nervous fidget while eyeing the judge. Alas, Josephus is not Barbon. He has no connection to the Jacaro, so he does not even react to the obvious attempt to annoy him. They all notice me and immediately march up the gangplank. I follow them, my high helm in the nook of my arm. I may have need of it if... well, yes, I will hide behind the warrior's mask if I have to euthanize the boy. Even a mere millennia ago, I would have been able to wipe an entire world of theirs from reality, and thought nothing of it. How that Monkey has wheedled his way into my affections I will never know. I put it down to being in my dotage. Blessed Isha, I hope it will not be necessary. or I may never take the helm off. A surprise meets my vision. Ursula takes her seat and is swiftly pounced upon by another small orange ball of fur. This one positions itself in her lap and then curls up. It is Rebute, the Gyrinx. He has been her shadow for all of the time we have been in transit. Of course, I know why he is here. He has formed a temporary bond with her, so he can enhance her powers, or the better to save his true master, Tarquinus. I did not predict this. It is not unwelcome. Louis waddles to the cockpit and is slightly put out when he sees a solitaire's pride of place at the controls. Louis, I am sorry. We have need of the skills of Ilhavnarian. He shrugs at me and glares at the solitaire, but he does not interfere with him as he takes the co-pilot position. We must move through the webway to get closer, accursed one. We cannot risk an encounter with an Ingir should it return. I understood the first time, Farseer. Do not waste time, he states as the hatches close, and he lifts us off the deck and out into the darkness of the void. Thus rebuked, I give the nod to proceed. A slip of the tongue. I should not have reminded him of the state of his soul. I will not do so again. We fly to a connection and pass seemingly through it. A ship this size means a far smaller rent into the webway. I open it with little difficulty this time. Bright, cleansing, pure light surrounds us as we dart through a near-shattered vein. I can feel its lack of structural integrity. It is ancient and unkept. This will be the last time anyone flies through this spar, safely at any rate. But it takes us to where we need to be within seconds, and we dart back out again into real space. My skin itches as we return to the sepulchre. Devoid of all life, ancient Eldar ships hang in the darkness, like tapestries depicting the wars of antiquity. We see the empty region where previously there was a ship, a gap rent apart by a demon from another age. As we coast closer, I walk to Ursula and take something from my belt. It is a glove, his glove. She looks at me and extends her hand to take it. Breathe deeply of it, Ursula. Use all of your senses. Now is the time. Reach deep within to call him. Only your love can bring him back to us. Only your love can bring him home. She cannot meet my gaze. She goes inside. She clasps his garment like a lifeline, brings it to her cheek, then inhales deeply of his scent before she returns it to her face again, seeming hiding herself behind it. I will never understand the Monkey. Love should never be a cause for embarrassment, never be contained. Even if it is not returned, not enhanced by reflection, it should never be hidden. That only brings on the death of the soul. In her own way, she is as brave as any of her kind. Before a judge, a Jacero, and 2 Eldar Xenos, she allows herself to wallow in her emotions, so tightly contained, so many, so powerful. I sit beside her for a moment as I croon in her ear. Now, brave soul, you must love without reservation, or he may not hear you. Remember the way he moves, the line of his form, the color of his eyes, the twinkle therein, the smile he gives only to you. She closes her eyes, tears slowly trickle from their corner. Call to him. Bring him back to you. The Gyrinx stirs and now stares at her, lending its strength. I can feel the waves of emotion coming from her. Yes, this is the way. Without words she calls. I take those strands, and I give them speed and strength. I take her yearning and fire it like a blazing arrow through inner space. If the boy can ignore this, he is already dead to us. Trying not to disturb her, I quietly walk back to the cockpit. In hushed tones I address the Jukero. Louis, you wrought this power. You placed it in his hands. I ask you now, solve the issue you created. Do it now. Louis gives me a dark look, but he does as instructed. He attaches a small metal box to one of the many arrays in front of him. A flap opens inside the square, and he slowly looks to Ursula, and then to me. Ursula is doing her bit, Louis. If Tarquinus cannot hear her now, he never will. Do it. He nods and pushes a long orange finger into the box. It then gives off a wave of energy that we can all feel, but none can see. I feel it pass through me. For a moment, I feel as though all of my memories are jumbled and mashed together, as if I have never lived my life sequentially, as if all happened in the one moment. It is like being in the immaterium, but different. Thankfully, it ends as soon as it begins. I then open my eyes wider than I have in decades. I enhance my vision with all of the power of my people, all of our knowledge, our wisdom. I can see. And I scan the open spaces, for we view 1,000,000 miles of emptiness. I search for a needle amongst the void. I am stood in the desert next to a river, shrinking back from 3 of the 4. My haughty proclamation of victory now tastes like ashes as I see the hunger in their eyes, the derision, the certainty that they will always rule, that I am nothing but a toy that they will push and pull until my stuffing has fallen out. I turn my back on them and run, but despite the echoes of their laughter haunting my every speedy step, another sound, another voice reaches out to me. With each step it gets louder. With each step I am more certain of who it is, confirming the need in me. I wanted to hear her voice, even over that of my master, either of them, any of them. Initially, I thought it was my first master, she who has the blood of the divine coursing through her veins. Then, I thought it was my master of the Eldar, his silken tones calling to me. Then, beyond all logic, I thought it might have been the most important person in my life, the man who has formed me, molded me, reforged me into the person who could look into the eyes of the 3 and spit my refusal at them. The one person who has taught me how to be an Inquisitor, how to be a man. Thaddeus. But I am a fool. Here, where my body and mind are just afterthoughts, where my soul is all I have and all I need. Here, where truth resounds louder than any lie. Here, where there is only emotion and thought. I hear her, the one person who would dare to come to find me. By sending out a calling, anything could come back. Anything could listen and hear and follow the voice. She makes herself a target and invites all of the spite of the Shadow Realm to see where she is. For me, it can only be Ursula. I leap from the sands and I do not fall. I fly into the cosmos. The golden sands disappearing behind me as I pick up speed. I fly through the outer realms like a comet, and there are things there in my wake, risen to follow that which burns brightest, my shining soul. I can hear her voice so strongly now,
so heartfelt. She beckons me, calls to me, shows me the way. There is no time here, just experiences and memories, heart and soul. Past, present and future merge together. I can see images of what is and what was and is yet to be. I see my sons, my daughters. Their hair is not red. I see my friends all dead now. I see my people, my ancestors toiling in the fields. I see the line of my people all the way back to the caves from which we crept, living and dying to march through time until I am born. I see the war as it was, as it is, as it could later be. The warp itself attempts to slow me. It bombards me with images it intends to make me stop, to ignore the voice that calls me home. It is not the will of the three, I know this somehow. It is the very fabric of the warp. It wishes me to become one with it, to remain here for all eternity. I close myself off to it as my first mentor trained me. I close all my senses but one. I listen and I fly with greater speed by the second. I go to her. I go home. I can feel I am close. I can see the real world through the veil. The shipyard of the dead. The whispers of those who once populated this mighty fleet of the Eldar still echo here. But through it all, above it all, I can hear her voice. Now that I am so close, I can see where I am and where I need to go. And I turn on that which follows me. I will not bring them with me to the real world. I hover in place and turn and take out my blade. This is the realm of the imagination, so I finally take control again. The laughter haunts me still, but compared to the booming voice that beckons, it is nothing. And she reminds me who I am, what I do, and what I possess. I am an Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus. I am Tarquinus Indissolubis, and one day I will be the Thaddeus. I reach for a thing I forgot in my timidity, shock and wonder at the realms I visited. I close my hand on a handle that is not there. I feel a pommel that does not exist but for my will making it so. It exists both in the real world and here in the spirit. I draw out the weapon of our line, temperance, and its light shines like a star. The things that follow me are burned by its purity, and I am glad that its dazzling blaze hides the horrors of their true forms from me, as it incinerates them. I raise my voice and scream my defiance into the warp, and the light blazes higher still, scorching all who slowed and stalked me, those things that did not instantly flee from temperance's light. Floating there, resolute, I watch to make sure there is nothing left that hangs on the coattails of my soul. Satisfied that all is clear, I search for and then find it. The most precious thing. My shell. My body. The other Inquisitors are preparing to come aboard. We've jumped regularly since the event. Anhrad demanded we jump as soon as he returned from his failed attempt to stop the Huntsman of the Soul. Good, but now they come. This may not go well. Time to even the odds. I collect some things. I march to her room. I depress the chime, and the door opens, and she stands before me. I will never hold a woman as a man should. I will never be as one, as I am told normal humans are when they couple. But in this instance, I see the allure. She is stunning. She had been weeping, her eyes are red, her hair disheveled. She has much to mourn, and like the rest of us, she did not choose this. To be here, it was thrust upon her. We should have dropped her off before this began. She is empty, purposeless. It is time that changed. She looks confused and steps backwards, awed. I sometimes forget. I am an angel of death. It cannot be easy for her. But that's irrelevant. She must act. First things first, and do not start shouting or overreacting. But I must tell you that the boy may be alive. She gasps, but she says nothing. It is why Louis and the Eldar went rogue. They are off trying to find him. It's too complicated for me to explain, nor is it important. It makes no difference to our current circumstances. Then why are you here, she asks. Because I need your help. We're in trouble, aren't we? She whispers. Yes, we are. And you can help with that. Me, she bleats. Then how? Is her only retort. You, Santara, will be our secret weapon, I state as I pass her the folded clothes. She takes them in one hand as I pass her something else. She looks shocked as I hand her 3 strapped holsters with pistols inside and a bandolier with 3 grenades on it. Agape, she is a statue. She blurts out, I'm not like you, not like the others. I'm a musician. I resist the urge to sneer. Like any of us want to be warriors. I point at the table. She nods. She places the clothes and weapons on it and hugs herself as she sits down. I delicately sit so that I do not intimidate, hunching so that I can lean on the table and bring my head to her level. Santara, you are a musician, you say. Yet does that not mean that you have played before crowds? She beams at me and nods. Fond memories filling her mind, I'd guess. Probably all of them chanting her name. But it brings her closer to me, as I then gently state my point. I will tell you something I have not told anyone. Recently, I was in a duel, a practice one. Yet when we fought, it brought such a crowd, so many onlookers. I detested it, Santara. So much that I broke the rules and backhanded my opponent across his mug. Even though I knew it diminished my honour, brought an end to a duel that I had waited for all my life. I could not take the crowds leering at me, shouting at me. I ended the duel because I hated it. She's enwrapped, her eyes wide. You say that I am a warrior and you are not. Yet you could do what I could not. She looks lost for a moment. Then she is kind, as she whispers so gently to me. But Barbon, it was only your first time. It gets easier every time until you enjoy it. Live for it. Why be so hard on yourself? I nod. And that is why I say this to you. It gets easier every time you do this. I look at the weapons and clothes. You are a performer, Santara. Perform again. For me. Do it for Thaddeus. Do it for him. She knows exactly who I mean. But most importantly, do it for yourself. We had a saying on my home world, if you eat, you fight. She pulls back at this. I continue anyway. I do not ask you to do that. I ask you to pretend you can. Nothing more. I ask you to act the part. She visibly calms. Your days are wasted here, daughter of the Emperor, daughter of humanity. Now is the time to muck in. as we all must, but now especially. What have you to look forward to but waiting on moments of interaction with any who deign to visit, which cannot be often? You waste your life in this room. It is time that changed. Wear the clothes as your costume. See the weapons as the props for your new identity. All you need do is be who you already are. A vivacious human, proud and tall, never willing to back down or give in. Say nothing. Sneer at everyone like it is all beneath you. Pretend each of them is a little mouse that you are considering when, not if, you will consume it. And you will fulfill the role. If you pull this off well enough, I shall help you make it a reality. I slowly reach forward and take the back of her head in both my hands. She is scared, but she permits me to do this. I bring her in close. All she can see is my face, my eyes. Her breath smells like roses. I look her deep in the eye as I whisper to her. You can do more than you think. You are more than you've ever dreamed. Believe, and it will become so. Become the warrior you were born to be. I let her go and slowly place my hand over her single heart. It starts here, inside. A coward dies 100 deaths a day. The brave can only die once. Take the step. Do it boldly. I then slowly stand and walk to the door. We have 10 minutes. Don your costume, put on your war paint, and prepare to shine again. Meet me at the entrance to the docking bay. The doors close behind me. I do not know if she will come. I've done all I can. Now, I go to don armor I have not worn in a decade. But, of course, I know from my weekly prep and polishing, this war plate is in fine shape indeed. Bugger. Time for the kicking. I wait until the last minute before wandering down to the bay. This is going to be tense and deeply unpleasant, I'd wager. But I've put this off for 3 days. Time to face the fiddlers. The elevator doors open. I expect only 2 to be standing there, Barbon and Devlin, all that is left of my entourage. Yet the vision is not as expected. Far from it. 2 more catachans blocked my vision until I make my presence known and they turn. Devlin has brought along Kagos and Belton. Then, what's this? 2 more people stand there. My steps falter as I witness him. He is wearing his tactical dreadnought armor. Even for me, even after 3 centuries, it sends a shiver down the spine. Barbon has on his Terminator armor. By the Holy Throne, what the hell is happening? Someone is draped off him, leaning against Barbon and laughing sardonically at the catachans. I see an assassin in front of me. My jaw visibly drops as I see the grenades, 2 of them utterly outlawed. The other an anti-psyker so rare that they are practically unheard of. Well, outside of my own trove. She has 3 pistols, each one more lethal than the last. Bowel liquefying, if you know what you are looking at. Again, I know them all too well. I own them. But I have not wielded them in over a century. All over a figure-hugging bodysuit, slick back hair with a weighted blade at its end. By the gods, the face, it's only Santara. By the halls of Hera, even I was fooled for a moment. And they look at me. She bows. Barbon now winks, his helm not on quite yet. Eyebrows raised, I look to each, then finish on Barbon. Are we concerned, old friend? We've taken a hard hit. They know it. If it's going to go down, it will be right now. Do you think this is a bit of an overreaction, perhaps? Thaddeus. I have guarded you for a long time. Of late, you are slower. And we've relied on Ursula's shields and Louis as well. Without them, the Elder and the Judge, we are woefully outnumbered. I cannot guarantee your safety, old man. So you think Santara has the ability to do so? Not at the moment, no. But a show of strength is required. That warplate? Really? Vermilia has 2 Astartes, and 1 is Primaris, and he wears Gravis armour. That's without their 2 witches to our none. The squats are no laughing matter either. 2 Ogrin is not a trial, but while being shot at by a Sororitas as well? It may end up making us look even weaker in the long run. At least there will be a long run, Thaddeus. And no, it won't. They will fear us, as they should. Okay, I will trust you, my knight. Santara, do you know your part in all this? She nods slowly, with a playful smile on her lips. I can see it in her eyes, just for a second. She is enjoying this, like one of those events that gives you white knuckles and a feeling of euphoria, but only when it is over. Showtime. Devlin hits the release, and the doors open. As I look out of the window, I hear a gasp from behind me. Ursula now rushes to my side and points at a certain quadrant in the night sky. She grabs my arm and points further. The joy in her face makes it look like a star. She beams so. There, she states. At this point, Louis bursts forward, twisting the box on the dashboard, and grabs the controls in front of him. He pushes down on them, and we lurch into high speed. The insane lips curl back as he laughs at the shocked solitaire, hijacking the shuttle's controls from under him. I roll my eyes and say nothing, as a Jacaro buzzes us towards the right point in the void. I see it before the rest, of course, and at that moment, I want to jump up and shout the praises of Asuman, but I cannot. Not yet. Despite it all, I cannot help but snort and roll my eyes again as I witness what he is doing out there in the darkness. He is frantically moving. He is punching up with his fists and kicking out with his legs. In his power armor, he is dancing. And eventually, Louis buzzes not to him, but past him, concerningly close if I am honest. But on the 3rd flyby, we receive the Vox. Ha bloody ha, I presume that is the furball? Louis activates the Vox and laughs back at Tarquinus. But he slows the shuttle and comes to a stop some distance from who we believe is Tarquinus. I look down to her and say, Part 2 of your trial, Ursula. Please bring our silly young man back into the airlock. She nods and laughs, and practically skips out with Josephus and Louis in tow. The solitaire and I join the Monkey, but linger just away from the others. I restrain myself from laughing as he enters the airlock. Ursula giggles as she pulls him in with her mind, yet he controls his pose. Thus, it is ridiculous. He is languidly floating in vertically, with legs crossed, one arm extended down his body, the underarm supporting an helmeted head as if lying on the floor. Josephus even snorts and shakes his head, but his scowl is just that little bit less clenched. The airlock closes. The room is scanned, purified, then filled with breathable air stuffs. And he stands and takes off his helmet. And there he is. That ludicrous mop of hair hanging over his mischievous grin. For a second, I am struck by the image of Segura. Then the doors open, and I get the waft from him. No. My witch senses, I hear their echo. That is not the laughter of an Eldar god. I look to Ilhavnarian, the accursed. We exchange a knowing nod, and with flickering fingers it is agreed. No matter the cost, we will do what must be done. Their ships have already arrived. They are ranked up waiting for us. The 3 groups. Saulat stands behind his 2 Ogrin. Lucrezia, the sister of battle, and has even brought his little savant. All are armoured and tooled to the nines. As before, grim-faced Antrad, the Carl of the Kin, is front and centre with his friend at his shoulder. But now they are surrounded by a double square of League power armour. Vermilia coldly looks at us from the 4 of her cyber mastiffs and entourage. Tarek, a black-armoured firstborn. Nemo, her blank and equally black bodysuit. Castro has brought along his thunderhammer. And there, towering over them all, is a Primaris Marine. As predicted by Barbon, he is wearing his huge Gravis armour, the one with the power fists. Saulat and Vermilia's eyes narrow as we come in. Thinking they would only see my diminished squad, their eyes dart to Santara. And they know exactly what she has in her possession, and the appearance of Barbon would give pause to a Custodes. I feel it has the necessary effect on the Marines and Ogrin. The Primaris even seems to try and puff himself up a bit. One of the Scots even took a step back as he entered. Can't blame him. They are rugged, but they're still human. Well, sort of. We stop at the same kind of range as the other groups. I nod to them all in turn. So, it has been a few days. Let's have at it. Yes, let's, says Antrad. Exactly what is happening, Thaddeus? Says Saulat. Vermilia just sneers at me and nods her agreement. There is no easy way to put this, so I shall be blunt. Tan Irenaid, the Farseer, Ilhavnarian, the Solitaire, and Louis, the Jacero, have turned on me. In a surprise attack, they neutralized the bridge crew, gunners, and flight deck servitors. They grabbed Ursula, and, when the judge tried to intervene, they took him too. Holding both as hostage, they stole a shuttle under fire, then flew to, and took command of, the Huntsman of the Soul. The rest you know. Saulat's clear voice rang off every wall as he intoned. I never thought I would say this. Never. But Thaddeus 98 asked me to watch over you, asked me to keep an eye out. I can't say I ever took to the man, but perhaps what he thought of you is not so far off the mark. I am glad I will never have to report to him what I have witnessed today. Saulat's sneer contorts his entire face, and, despite his diminutive stature, I see how he seems to tower when he is angry. He steps forward pace by pace as he continues. This is not a cock-up, Thaddeus. This is my life's work, and not just mine. This is the culmination of hundreds of years, Inquisitor's dead even of her own lines. When will you grow up? Xenos, you brought them into this. Then you let them get away. Traitors right under your nose. And they gutted your own retinue doing so. How do we know that the Eldar did not lead your protégé and my tech priest Volontar into a trap? 2 of my men have died due to the carelessness of yours. And even now, an abhuman battleship sits off our flanks. How do we know they will not turn on us at any moment, blow us to scrap? And I can hear Andrade growling from here, but he goes on. All here on your word, like you gave for the Eldar and the ape. You have fallen so far so fast. You've lost your successor, and you've lost temperance. Give us all just one good reason why you should be even permitted to continue. One. I look to Vermilia. I won't deny it's nice to have a breather from those accusing eyes. What say you, Inquisitor Vermilia? She is calm as she responds, but cold. Very. It does not look good, wisdom. It seems your powers of deduction are lacking. I would be willing to put it down to fatigue or error, if it were only one of them. All 3 Xenos have turned on you. All 3. If you can, you had better answer Sowlet. Well, what have you got to say for yourself? It seems that I have erred. I will take any rebuke you wish. But I am the coordinator for this prong. I will not be retiring from the battle. Not now. Not ever. And Sowlet paces even further closer. Then in that case I relieve you of that weight. You cannot be trusted with this. Your response clearly shows you have not gotten over the loss of your precious ward. Your judgment is compromised. You will confide in me, and I shall then take charge of coordination. I take one step towards him. Listen carefully, old friend, for I shall say this only once more. No, Sowlet, I will not. We have already discussed this. It can never be you. Sowlet's face twists into a fury, but he is cut off by Vermilia. Have you both quite finished? Sowlet, you were too close to the subject matter. Thaddeus, you will coordinate, especially with our allies the kin. But that is all. Any macro decisions will now go through all of us, meaning I will grant my assent, and we will then perform our roles, or this prong dissolves as being unserviceable. A risk to the greater whole. I nod. As you say, we should be in accord in all things. I shall consult with you, Vermilia, if in doubt. She sticks me with a snake-like glare. Thaddeus, report to me, even if not in doubt. I raise my eyebrows and nod again, feigning defeat. Thwarted, Sowlet turns his back on us and walks back amongst his own, then straight up onto his shuttle. His diminished entourage walk backwards up the ramp behind him. Vermilia turns to the Carl. My apologies for hard truths, Carl. Sowlet has a point, though, but it could have been better made. I do not dishonour you. We appreciate your support in this endeavour. My colleague just points out the obvious. You outgun us, and Thaddeus brought you into this. So, he explains how things could be even worse if you were not a warrior of virtue. Andrade responds dismissively. I care not what the sprat thinks. I just want to know if this is worth doing. I can't say I'm surprised that Eldar proved faithless, but it does mean that the enemy has more power and we have less. This is a blip. The enemy knew of our numbers, names and faces already. But he only knows of us. While we are still in play, The other prongs may make greater headway while we draw his attention. But when all is said and done, we carry the one object in the galaxy that can put that bastard into the ground permanently. If we cannot do the deed ourselves, we have to get it into the hands of the others at the very least. We cannot turn back. It's now or never.
Vindication.
We sit in our ships, orbiting a green and pleasant world. It has been quite a ride, ranging jumps ever onwards, out into the darkness beyond the Emperor's light, outside of our Imperium. I am always struck by the enormity of the galaxy. When I was a youth, when I became a man, then as an Inquisitor. I have seen more of this galaxy than the vast majority of the human race. Still, despite the centuries of adventures, I am in awe at its splendor. But even more so now. I must admit, I was starting to lose hope that we would make any inroads, even be able to support ourselves. So vast out here. We have fled from system after system, lurching from one Mandeville point to the next, hunting for a port in a storm, anywhere we can hang our hat for a moment to take in our breath. Though now, there is a chance. We erupted out of the warp, and Auspex scans informed us that this system was mostly devoid of activity. Only one world, and no flotilla of potentially aggressive ships lingering over it like watchdogs. Whatever is happening out here, it is ramping up to boiling point. We are seeing entire fleets of ships and massive bases, armed and armoured to the standards of anything in the Imperium. Or so cursory inspection holds at any rate. It's not as if we barreled into these systems and got into close range now, is it? So finally, finding one that might not spell our instant doom is a blessing from he who sits upon the throne. I feel he guides us, even out here, beyond his light. Devlin and his squad have changed their routines. Being blocked into the one barracks room during the event was a wake-up call, all right. Now they are scattered between 3 dorms, with a few of them on constant patrol across the decks. Finally, they are on a war footing. Blast my eyes. I should have snapped them into this much earlier. We all felt so safe on our vessel, its metallic skin and bones purring out a soporific tune that dulled them all. Even I was distracted, too consumed with him, his tuition, progression. I had lost my edge. Time to get that back. In all this time, our crew has been frazzled, moving from 3 shifts to 4 to stave off some elements of fatigue. But before we reached the system, they were worn. The travel between here and the planet gave them a few days to recover, to rest. Barbon, Devlin, Bartholomew and the gang have kept busy. The Catachans placing traps and triggers all over the ship. Barbon has been filling his time with an accelerated training regime. Not his, but the redhead, Santara. They are frequently and regularly seen in the training rooms. I sometimes pass, and they are performing a slow ballet. Kata. Santaro moving as he does, with incredible concentration, exceptionally slowly. And he stops to correct her form, leaning in to shift a foot here or a wrist there, adjust the shoulders and straighten an arm. I chortle quietly to myself. I remember this all so well. It is how he trained me, how he trained Pius, Somash, and and him. With the movements and stances as precise as he deems necessary to take this further, he will then speed up the movements, increase the tempo of the dance. One day, if she lives, Santara will be a passable swordsman. But Barbon gives far more compliments to her than I ever remember. He clucks and chivies her, but there is no harsh bark to his instructions. I think I may wind up giving him the same chat I gave Tarquinus about Ursula, just to see his hurt consternation. Not that he could do anything even if he wanted to. Poor sod. I wonder how well Santara is doing in firearms training. I guess I will find out when Barbon states she is ready. If I am honest, I hope that day will never come. I hope it will not be necessary. I desperately pray that we can end this matter without any more casualties, but I know deep down that this is a fool's wish. If we succeed and even one of us gets out of this alive, it will be a deed worth the price, any price. We hunt arguably the most potent being in real space after the God Emperor himself, another perpetual, an ancient evil of yesteryear. We come to his own backyard in an attempt to root him out. But if we had not, why is he out here? What is he plotting? We must know. We must follow the dragon to its very lair if we intend to kill it. What is he doing? It is a question that haunts my mind, bedevils my dreams. Despite it being the most pressing, it is not the only question I have. Will the Xenos, Ursula, and Josephus succeed? Pius is coming. Who is he now? Did age change or entrench his position? Who is the one? Alpharius. When will I move against the obvious traitor in our midst? Can I truly rely on Anhrad after Berenger 5? Will he do as instructed this time? So much to ponder, so much to resolve. Only time will tell. I must be ready. I have booked time with Barbon myself. I get up and push my face off the ground 100 times before I don my power armor each morning. I have reinstated my mental regimes, meditation, memory catalogue, and protections. Each evening before bed, when I am at my worst, I take the reflexes test on my gift from the Eldar, a handheld thingy he gave me so long ago that has these puzzles on it. Human, he assures me, but it looks too slick, too smooth, too clean to have ever been made by my people. Something older than the Imperium, he said. So I really need to make sure nobody ever sees it. Well, nobody but Barbon, mayhap. It seems simple, but it's actually very challenging. There are these different-shaped blocks that come down, and I must place them correctly. They move faster and faster. It's quite tricky, but leads to results. Hand-eye coordination, reaction time, all improving again. Statistics I've not had in decades are slowly inching up again. I will reach a natural plateau, of course, but I'm not there yet, and it all needs to be maintained. This is how I take my mind off my questions, by retempering myself, beating out any infirmities or deficiencies born of laziness. I am the Thaddeus. We are there. As our orbit harmonizes between the 4 ships in the flotilla, I open comms to the others. Our Auspex scans now give a much clearer picture. There are sentients below on the planet. They have clusters of buildings in many locations across the globe, but one stands out immediately. It has a simple but effective landing pad area. They have technology. Communications arrays have been spotted. There is not a dense population here, but many warehouses or buildings of similar size and purpose, we presume. It seems they are used to having guests. So, it is highly likely that they are traders. Vermilia and Sowlet look on. The head of the League of Votan contingent's eyes light up just a tiny bit as I nod to him. Karl Antrad, you know the usual customs in this sort of first contact. Although they are indubitably going to be different in this sector of space, still, you have the experience. Let's be cautious, not spook them, eh? The kin warrior lord taps something into his gauntlet and snaps. I'll be candid and direct. We can discern if they need social niceties when we meet. Really? Yep. We want foodstuffs. May we come to negotiate a commodity you may want. Oh, no, we come in peace? Arnhard looks at me like I have just tried to sell ice to a space wolf. It's implicit. If we didn't, we'd have landed troops or crushed them with a targeted orbital bombardment. Gotcha. Well, make it so. He barks back at me. Already did. We have clearance to land in 2 hours. Huh, just like that? Just like that. For a face-to-face at any rate. Then, blurts I, then we haggle. No threats. Ever. Just haggling. Not even with ships in orbit aimed at them? Just playing Dark One's advocate? Nope. Never. They could have a subterranean cannon array secreted down there. No threats. Ever. Gotcha. I returned my gaze to the others on the call. So, any volunteers to do the meet and greet? Vermilia's half-eyed gaze is meant to be withering. I beam at her instead. Sowlet rolls his eyes and tuts, but he swings his head slowly from side to side in the negative. Just me then. Righto. So I'll send you an update when I get back. We only have permission for 1 ship, so pop over, Thaddeus. My transports are better armoured if it turns nasty. Fair enough. Be with you within the hour. I close off the comms and go get some bits and bobs. Trinkets for gifts, translation devices of a mechanism I will never understand. I'm presuming the kin will have a way to converse with them. Anyone, really. But I take along my own in case there is a hurdle in that regard. Time to meet the locals. Finally. See what we can find out. And if we can get some more grub, of course. We are not even close to out yet. Not by a long chalk. But it has been weeks since we left that spaceport in the Imperium. And food is a need that is not negotiable. So off we head. What seems like weeks was actually only days. It now hits me like a battle barge. I am spent. But I have 2 more things to do before I can rest, before I can finally sleep. With the others around me still, I whisper in Ursula's ears one simple phrase. I will thank you later. She reddens so much, even I can detect it under all those gossamer veils. I then round on Louis. I walk the few paces to him. I do not bend down. I kneel on one knee, so my head is at his height. I take out the ring and go to hand it daintily back to him. Reverent in my motions, a look of abject thanks in my eyes as I stare into his. This saved my life. You, Louis, saved my life. But perhaps it is too much power for one so young. Louis grins back at me as he covers my hand in his, curling his fingers around my hand and gently forcing it back towards me. He then closes his eyes and nods as I accept it back. I then lurch forward and engulf him in a bear hug that would impress Barbon. He barks his strange derisive laugh and pats me on the back, then on the head. We separate, and he nods again. It is done. It is all he wanted. As far as he is concerned, the debt is repaid. His device did well, so he did as well. He really is a wonder. He asks for nothing, but gives to all. Taking so much effort to annoy Barbon, but always in good cheer. I have often wondered what is actually going on inside that ape's head. But I would never intrude, as powerful a telepath as I am, even now. He has earned not only my respect, but a blood debt. I owe him my life, and I will honor him and his kind until my dying day. Ilhavnarian the Solitaire has slipped from the celebration. It is his way. Another I must thank later. The Heart of Fire watches me like a hawk, inscrutable as always. Is that pride in his eyes? They are so shielded I cannot discern his mood. Why is this so disconcerting to me now? It must be the fatigue. Another full hour passes with pleasantries and fripperies, and I have to admit, I'm actually a bit put out that Thaddeus is not here, but I shall glean all of that from Ursula later. I down my drink, sigh deeply, and I excuse myself and head for my bunk. Yet, later, when I lay in my bed, I cannot get comfortable, cannot rest. I thought I would go unconscious the second my head hit the pillow, but after another half hour of turning and sighing, I know the reason. The second thing. I get up, I put on a robe, and I head out. And I find myself approaching Ursula's room. Before I even get to it, she feels me, senses my approach, and the door opens. It is dark inside. I step over the threshold, and the door closes behind me. We have concluded our trade. What an eye-opener. I am glad I did not take Barbon with me this time. Oh, he was grumpy, but he understood. Just Devrin and Belton of the Cathachans. There was little point this time. Anhad had an entire phalanx of his warriors present. And they were Xenos, but placid ones, so similar to us in so many ways. Simple farmers. They have technology, but no drive to expand, no wish to dominate or even to defend themselves. They could, but they choose not to. Not a single weapon exists in their culture. They know of them, have experienced them before, are aware of the meaning of the word war and everything that entails, but they could not condone it in any form, even for their own self-preservation. Or so they said, at least. And I detected no lie in their words. It is a necessary caution to conceive that their body language may be utterly different to our own, even that of the kin and Eldar, all I know quite well at this age, with my experience, along with Jacero and Greenskin and a couple of others. I've seen my fill of the orcs, I can tell you. But I was astonished at how open they were. Anrad was in charge of the negotiations, and these placid creatures drove such a hard bargain that he came out beaming. For the kin, a haggling match is akin to a battle, and this one was an astonishingly fierce event. No voices raised, just calm ball breakers, trading different scenarios, contentions, objections, weights, transfers, and potentials. Anrad and the Xenos, who called themselves the Korivor, which was also the name of their world, strangely, were exceptionally courteous and cheery after the event. Respect had been earned on both sides, not by strength or force, but by cold logic and phenomenal grit. They took to him far more than me. So I asked if we could gain information from them also, for a price, of course. and this made both the head Corivore and the Carl not sigh or curse, but grin, as a second round of negotiations were performed. I left them to it and had a wander around. I had at least an hour, judging from the previous session. All knew this, and one of the Corivore were assigned to guide me. He escorted me through their installation, but where the kin got courteous smiles and curious ways, I gained sharp eyes and children hiding behind their mothers' skirts. They had witnessed humans before, and they had been given reason to fear us. Recently to boot. The Carl had arranged for the price and thought it exceptional, not because it was short or long, because it was exactly perfect. A price agreed by both parties in utter accord when all points had been made. Arnhard looked like he had just come out of a week-long sauna, genuinely and totally, unabashedly happy. And then we spoke to the head Corivore's assigned Major Domo. He had the time for the details. This one and I had a long conversation. Difficult as it was with their translation devices or ours, some words had to be retermed and explained before we understood each other. But no question was skirted or sidetracked. The price had been paid, and they gave everything they knew of the locale. It was later that Arnhard and I spoke. He stated that the major hurdle had been me. The Corivore thought I was in league with the enemy, as I was the same, a human. Arnhard can be persuasive when he has the wind at his back. He overcame this with assurances and our history together. Perhaps the Corivore now knew too much, but after the enemy great crashed our little shindig, it was nothing he was not aware of anyway. But back to the information gleaned. I was told that this little planet had generally been left alone. Many different peoples had come to rely on their produce, or at the very least, to prize it. All had been quite calm out here for many decades at the very least, but recently the local stars had become awash with blood. Fleets had come to Corivore not just for foods, but they had also dropped off injured warriors when desperate. The Corivore were exceptional healers, renowned in this region. Consummately neutral, they were used to plying their trades. None would wish to destroy them, as one can never be certain when their skills might be needed by their own armies. Nor would any assault on Corivore be worth the ire it would entail from every race in the region. Corivore had good food and great apothecaries, but neither of those in amounts worth the calumny. Yet a recent raid from human forces had seen the extermination of an entire city of theirs. City may have been translated, but it was more a village by the standards of the Imperium, a mere few 100,000 souls. They reported that the human forces had come out of nowhere and laid this city to waste. They had landed ground troops and invaded the capital, butchering everyone present while the rest of the world looked on in shock and terror. But just as swiftly as they had arrived, they left again. None of the Corivore were the wiser to why they had done this. They could not understand the barbarity. They chose not to at a minimum. After they had contacted some other worlds, friendly neighbors out there in the darkness, they were told it was not an isolated event. Such raids had been carried out against nearly every species or pocket empire in the vicinity. Someone was on the move, and this had whipped up a high's worth of trouble all over. Near every faction had now gone onto a war footing, vastly expanding their military production. Species who had tolerated each other for centuries, or even more, now performed picket passing and exploratory encroachments on each other's space. Border engagements had escalated, and shots had been fired. Someone had come in and upset a very finely balanced ecosystem, and that someone was using human soldiers and human ships. Or so it was said to the Corivore. All they knew was the evidence of their eyes and screens. It was humans, or those who looked like them, who had come to Corivore. But when pressed, Their delegation did not recognize any of the iconography of the Imperium, not from the vids and not from word of mouth. So these human forces were not of the Imperium. One might think this a stupid question, considering the circumstances and the geography. They forget the antiquity of our time amongst the stars. A score of crusades have gone missing outside the bounds of the Emperor's light, and that is only during the 10,000 years the Imperium has existed. Humans have been out here in the void since the dark age of technology, even before. This micro-empire of humans could be older than the Golden Throne. How could we tell? The one thing the Corvor could or would not give me that would have helped the most was a map. But they had little interest in leaving their world, so had even less interest in knowing the exact borders and boundaries of their neighbours. I marvelled at them, their sheer naivety. They had survived all this time, was their argument, and it was cogent, incontrovertible. They had indeed weathered the universal galactic storm, for otherwise there would be no one for me to talk to. But how? How had they survived this long in this galaxy? The transfer of our metals for their consumables was both swift and efficient. I could have spoken with the Seneschal all day, but we had only paid for so much time. And when the loads had been completed, our ships cleared for takeoff, the Corvor escorted me back to the landing pad and ended our discourse. I would truly have loved to bring up their history, to learn their lore. I would have also liked to sidelong discern if they had any knowledge of, or dealings with, the dark gods of chaos. What hold did they have out here? But this was not to be. Still, just like Antrad, I did not feel cheated. They had done exactly as had been contracted. They may be pacifist, but by Ultramar's 500 stars did they stick to the letter of the agreement. A perfect way to almost guarantee repeat custom. Honesty. After all these years, what a breath of fresh air. I had to constantly remind myself that they were Xenos, should never be trusted. I would make an awful member of the Ordo Xenos. It wasn't that I didn't find them an abomination. I am a servant of the Emperor, a true human. I just found them so interesting. And what harm did they really do? Content that maybe the food was poisoned, or that they would sell us out to the next visitor, I proceeded professionally. But it was a very good thing that Barbon did not come. He cannot help but sneer at them all, even Louis much of the time. Barbon may be many things, the perfect knight, the best friend a man could ever hope for, but he is also utterly without guile. If he does not like something or someone, there is absolutely no way they will not be able to discern this. I have requested him to control his features before, which of course he does. But Barbon, as an Astartes, has a resting face that would make a Krieger run for cover. He often elicits the most terror when he dons his stern face, but this is only followed closely behind his neutral mane. A blessing he did not force the issue this time and remained on ship. But then, he's trying to show the Catachans that he trusts them, and we detected no power signatures for weapons that would have been able to pierce my powered armor. The warpaint of the Astartes is a shallow and turgid thing when worn by we normal humans, is what Barbon has often said. But it really is practically impervious to the vast majority of weapons in this galaxy. And mine is even better than usual. If you think Barbon has a nice refraction field, you should see mine in full swing. So we did rock, parchment, chainsword to end the discussion. I, of course, always win. but he knows when I invoke this process that he is to let me have my way. So he always puts up chainsword. I put up rock, and he pretends it is fair. So he agreed to stay. We know a little more than we did before. Not nearly enough to move forward with confidence, but it's a good start. And that is when my least favourite noise blurts out across the decks again. The lights turn red, and it drones out. Captain Petrius and Inquisitor Thaddeus to the bridge. We have contacts. I burst out of my reverie and hoof it up to the bridge. Barbon and Devlin are already there. "Report," says I, as Petrius scales the steps up to his command throne. He takes in the information and then barks out. "We have 2 ships coming in our direction fast. The same silhouettes and specs as the ones we witnessed annihilate that flotilla of mid-ton Xenos vessels." Barbon shifts and mumbles to me. "That's yet another mark against trusting Xenos. You've been sold out again, old man." I scowled up at Barbon, then ignore him as Petrius continues. "There is no warp space rent. They did not appear from behind a moon or other celestial body." "What does that mean to anyone who has not served for decades in the Navis Imperialis?" Petrius looks down at me. "It means one of 2 things, sir. They were always here, waiting, or they have cloaking capability." "Do what?" "An old ability that we lost as a race, sir. The cloak surrounds a ship with distortion fields that make it impossible for Auspex to detect until they are ready to strike." "If that is true, then why are we able to see them at all, and not receiving a broadside at point-blank range?" He retorts, "Everything on a ship has a cost in size, tonnage, or energy. It is highly likely that if they have cloaking devices, they consume the majority of their energy reserves. It is also likely that they only mask most of the energy output at range. The closer they get, the more likely we are to spot them. With all their energy in cloaking, they would not be able to erect void shields or concentrate power into their macro cannons or whatever weapons they use." "Well, that told me. Well done for being precise, Captain, especially under the circumstances. How close are they? Options?" "They are moving so fast. They will be within weapons range in mere minutes." "Options?" 3 as always, sir. We run, we fight, or we jump." "Tactical evaluation, Captain. What do you advise?" "We cannot outpace them, so we cannot run. That would give them clean shots at our arse, the place we have the least shielding, least armour, and least returning fire. If we engage the jump engines now, it could be catastrophic for the system. We are nowhere near the Mandeville Point and only hundreds of miles away from this inhabited world." "Worst case scenario, Petrius, and fast." "Best case, we escape into the warp, and the planet is only minorly affected. Tsunamis, earthquakes, potentially for years. Worst case, we tear the atmosphere of the planet and end up exploding as the warp engines overrun our intent, scattering us in equal parts across the materium and across the warp." "Righto. On my mark, take us into them, Captain." Open comms. 3 more faces appear. Anrad, Vermilia, and Oubliette again. "Anrad, it's time," he belts back. "Confirmed. Finally." "Vermilia, I'll back him up for close range duking it out. You have superb long-range firepower, so hang back and flay them at range. Oubliette, you head out. We cannot afford to lose you nor the content of your vessel. So peg it." And I cut the communication instantly as Oubliette and Vermilia open their mouths to speak. But they will do as I instructed. As it plays to their drives and ego, it is also the best tactical option. I then turn formally to Captain Petrius. "In the Emperor's name, I cede command to you. Prosecute this battle in his name. Bring honour to his name. For the Emperor!" All present slam their arm to their chest in salute. Petrius stands and barks the orders, elevations, patterns, and speed. He looks 100 foot tall up there. "Match speed with the League's vessel. Prepare all forward lance batteries and open missile bay doors." A subaltern turns from his desk. "Sir, datagen incoming!" A bell goes off and the red-robed priests of Mars hunch over illuminated screens. One that is hard-lined into the decks fizzled and sputtered, as if wrestling with an exterior force, like it was possessed. But this passed, and the priest regained control. Our ship's systems are under advanced attack by the weapons of the Mechanicum. Or this is a very advanced set of adversaries. Even I understand that. It is just a pair of ships, but I remember the way they sunk a whole flotilla. But Petrius was watching as well as I, even more intently perhaps. He signals for reports, and they are given. He sends a missive to Onrad, and it begins in earnest. They both take on attack speed. The enemy's coming right at us. I watch the chevrons on the displays, as we and then the enemy launch missiles. Ours pass theirs in the void, but disappear when they get closer to their target. It is as if each has been turned off in some form of wave, but they may have been neutralized by defensive fire. Their missiles come at us faster. We just launched earlier. There are not many of theirs, but they are tough to hit. Our defense array and that of Karl Onrad's ship go overtime, but it finally swats them out of the air. The kinship of Onrad's has plenty of point defense weapons, and they clear their lane as well. The enemy then open up. Petrius is not shaken, but I can see he is surprised. It will be a full minute until we are within range of our weapons. The lance fire from the ship aiming at us strikes along the armoured prow. Feet of metal are burned away in seconds, but that is all. But they hit the League ship harder, as it is anything but nimble. Again, only doing damage to a few yards of its front and flank. Petrius was aghast for a split second. The crew burst into shouting in panic. They were all shouting about void shields. They did not leave their position, as Petrius bellows one word. Order! They all instantly returned their heads to their tasks. Petrius received a message and ordered a minor course adjustment as we closed. This did two things. One, the next barrage from the enemy ship shot into the void above us. And two, the retorting fire came not from Petrius, but from Vermilia's ship. A nasty central cannon fired and slammed into the front of our combatant. It was hard to make out the damage on the vid screens due to light saturation when it struck, but other scans showed a severe level of damage had been sustained. Vermilia had torn down their void shields in the one strike, and Petrius snapped the order to veer starboard. The enemy came on as our ship turned about 30 degrees. Our beast moaned under the pressure as her rump came out despite the thrusters, but she aligned again as Petrius ordered, Fire! And a full rolling broadside of our macro cannons tore into the front and flank of the enemy. Mainly the flank. Our ship shook as one after another of our guns reported, hurling their cargo into the void. The first impacts were on the remaining void shields of the enemy, but they cracked and came down, as there were so many offline due to Vermilia's previous fire, and most of the shells from our broadside struck the enemy. The thing was ablaze across many decks, and its front section hung off it. On the other side, the enemy had attempted to underrun the mammoth kin ship, but had been rudely surprised by the firepower of the leagues of Votan. Where Petrius had used skill and accuracy, Onrad has used sheer firepower. Both enemies were blazing wrecks as they passed between us. Vermilia fired again, and the ship turned into a star as its engines detonated. Faster, longer-ranged, cloaked, with weapons that could fire past our shields. This initially looked bad. Why did they get smashed so easily? Then someone spots it. Captain, a set of transports has been launched from each ship. There are dozens of them. Petra snaps back. Are they attempting to close with us? Boarding could be their goal. Negative, Captain. They are heading for the planet's surface. Bring us around. Petrus looks to me. We have to turn, and they may get there before us, by some margin. I nod, and send a message to Vermilia. She is moving to swat as many as possible. If they attempt to board her ship, she has the Cybernetica. And Saulat surprises all, as his vessel darts in at an oblique angle, punishing these transports with what little firepower he has, but being too fast for the shuttles to follow or board him. Between them, half the transports are gone, but half get past them and headed straight for Corivor. I cannot believe it. I am a genius. Ah, yes, I am. I've just managed to escape being crispy fried by a Catan. I live! But the cost. In hindsight, maybe genius is a bit strong. Did they know of me before, as they said, or did I gain their attention by trespassing in their very realm? Liars all. But what do I make of that? What was said? But, on the other hand, the gains. I have my skin back, but I also have something else, something potent. A detail, his true name. This is no small thing. Why did they give it to me? Why? Rubute languishes at my feet, keeping them warm. It's so damn good to be out of that power armor. Just as I am beginning my routine, to turn my brain off, to quiet my soul ready for slumber, I hear the door chime. Ugh. I get up, of course, and open it. Nobody. Wait a sec. There is the back of the jester walking away. I step out and follow as he turns a corner. I head off in slow pursuit. Along another corridor, through two open bulkhead hatches. Down. I am just behind him. He turns every corner, just as I make him out. I finally get to an open door. A large bay. It is dark inside. Mysterious. I've just about had enough of mystery for today, but I step inside and bark out. Enough! It's been a very, very, very long day. Show yourself. What do you want of me? Lumens burst into life above us as the door closes behind me. 3 points of light highlight 3 people. Me, the solitaire, and then finally, the farseer. My ally speaks first. Did you think we would not know? Not hear it, not feel it, smell it. The farseer interrupts my reaction. You return, but you reek. What deal did you do, Inquisitor? Who now owns your soul? I'm floored. My mouth goes fish mode. My lips flap wide in a gawp. Is this a joke? No. Ihavnarian slowly draws his blades. The heart of fire steps further into his light. He is carrying his moaning spear of judgment. Oh dear. Think fast, Tarquinus, think fast. Fight and die. Or don't fight and die. Fight it is, then. My mouth opens in an attempt to buy time. Why? Why come out here? Why help me if you were going to then execute me anyway? The farseer retorts. We didn't know you would kneel before them. Suffer not the unclean to live. No. Only days ago, you would have agreed with us. His mouth is working, but just like me, his mind and soul are doing something else. Glyphs burn into existence, rotating around his form like arrows to be plucked and launched. My own words burn into existence. Patterns he recognizes. Those are the ones I let he and the solitaire see. I weave more below and beneath them. The solitaire stalks into the darkness at my side. His Dathiri suit not yet turned on. After everything I showed you, everything I told you. Traitor, he hisses. The ultimate paradox. If I mentally call for assistance, whoever comes through that door walks into certain death. If I do not, I'm no match for one of them, let alone both. No, I am an ordained Inquisitor. I must do this alone. I am his hammer. Time to show what I have learned, and hope it does not damn me further in their eyes. I need only make them see sense. My mouth works again as my mind makes its move. I have much to tell you, much that needs your wisdom, master. I met them, traded words, heard their offers, but I rejected them. and I can prove it." The Heart of Fire retorts, "No, Tarquinus, you will die, and your soul will fly to its new master to be consumed for all eternity." It begins. The Farseer launches 100 tiny runes at me, each rising from the stitching on his robes. They fly at me and collide with my wards, like a whirlwind of light smashing at me. This is to blind, to hide the true attack. I rolled forwards and then to my side. My own Eldar warglyphs had absorbed into my body, my spirit, making me faster, stronger, more aware, more nimble. The Solitaire is already rising from where I stood, and cartwheeling after me. And then the Farseer unleashes a pattern in my direction. It is dark and dire. He attempts to rewrite my strands of fate, to curse me with unluck. A net that will doom me. I can see it clearly. I have never been taught this spell, yet I understand it. I can feel the warp so easily now. Like a short-sighted man granted glasses, it has all come into focus. I reach deep. I cannot hope to match his skill, so I must hope in sheer short-term expenditure of power. I pull his Hex apart with a wash of unfettered energy, burning out many of my wards. I physically continue to duck and run, keeping distance from the Solitaire. Despite all my enhancements, I am barely his speed. He nearly catches me at a corner until I invoke further runes to temporarily mask my existence and disappear. Yet he can hear my breath, my frantic footfalls. The Farseer is now clasping his hands together. He slowly draws them apart, blue worms of lightning crackling between his fingers, building as he expands his hands. All the while, small runes still flash from his cape and fly after me wherever I go, slamming into my wards, stripping them away, slice by slice. I can't do this. Not on the defensive. Time to attack. Nope. The ball of energy from the Farseer flies out like, well, a bolt of lightning. I dive as far as I can beneath it. Worms of it crackle down to jolt my back and legs as it passes over me by a mere meter. I land hard and know what's coming, and I'm right pissed off. I take a risk. Well, I've bugger all to lose, as Thaddeus would say. I invoke the images of my people. Time to turn the tables. I roll as best I can as I land. Still skimming across the deck, I turn and unleash. My turn. I invoke the tower. A card-like image appears before my mind's eye, and I superimpose it over the Farseer, bringing him into the frame. It happens. The deck below the Heart of Fire explodes up, but he is Eldar. He felt it and leapt and rolled into a ball as he flew. Yet as he did, a lightning bolt of my own slammed down out of the darkness. Yet he is a Farseer. The energies got to within an inch of him before his helm flashed, and the forces became winged butterflies, crackling away before dissipating. All of this while the Solitaire came at me. I cartwheeled away from him, then slid and invoked the chariot. I sped away as if carried by a tide of force, moving fast, avoiding walls, but the cabin bay is not high enough to properly evade the killer swordsman by going up. In those fleeting seconds, I mimic the power of the Eldar, but with a human twist. I invoke strength. A huge man made of energy appears and assails my friend. But there is a kicker at the end, for I have also invoked the star, hidden within it, my ace in the hole. The Heart of Fire advances, diving and then twisting in the air, and hits me with it all. His arm extends and his spear comes at me. His left hand twists and fingers flutter as he unleashes a temporal wave pattern in my direction. I can't help it. It might be the stupidest thing I've ever done, but I smirk. Fresh from the deep umbra, I see it, I know it. I've just escaped it. I will not suffer it again. A temporal wave. I will do or die. I reach behind me, but not just with my hand, with my mind, my soul, my faith. Light blazes, silhouetting me as I close my hand around a hilt. I bring my hand over my head and stand with my summoned temperance. I remember the Astronomicon, the Emperor's love, and I force power through the blade, and it bursts into light. It burns away the patterns that would trap me again, but I know I could never have stopped them both. No time to block or parry. I hold my stance, and the spear howls as I see it coming in slow motion. I really hope I've not misjudged this. The pain is almost too much to bear as the spear slices through my ribcage, shattering at least 3. It slices through my sinew and sails out the other side. The stench of burning flesh is nauseating. It's my flesh. That's me I'm smelling. I can barely breathe. He's taken one of my lungs. I know it. The pain. My knees give out. I scream at the ceiling. I dare not fall forwards. Temperance glows still. But I can barely breathe. I gasp in shallow gulps. The stench. I grit my teeth as he pads towards me, the spear returning to his right hand. The spear should have hit me in the heart or the face. I adore my masters, all of them. But, as brilliant as the Heart of Fire is, he is a broken record. He requires proof. He stands before me, looking down. Any last words, my pupil? He sneers. Yes, I state. 3. Look over there. I nod to the solitaire. The energy being is gone. The solitaire slew it easily. Then my true message began. The star. And there was Ilhavren, the solitaire, beholding a play. Dreams in light form showed a miniature figure walking and running. Then it met with the 3 other beings, as my tiny simulacrum of Ursula takes my part. As I show my friend my own dance with the Dark Ones, just as he had shown me his. And as we watched, Ilhavren knew. When me as Ursula held her staff and ran from the Dark Ones, he knew. My friend, the accursed one, takes off his mask and now holds his bare face in his hands, swords now set aside. The Heart of Fire looked down at me. This proves nothing. Through gritted teeth I spat. We all have to learn in different ways. That was his. This is yours. I let temperance roll from my hands, and with the last strength within me, I rise up. I grab my master's mask with both hands. He is shocked. I could feel it. His most powerful attack appears instantly. My eyes wide, I scream, "Do it, master! Do it!" And he did. A burning sigil appears in the millimeters between our faces. The ultimate sanction. The duel to the death. Mind war. Beyond his belief, I now push my own power into the glyph, augmenting it by factors. He tried to pull his head away, but I did not let him. My eyes challenged him. He had no choice. He completed the glyph, and it erupts. Mind war. Where the 2 souls are linked like twins in a womb, as if personalities and souls are tsunamis crashing towards one another. Only one can succeed. Only one can survive. The other will be washed away, mind and soul. And, with my own witch sight, I saw the towering colossus that was Tan Irenaid. It was a pillar of flames, unquenchable. And then he comes towards me and falls into my trap. Fire burns all before it, but it cannot burn fire. What have I learnt through all of this? That the glyphs of war destroy their enemies of the ancients. His mind swamped mine, his soul encircling and surrounding, suffocating mine. But I permit him entrance to everything. No resistance was offered to any part of him from any part of me. And in surrender, I showed him my soul unprotected, unshielded in any way. Though made of fire, Ilhavren, Tan Irenaid's soul, did not burn mine. For there was simply no enemy within. Nothing for him to fight. An eternity in a second. It was over. as our eyes return to normal, as our attention comes back to our normal senses. The pain, I falter. But he steadies me as we slump down, back onto our knees. He held my shoulders so tight. Then his helm floated off his head, and his face was a picture of wide-eyed awe. And all he could say was, "You came back. Tarquinus, you came back to us." I, of course, managed to sputter. "Do you mind showing me again how good you are at healing?" To be continued. I have been Baldermort, your faithful servant. If you have enjoyed these stories, then do consider liking and subscribing, and tipping with a super thanks if I've earned your bounty this day. There is a link to the patron in the video description also, if you feel that generous. But more importantly, now, no matter what you do today, do try to make some time for fun. Toodaloo.